on layout C, okay? I am a crazy person, and I will remain wrong about layout C. I was wrong about layout C. Except, just you wait. When I get a new league with a mechanic that freaking messes with layouts, oh, I'm gonna find it. Oh, I'm so gonna find it. But I'm not. Until then, I'm seceding. It can't spawn in normal conditions. What do you recommend strength-wise to get? I'll never get 4K, but I'll get 2K, 2K5. Would that be okay, Shyler? If we're talking about the Scion Righteous Fire character, to be clear, that character that I pushed to 5,500 strength, that is not the optimal way to build the build. I was doing a competition with Connor to see who could get the most strength. So both me and him were doing suboptimal things for our characters because we were just trying to see who could get more strength, right? Ultimately, when you're doing that character, having like fire.multi on your suffix is a lot more valuable on a jewel than flat strength is. Like there's quite a few situations. Like I was doing a bunch of small clusters and I was doing Emperor's Mastery, Emperor's Might. Those are some expensive items that make your strength number go up. But in my opinion, they aren't necessarily even better than a rare jewel or a mid-level adorned setup. Like for example, let's say you go like an 80-something% adorned and go percent life plus fire.multi, those jewels will be probably a lot more efficient because you'll end up with, I think, either similar or more ES and way more damage because fire.multi is very efficient. That character had no fire.multi on it, so that means basically fire.multi has a huge premium if you can get it on stuff like jewels and start adding it in. So just keep that in mind. A lot of the things I was doing on that character was not like, I was way more prioritizing strength than I would ever recommend. And I'm gonna hopefully clarify that when I go over the, when I do like the fully flesh out build guide where I can give some pointers and say, this is how you should be investing, etc. Well, I do have a better trade for the Scion. Yeah, I'll probably set up a better trade for it. For the various gear pieces and rares and stuff like that. You multi-stream? Yeah, I stream on both YouTube and Twitch. The one issue I've had so far with multi-streaming is the YouTube chat is kind of buggy. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. On my multi-chat thing, and just drives me a little bit crazy. YouTube isn't real. YouTube is real. Screw you guys. It is a real thing, guys. It is a real thing. Sorry for the sneeze there. My apologies. All right. We did get all the passives on this run. Let's just make sure. Should I say 23? 23 correct. I guess a good thing to do while I'm thinking about setting up these various gear pieces is I can set up the better trading at the exact same time while we assemble this stuff. So I can just work on doing this throughout. New folder, Scion picture. Just call it Scion RF. Garf. Parentheses. Save. We'll start putting some things on here. Calm's heart. This is looking in standard, which is a bit weird. Did I find C? No, we did not find C. We did not find C. Unfortunately so. Do I have one of these just sitting in my inventory? Probably. It's the likelihood I have a comms. I do have a comms. Cool. Are we still in PvE streams again? Is what high feels like. Could it be real? It is real. It's real and it's coming to a theater near you. June 5th. Did we not get a teaser yesterday, guys? I haven't really checked the Reddit since yesterday. But I was like, part of the reason we stuck in the C layout grind for so long is I kept thinking that they were going to give us a teaser. And then I couldn't do it anymore. I was like, I have to go, man. I have a family. No. Dang it. We got scabazzed. It was the Reddit reply on Benchcraft QLL. That's not a teaser. That's like a, hey, maybe we'll do this. On it, that's not a teaser. That doesn't count, man. I want a video where it's like, hey, I'm Mark Roberts from Grinding Gear Games, and I'm the best guy ever. You know, like, freaking here, you're giving them this, and recombinators are gonna go core, you know? Stuff like that. We take what we can get. I guess so. What else do we need on this? We should probably do fractured mod of some kind. This doesn't have to be crazy or anything. Fractured, regenerate, life. I make this armor based. I had a dream you were playing Apex with me and my brother, Kenjo. You're going back years. Back when me and my brother played Apex on a more regular basis. And I make base decisions? Yep. That's classic Mark right there. We'll register this as... kind of want it to at least have armor on it, ideally. Register as... budget. 1 mod fracture for horror essence. Budget 1 mod... we don't need to say at 1 mod. Budget helmet fracture for horror essence. We'll do the same thing for gloves. Budget glove fracture for deli essence. Are you gonna make weighted summons for the plebs again? Yeah, I'll make a whole trade search setup for this guide for the Scion RF character. Okay, to be clear, this is not what I'm starting. This is just a character that I really like. It's probably my favorite build I've ever played is Scion RF. I just want to do a more refined build guide than what I did previously when I made this in Crucible. Also, you know, maybe some people will want to league start it. I wouldn't say it's like particularly like a high Giga Chad starter, but it becomes pretty decently fast. Okay, fractured 89 life. Call that good enough. Fub Gun's fault. What do you think this is? Who is him? He's a Slayer playing LS. He's a champion. What the hell? I'm gonna get my crafting recipes done to sell items for the baited Lance viewers. What do you mean baited Lance viewers? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Trying to get gloves that don't have too good of a fracture. I feel like T3 fracture is like pretty reasonable to get. Ba-na-na, na-na-na. Hey, Noopy, how you doing, man? Today we'll be testing, I think it'll be... We'll be testing the early life-based setup just to verify it feels good in maps. Trying to get something that isn't too good, though. People aren't responding to my 80 life fracture trade requests. Most people are, like, at this point aren't saving fractures that are that bad. Holy 50C for 80 life fracture. Can we get a... I'm trying to get a worse fracture. I'm paying more for it. Gotta love setting up characters for, like, testing stuff, and then you pay premiums just to get a worse item. Fracture your own? I would be spending even more money. I'll sell you a fracture for 12D. Relax. Okay, relax. Requires level 78. Wait, no. No, what do you mean it requires level 78? I mean, that's fine. Okay. Just freaking the base, dude. The base. Oh, what am I doing? I'm buying bases that have high level requirement. What have I done? Let's try this again. T1 cold res. This doesn't have a very big requirement. T3 regenerate. Wyvern scale 84. Nope. You can filter the max level requirement? Yeah, I'm aware. I am aware. Alright, there we go. 88 life, 1 divine. See, how long ago was this listed? 4 days ago. That is crazy. Oh no, I'm sending this guy the wrong message. He's gonna think that this item is actually a 1D item in the future. He's gonna be placing his T3 life fractures for 1D for the rest of his life because I'm buying it right now. I've cursed this man. I YOLO'd a +2 spine bow fracture last night with the last of my seller's currency, so now I have more seller's currency. GG, dude. What's a +2 spine bow go for? One of these practically noveling current sellers. I mean, yeah, I guess current sellers is pretty inflated. It do be pretty inflated. All right, gloves acquired. Let's do a helmet. Did I not actually make a command for that? Oh shoot, I think I need to make, hold on. I'll make an IMAC command for Exter. I think I forgot to do that. I'm failing. I hope they reduce loot in the next league. You hope they reduce loot in the next league? That seems kind of unlikely that they would do that. Alright. Command should be added now. How's the fire trap build going? We're just setting up the initial gearing for it right now. 88 life. That should be wearable. They're going to delete all of the non-ruthless league options. I hope not. Imagine having to play ruthless. That does not sound great to me. That does not sound great to me. All right, level 68. Cool. Why so early? Oh, because I started on time today. They're gonna probably nerf T17 juicing. Yeah, they could. Like, that definitely could be on the list of things for them to do. Maybe. I don't know, though. He didn't stop to snack before stream. I don't ever stop to snack before stream. Okay, I occasionally eat breakfast. So that doesn't mean I'm stopping to snack. You guys gonna try to pretend like you guys don't eat breakfast? Are you guys gonna try to assert that you're a bunch of breakfast haters? I hate T17s, how much they homogenize the game and invalidate so many skills. I think that's more of a balance issue. Because I think plenty of skills can go to T17s. But it's a matter of, it really highlights how some skills can do it easier than others. Like, it very much highlights that skills are not made equal. Because the balance is pretty out of whack. Like, a lot of things are just way off compared to others, right? If everyone's mid, then nobody's good. I mean, they could still make the balance closer than what it is now, though. Because, like, what it is now is certain skills just face roll T17s without too much difficulty, right? So you have that unequal expectation or whatever, right? I want this to at least have energy shield because I am trying... Like, one deck strength and one strength in base is going to be good for just making the colors not be too annoying. Alright, life base. I think the problem with T17 is the action speed modifier kind of obligates us going with classes that counter it. I mean, there's definitely a you skip certain mods depending on your build. Action speed's one of those, right? Just like certain builds would skip specific mods that counter them. The more mods you can do, though, like if you cannot care about the action speed one, if that's a free one, if you're playing like a trickster or a jog, that could be a nice scenario as well, right? What's the main difference between yours and Pox's character? Are you talking about Righteous Fire Chieftain versus Righteous Fire Scion? Righteous Fire Chieftain is going to be much better on League Start. Righteous Fire Scion's going to be much better late game. Righteous Fire Scion has scaling, where like you keep investing into it and you keep getting more out of it. Righteous Fire Chieftain kind of caps out with gem level gear. Chieftain has explode. Chieftain has early explode. Scion gets chain exploding as well once you get a Wraiths with an AoE mace. But that's like, there's a pretty big delay. That's why Chieftain's so much better on League Start. Hey, we found one! Screaming Jay! When they decoupled the regular boss fragments with the Ubers and made new fragments, I was happy because no longer meant the cost of boss fragments were inflated because they were tied to the Uber as well. But then T17s became less about uber fragments and just about the juicing strat get boosted by them. I mean, there is a ton of value with the fragments themselves too. I think it's both. Like you're not just including the loot from like all the extra mobs in the map. You're also like the fragments themselves pay for a large amount of your cost, right? They pay for the cost of the map. They pay for the cost of probably your scarabs, and then everything else is like pure profit on top of that. Like you can't like those fractures or the not fractures. Sorry, the fragments they factor in significantly. You've been able to make profit just boss rushing for fragment only? Yep. And, like, pretty good profit, too. Depending on how early you're doing it. Alright, so we have a Fracture Life. Which we'll do Essence of Horror, Essence of Delirium to get our, like, 5-link Fire Trap, 5-link Righteous Fire for the pseudo early links. What else are we doing here? Probably Rise of the Phoenix is the early game shield. Rise of the Phoenix is just too easy as an early game shield. Get you the early max res, super freaking cheap, comes with some regen. Did you find the C layout? No, we never found the C layout. We never found the elusive C layout. Unfortunately. The addition of the Elder and Shaper Exalt to their builds that would benefit heavily from those. I don't think a ton of builds that will make too much in terms of a difference. One obvious case that got brought up last night is a totem character can make a much better totem shield if they keep the same mod pools. Like if they don't add any mods to, let's say, the Shaper pool, then you can guarantee slam +1 totem, which is normally like a rare mod, which is hard to get with good mods with it. Right? I think for the most part, though, I don't think it'll make too big of a difference. I think there will be a couple gear crafts that get easier with it. But is it going to make a build that didn't exist before exist? I don't think so. Can we start Scorching Ray? Is Fire Trap necessary? Can you start Scorching Ray? Yes, you can start Scorching Ray. Fire Trap is just better early. Fire Trap is just generally a stronger skill than Scorching Ray. I personally prefer Scorching Ray because of it's aesthetically cooler. But when you're first starting out, you're like on your early game of the character. A Fire Trap getting damage over time from both the ignite and the base dot of the skill, and it allows you to have some mobility. Like it doesn't force you to stand still. All that is like very very helpful to the overall power of Fire Trap, right? I'm starting to find our totems. If they do it's worse. I can still slam it now, at least. You can slam it now. Are you talking about just doing like a Reforge influence? Like stuff can't be changed like that? Or are you talking about something else? Man, the one thing about assembling these late game gear pieces, we're dealing with the late game trade. Yes. Are they gunning for the fizz damage supported by a level 20 added fire? Does that come with the percent damage still? I thought they changed the support gem percent fizz damage links to not have the percent damage anymore. Like they took Fortify, which used to can't come with percent damage, and they like deleted the percent damage and made it level 1 Fortify. Oh, why am I even buying a Rise of the Phoenix? I probably have one just sitting around. Wait, I don't have a Rise of the Phoenix? Ain't no way, really? I have one in remove only tabs for sure. Because there's remove only tabs in League for some reason. For some reason, there are remove only tabs in Settlers League. I have to have a... I played RF a couple different resets. Go ahead and look. What was that? Dang, that's a good looking Fizz Scepter. The hell is this? It's a lot of blonkings. Settlers is the new standard. It's something like that. Oh, no, man. No rise in here. Okay. No rise in here? Really? I've gone through 3 different tabs without a Rise of the Phoenix? What the hell's going on? What was I doing? It's not a rare shield. There it is. We found one, guys. Just Ancient Orbit? Yeah, I don't know if I have a lot of Ancient Orbs sitting around. Alright. Rise acquired. Rise acquired. What else do we need? Like an obvious go-to is a mediocre fracture overtime multiplier, maybe. $18 multi sounds good to me. Get a mediocre fracture and we'll do a Fear Essence on it. Plus Benchcraft, call it a day. Wendy base, League Star viable. The gear setup I'm going to assemble for this character is not going to be like... This isn't like you just finished campaign. This is like... Well, okay, some of it is. Calm's Heart, Rise of the Phoenix. You can get this. You can get the Chaos for this in like 15 minutes of doing your initial heist. But the 5-link helmet, 5-link gloves. I'm going to be assembling the like the mid-level life gear. Holy, that's wild. 6D for $13. Dude, this is crazy. This is crazy stuff. Try the 40C guy. Maybe this guy's not AFK. Let's go. We found a non-AFK guy. 5-link gloves. Yep. Delirium Essence does 30% more damage over time. Like, for a cheap early budget multi-link for RF, you can do Horror Essence on just a regular helmet. You can do Essence of Delirium on gloves. Both are 30% more damage. Horror Essence is helmet, Delirium Essence is gloves. 30% more damage over time and 30% more LE damage is the respective stuff. Do I have Fear Essences? Just make sure we get an open suffix. Close enough. So be like this. Alright. I'll show you the Horror Essence and the Delirium Essence. So, Horror Helmet, boom, 30% more damage, and then this will give you the Delirium Essence, 30% more damage, and it's overtime, right? So, 1 Essence on each, just get you your early 5-link damage, essentially. The other good thing about this is Righteous Fire's links are kind of wonky. if you do a 5-link like this, it's a pretty solid 5-link. Whereas 6-link gets a little bit weird because you need Swift Affliction plus Life Tap. Like, you have some weird stuff going on. Is it worth to run Audience with a King? Yep, you can get some pretty valuable, they're not called Light of Meaning Jewels. Light of Meaning Jewels are pretty valuable early on. You can craft +1 AoE on gloves and helmet too. Ooh, that's a good point. Ooh. Maybe we'll do a suffix and prefix. We'll do that. We'll go over here and we'll do a suffix to prefix real quick. I can do that later though. I'll do that later. Nah, I'll do it now while I'm thinking about it. I don't need to do it on these. I need to do it on this one though. This one has an open suffix, not open prefix. Reminder, we just need to make it 2 more days. Yep. We're closing in. The future is upon us. Add a suffix, remove a random prefix. Cool. Oh, yo, life regenerate. Nice. I finished my mana RF chest. Your mana RF chest? Bypass, low life, fire pen, chaos res, int percent mana, and block. Very nice. I put my gear on trade so Lance can buy it for 15C, but he doesn't want the good gear. It's... How do I... You could put mirror tier gear on trade for 1 chaos and I wouldn't buy it. You know why? Because that's not what I'm setting up for right now. I'm trying to assemble some budget gear that's like, hey, your early game gearing for life-based Scion RF, this is what you should go for. I'm not going to put on a bunch of mirror tier pieces. I don't care if you're selling it for budget, whatever. It's not the purpose. Want to create a character with Lance in my name? Buy? You should. You should. I think this is a 3 blue, 1 red situation. So we'll do 3 blue, 1 red for RF. Fire trap can be combustion. Combustion, burning damage. We could do trap in mine. We could do charge trap. We could do... Trap in Mine kind of feels bad. Charge Trap feels good, but it's not a great link. It helps out the RF damage. Depends how much we care about our Fire Trap single target. I'm gonna keep it as 2 green for now. That seems fine for the link colors. Do I care about any other prefix on the helmet? Besides area of effect? Not really. AoE is still fine. We'll take the AoE. Make it feel better while we're playing. What about the opportunity to purchase this exquisite ring? Nah, I could care less about that exquisite ring. Okay, so fire trap is here. Burn damage, combustion. Do I level? Do charge traps for now because I think they feel good, but we could also just do trap and mine damage. Because trap and mine damage is pretty good. We'll keep it leveling in the offhand for now though. Righteous fire, elemental focus. Why not have a burn damage laying around? Not appear like I have a burn damage laying around. Burn damage, and we have efficacy over here. Make the character name Lance taught me scamming. I do not teach scamming, guys. Don't name your character that. That's toxic. Bad. Okay, bad. Don't do that. Don't name your character Lance taught me scamming. What else do we need? The School of Lancing. Early game, we will have Jewel Socket here. We are going to start working to go over here. Is this level 65? Level 65, okay. That's all fine and dandy. Am I going to change this pathing at all? Eventually, I would like to get the mountain block nodes. I probably do want to play block base. We have safeguard and reach. We have max res over here that I kind of want to get to. The School of Lancing would be a good guild name? No, it wouldn't. Don't. That would not be a good guild name. Do Vitality max res here? Probably. Do I end up changing my tree start location? I probably do, to be honest. Yeah, I probably do end up changing my tree star location. Where I just... Life-based just doesn't use the initial Scion stuff. I'll just freaking do like basically a Templar tree, I think. Block in 2025? Cringe? You guys realize block is like kind of insane in the current game. Block is so good for the point investment. I am a block believer. Block is one of the best events. Block is crazy good because you get to go for cruelty. We're not gonna do cruelty. Block? Do you mean low AoE? Parry elements instead of what you call it? I don't know about that. Let's do a belt. These boots are fine for the boots. Ringweed SSF found is probably fine for the time being. Block always carries my Scion RF starts. Yeah. I think, well, block just in general, I think is just pretty sick. Lift up arrogance. We are gonna run arrogance. Wait to put that on though. We're gonna run arrogance vitality, obviously. Recover on block. Yep. I think we're gonna recommend for the mid-level budget life stuff is to do a recover on block shield. It should be a pretty easy craft, I think. Just doing like a couple of pristine fossils on like a warlord or a shaper shield and you're chilling. Okay, let's do a one mod ring. I do Reforged Life. Reforged Life, Pristine Fossils. Any of it should be easy enough to hit. I don't think it has particularly bad weight, does it? Does Recover on Life have bad hit weight? Let's see. Shield. Strength base. Shaper mod. Yeah, it's 800 weight. What's the Warlord one? Warlord one is 250, yeah. So you just do Shaper, and then it's a 1k weight mod, pretty much 800 weight. That's super easy to hit. I hit it regularly with a +1 totem on Harvest Reforge. Yeah, I don't think it's a big deal to hit that. Chaos Res, Fractured, all Elemental Res. We do need Dex at some point, so I probably have to do a Fractured Dex maybe as a potential option. The resistance, let's get implicit. Make sure this is a res ring. Am I forgetting any ring implicits? Dual res. I guess all elemental implicit. That should be pretty much all the ring possibilities. Oh, far giraffe. Appreciate the sub, man. Thanks for the support. Alright, that should cover pretty much all the ring possibilities. A dot ring? Yeah, just something to start you off, basically. Just get a okay fracture, throw one Deli Essence at it, and then you just run it as is. Benchcraft either like Life or Hybrid Chaos Res, something like that. Doesn't have to be anything particularly good. Just something to get you started, basically. Deli S's on League Start, I think, are like, what, 5 to 20 chaos, somewhere in that range. Probably 10 would be my guess. I've been starting Creeping Frost totems with the POB based on this for a long time. You've been doing League starting totems, Creeping Frost. Do you like it? Creeping Frost is like kind of an interesting skill, I think. Reroll some of these to Deli Essences real quick. Essence. Deli Essence, click. And then we just go over and craft on Flat Life. Or we could do Hybrid Res as well. I'll keep the options open. Yeah, like 8 million DPS with no defense for cheap. I like it. 8 million DPS with no defense. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but yeah, to each their own. No Chaos Res rings. We're gonna want Chaos Res for sure. We're gonna do it on like I guess we're gonna need Chaos Res. This might have to be a hybrid Chaos Res craft. We'll get an amethyst ring on our next ring. We do definitely want Chaos Res. I need to get it on a few different gear pieces. No, Chaos Res you pay a premium for. Item level 82. Five C to 1 div, yeah. You pay a premium on Chaos Ring Fracture, so we'll do non-fracture. And we'll do like a Chaos Reforge. Is what we'll do for our Amethyst. Are we talking about League Start? So this current gear set is... We're going to be going to like level 90-ish. This is like you've invested slightly into life in order to have like pretty chill farming. Which this won't have everything correct because I'm going to do a recover on life shield. I'm doing two different life-based gear sets. I'm going to do a setup that says, hey, these are just your budget early. You buy these items for 1 alch or a couple chaos. And then I'm going to have... This is the second set of life-based gear. Like, this is what you should have by the time you're doing, like, T16s type of thing. Right now, we're doing this stuff that's going to be for T16s. And we're going to play this character up to T16s. We're going to set up a level 90 tree. Stuff like that. There will be two different life gear sets. One is just going to be the... You just finished the campaign. Here's some early cheap uniques you can buy. Here's some trade search, weighted sums for some cheap early life-based gear stuff. And then one's going to be... Get a single mod fracture on these gear slots. Use a Deli Essence here. Use a Horror Essence here. You know, stuff like that. When is the next stash sale? I have no idea. Two weeks? It just ended? Oh no. Did they do a stash sale every 2 weeks? I think it's every 3 weeks they do a stash tab sale, guys. Every 3 weeks. Anybody following your old RF Guardian build? Whoa, 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 whoa. What do you mean? What do you mean old? Listen, that character happened this league, okay? It was this league. What do you mean old? Unless you're talking about the one from Necropolis, which was last league, in which case, sure, that is old, because everyone knows Necropolis was a century ago. Alright. This ring, we'll just do a couple Chaos Reforge. Some OK Res, some Int, and we Benchcraft Life. Sure. Now, do I want to do this, or do I want to do a hybrid Res Craft? I kind of want to do a hybrid Res Craft. For even more Chaos Res. Maybe let's get an open suffix. Dang it. Where's an open suffix? Here's an open suffix. Now I can do a hybrid Res Craft. 13% damage. What are the new supporter packs? June 5th. They'll probably reveal them, would be my guess. June 5th. Do we do an Immortal Flesh? Do we do an Immortal Flesh? Do I want to deal with the additional res problem of an Immortal Flesh? Because it is really good regen on League Start. But it also makes res super annoying. Do I want to deal with the annoyance of Immortal Flesh? If you go Purity of Elements, yeah. If we go Purity of Elements, it would probably be fine. I kind of don't want to go Immortal Flesh. I'd rather not have res problems. Purity on League Star is a mainstay for me. It's comfy with the SSF. It do be pretty comfy. You're not wrong about that. Viva Law Resistance, yeah. I kind of think we'll do like a 1 mod fracture on belt. Oddly enough, is basically the same fracture. Okay, lighting res. Fracture, one of these mods, sure. Fracture that isn't too good. T2 Chaos res. Let's see if we have any more T2, T3 mods. T3 life, but it's on a... I don't know what kind of base that is. I don't like it. Alright, T2 Chaos res it is. Sudanese, I wish you could get these prices on day one. This isn't day one gear. Also, these fractures aren't going to be expensive on day freaking 2 or 3 when you're actually buying them. These aren't good fractures. T3 life. If you think this is a good fracture, you're kind of crazy. Let the man dream. Okay, that's probably too good. I'm just trying to go for like 1 life roll. There we go. We'll benchcraft the res on top of that. I'm not trying to get double res plus benchcraft. That's crazy talk. Infused Engineer's Orb. That's a relic of the past. That is a relic of the past. Alright, let's think reservation a little bit. Are we gonna go pure life tap angle where I don't have to... Ooh, that's another option. I could go life tap on this and then I can go full reservation. I kind of like that in terms of... Then we can get Giga Reservation. This gets us to 28. Don't think there's other reservation wheels I'm going to be too close to. I guess this one's semi-close. What auras do I want to run? Where's my res at right now? Eh, it's mostly fine. Anoint? Yeah, we'll do an anoint. Anoint's probably going to be... This one's a gold, isn't it? Growth and Decay is a gold. Arsonist is usually a really good cheap anoint, but our tree's probably going to be close enough. Or that doesn't feel great. think about the anoint a little bit. Do anoint with high RMR. Most of the anoints with high RMR are gold oils. Pretty much all the aura nodes are expensive. Triple silver sovereignty. I think we could do an aura reservation. Divine Judgment isn't too bad. It's not too bad, but it's also like you can path to it. So that's the thing. Same thing with Arsonist. It's kind of close enough on where our tree is going to be. What's with the point where I have a lot of points or doubting yesterday on C? We didn't find it. What do you want me to say? We didn't find it. There is no C. All right. So if we go Flesh and Stone, Tempest, Skitterbots, Purity. That takes us to 120. What else could we do? I can go Flesh and Stone, Arctic, Tempest, Malevolence instead of Skitter. Then we lose Purity of Fire as well doing that. I think we probably keep Purity of Fire. We'll do the Skitter Purity of Fire route. At the same time, though, Arctic do feel pretty good for Fizz mitigation. Triple Silver? No, you don't anoint Triple Silver. Not unless you have a lot of extra money on League Start. Usually you want to go for, like, black at the highest oil, I think, for a League Start anoint. Are you League Starting RF or Energy Blade Sanctum? Neither. I'm updating and making a guide for the RF Scion and probably going to update the guide for Energy Blade Inquisitor. But I'm hoping they're going to give us some rework to, I don't know, freaking dot skills or self-cast, or I don't want to play something else. So we'll see what they give us. If they change nothing, if they don't rework anything, we'll do a Volcanic Fissure of Snaking Jug. Mana RF? I mean, if they make Mana RF better, that could be cool. Am I gonna League Start Devouring Totem? No. I'm not League Starting any Totem. Can I get decent armor as well on this character? I can get okay armor. Not, like, great, though. They're pathing later on. People burn totems, no one's starting Sanctum. Everybody is going to be fine to start Sanctum, because no one's dropping a tome and going, yeah, I'd rather throw this 15C valuable item away than sell it on the open market. No one's doing that. No one is just gonna willingly throw it away. It's just not happening. There's a life regen wheel next to Eternal Youth. Yeah, I think late game though. So what I'm thinking is I'm probably gonna go to the Templar tree start and swap this stuff out when I do the when I do Uber Lab. So I probably won't be, well, I'm not sure if I'm gonna be down here or not. I'm gonna be changing the tree around essentially. Hey MVP. How you doing, dude? You do me a cookbook for Hexblast League Starter? I literally have a guide that I made for Settlers League, and until they give us the patch notes and what's changing, that's up to date, you know? So you can look at that if you're curious. It's a pretty good outline on how to do a Hexblast Inquisitor League start. You start as Penance Brand Dissipation, and then you swap to Hexblast when you get a couple of the tri-stack pieces with Curtain Call. Let's do a weighted sum for a jewel. Max life increase. It's on YouTube? Yep. It's on YouTube. What's with the explosion concoction hype? It's pretty good in campaign. So people use it for a fast campaign, I think. Damage, area, increased damage. What else do we need? Resistances. Chaos resistance. What stats am I forgetting here, guys? Maximum resistance. Burning damage, good. Yeah, we're missing burning damage. Good point. Burning damage. Let's go check the jewel PUDB, see if we're missing any mods there too. Crimson. Percent armor we're missing. Hopefully they completely destroy Sanctum. Guys, stop coping. They're not doing anything to Sanctum. It's not happening. They're buffing Sanctum. They're not buffing Sanctum either, guys. She's not doing anything to Sanctum. Sanctum's just gonna stay how it is. You get divines on each floor. They're not changing Sanctum, guys. It's just not changing. That's all there is to it. Recoup is pretty nice. Damage taken recouped. It's not half bad there. We'll call that good enough on stats. What do we want to do is evaluate. We'll weight attributes at 1. Resistance we'll say is 2.5 times the value of... we'll do 2. We'll do 2x the value. Chaos we'll do 3.5. Max res, we'll do 20x the value on max res. Max res is pretty dang good. Burning damage, we'll do 2 for. All percent damage, we'll do 2 for. Honestly, they showed it's an abused mechanic since few leagues. Every mechanic got kind of reworked with the new scarabs. Sanctum didn't get touched. So what you're saying is you're advocating for it getting buffed. Because basically every mechanic that got scarabs got buffed. That's what you're advocating for? You think Sanctum should get buffed? I mean, fair enough. It is kind of weak in the meta right now. It's not even like top 5 farming strategies. Yeah, maybe it does deserve a buff. I think it's fine as is, but yeah, if you want to advocate for buffing it, I mean, it's fair. It is not a top 5 strategy for farming currency. I want them to buff ultimatum, how easy. If Sanctum gets some scarabs, I'm going to demand Heist get some scarabs as well. Delve needs that love, not sanctum. Listen, there's plenty to go around with non-top tier currency strategies. Delve can get some love, sanctum can get some love, pass it all around, you know? We don't talk about Delve. Flash duration, I'll put that a value of 2 as well. Block, we'll put it like 5 value. Recoup, we'll put it like 6 value. Maybe 7. Recoup's pretty good. Recoup is pretty dang good. Dot multi. Put dot multi at 7 value. Life, we'll put it 7 as well. Okay, let's see. Where does that put us at? Let's see if we're talking about a jewel here. What does a 60 value jewel look like? That's a 2 stat as a 60 value jewel, pretty much. Yeah, it's basically a 2 stat. It's a mediocre 2 stat. We could do better than 60, probably. We could probably do 75 on League Start. 75 is like a 2.5 stat. Or 2 decent stats. Double res hits 75 value. Are we sure? Maybe the value... I'm valuing res too high, maybe? What would be cool if Delaware would scale with depth? See, they do and then they stop. Give Abyss the Oppenheimer treatment node. No more snaking around the map. Yeah. Abyss is kind of a time loss situation. All right. We'll call this good enough. We'll call this good enough. $100 weight, register, weighted, some rare jewel. Just wait to upgrade. Papega Legend, 1D jewel on League Start. You think people are going to pay 1D for 5% life, 17 armor, and 11% area damage? You think somebody's going to pay 1D for that on League Start? Fun fact about League Start jewels, guys. Day 1 is the best time to buy good jewels. There are so many ridiculously good jewels for like 2 to 5C on League Start. And there's a couple 10C jewels. Like day 1, unironically, is the best time to buy jewels. Because everybody gets their quest jewels, right? Everybody is going and doing the freaking... that little corrupted boss dude that gives you a random jewel. There's like a couple quest jewel rewards. And no one has freaking money. So no one can sell it for like any level of value. And you're buying jewels that might sell later on for multiple divines for like 10C tops. You can get such good jewels on League Start day 1. It's a very good time to buy jewels. Synthesis jewels? No, you don't buy just random rare jewels with like halfway decent stats. That's all you're getting on day 1. Just some random rare jewels with halfway decent stats. Very, very, very good time to buy jewels is day 1. Because everybody's doing the campaign. No one has money. The likelihood the jewel is good for their character specifically, very low. The likelihood they get a jewel that's good for somebody else, decent. You know, and there's a ton of people doing the campaign, right? Good luck. TY. Double corrupted jewels for 5C. Double corrupted jewels? You're not getting double corrupted jewels. Those come later when people start doing like the what's it called? That's more when people start doing the temple map thing. Val Temple, yeah. But what if I get a jewel and list it for 10C day 1 and it doesn't sell till day 33, and then when somebody DMs me for it, I say it's worth 10D? Well, you're just a crazy person. If it didn't sell for 33 days for 10C, it's literally worthless. No one wants it. That's the type of situation you're looking at. If you have a jewel that can't sell for 10C, it's a jewel no one wants. Literally no one wants it. It's the PoE 2 logic? Yeah, it's the PoE 2 logic. Oh no, the PoE 2 logic. Okay, we need to do an amulet, and then I think we're pretty much chilling. We do an amulet, and then we're gonna start doing a bit of leveling on this character. Okay, guys, start PoE 2, and next PoE 1 league is my first time. Which advice would you give me going into the game? Captain Marv, your first time going into PoE 1. I would say if you care about having like a decent build on your first time, I definitely recommend following a League Start guide. Specifically League Start. Like you'll find a bunch of build guides throughout YouTube from like years and years of builds. Make sure you're following one that's like made for League Start. That's probably the tip number one. Because if you find one that's just from a build that was in the middle of a league, it's not going to be a good character necessarily on a League Start. The other thing would be, this goes the same as, same thing in PoE 2 and PoE 1. If you find currency on League Start, don't necessarily, like Chaos Orbs, think of those as like Exalts from PoE 2. And Divines are Divines in PoE. They're valuable currency in both. Make sure you have a good idea of like what currencies people trade with. And make sure if you drop those, to liquidate them and use them to buy upgrades for your character. Don't necessarily try to use them to craft. Like if you find unique and then you find a divine orb, don't use the divine on the unique. Save that divine and use that currency for upgrading your character. Tip 1, get baited and reroll. Did we ever find C? No, we never found C. Use the div on the unique. No, do not use the div on the unique. Nope. Nope. Unless it says Mage Blood and it says 2 flasks, do not use the div on the unique. Make sure to flip GCPs. Unironically, yes, GCPs are a pretty good thing to flip early on. A lot of the currencies that people use on League Starts, you know, GCPs, baubles, fusings, regals, instilling orbs. Lubricate something, man. It's a good idea. If you're not lubricating, you're not trying hard enough. Okay, what do we need next? An amulet, probably. All right, we'll do that. At a value of 1. Dot multi at a value of 7. Make sure this is pseudo life. That way it covers the implicits. Learn how to undercut from undercut gremlin named Sushi. And nothing wrong with undercutting, guys. Undercutting is it's recommended in a lot of cases. Oh, this is not a weighted sum. Oh no, what have I done? We'll say this weight. What does that give us? 10,000 amulets? 9,000 amulets? There we go. Oh, a mirrored amulet. Nice. Exactly what we're looking for is a mirrored amulet. My axe. Yo, Dudash, appreciate the sub, man. How you doing? New mapping. This is achievable for a new player because man, PoE2 drops are pretty depressing. PoE1 drops are much more scalable for sure. You can absolutely do a decent amount of setup and farming in PoE1. Rarity amulet with int on it. Int and spell damage. Int. One with dex. Annulment orb sales. Interesting. This guy's got giga rarity. You looking for the C layout in the trade? No, we gave up on the C layout. We let the C layout go, guys. We let the C layout go. We walked away. Let's do the 2C amulet. You'll get blown away from the PoE1 loop playing PoE2? Yep. Yep. I made a mistake. I clicked the sort by dot multi option. I made a mistake. Now it's just a bunch of reflected items. Alright, I know how to get out of this. I just have to go up here. Let's say, and overtime multiplier. There we go. Thing of beauty. Don't link me any more C clips, guys. I have already caved on the C thing, okay? I have already caved. We're obviously not farming C anymore. We've been brought to the low point. We've been brought to the low point. I don't know what else you want from me, man. Am I ready for 326? I hope you are. Because whether or not you're ready, it's about to be here soon. $10C and it comes with divine judgment. This is a synth? Ew, that's a little bit weird looking. Oh, you know what I should put on this now that I'm thinking about it? I should put recoup on this as well. Because recoup occurs on amulets, doesn't it? Does it occur on amulets? Or maybe I'm imagining that. I might be imagining that. I'll have to put on weighted sums for rings when I do it. The hell is this, guys? Too many words. Stop it. You copied and pasted an item into the chat. Don't look at my amulet, people blush. Get down. You're salting people's eyes. Truth equal permaban? It was not a permaban. I timed him out for 10 minutes. He was cluttering up the chat, okay? It was making it hard to see what was going on. This is just getting out of hand. He's fine. He's in the infirmary. He's getting patched up right now as we speak, okay? He's getting patched up right now as we speak. He's gonna be just fine. He's making a full recovery. All right, so we have, okay, gear. I think we just need a level now. I think we're fine. And I need to fix reservations. People responding to trades. The feature I wish they'd bring to PoE 2. Yeah, too bad though. It's not happening. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that is just simply not going to ever be included in PoE 1. So keep on dreaming, buddy. Keep on dreaming. Alright, time to fix aura reservations. Do we force in I kind of think we run Flesh and Stone, Arctic Tempest, and Determination. What do you guys think? Flesh and Stone, Arctic Tempest, and Determination. Block plus armor plus max res. I think we can fit all of those if we have this reservation.
Hello.
Do I not get determination as a Scion? This injustice will not stand! How did Pepega get out of the cellar? I had a lapse of judgment and I let him out. I know it's a poor decision to let Pepega out, but I feel like he could use a second chance, you know? Does he deserve a second chance? Probably not. But he's getting it. He's getting it anyways by some miracle. You should put him back in. We will consider putting him back in. Not right now, though. Not right now, though. Okay, life tap will do. Give him a second chance? Yeah, we're giving him a second chance. Against our better judgment, guys, we're giving him a second chance. What does this need? A blue, 2 reds, and a green. Really likes to roll a lot of blues when we don't need it. There we go. Close enough. He saved me from a burning building. He should be modded. No can do. No can do. We're not modding a Pega Legend because he may or may not have saved you from a burning building. First of all, I don't know if that's even true. You know, I don't know if I even believe that. That doesn't really sound like something a Pega Legend would do, if I'm being quite honest with you. Saved me too. Guys, don't lie. Don't lie to protect Pega Legend, okay? Don't act like he's some good hero. Okay? We all know he's just not.
Haven't quite the finesse for this.
Grab the Dex node for now, just so I can put this on. 10 mana. Okay, let's see how this is this functional? Okay. If I have spacebar here, Frostblink there, Fire Trap there, Valoref over here.
I have nothing more to give.
Nah, there's kind of a turnaround time on that. I think it has to be 2 reds, 1 green. I think it has to be a life tap. Sorry, momentum. We need a full life tap up in here. Bit too scuffed on the shield charge. Yeah. Do I have a life tap that isn't qualityed? No, it's all qualityed regardless. Okay, whatever.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Alright, so that gets us all the necessary gems. We can do comms later. We have our multi-5 links. Life tap is there. Everything's all fine. We can fit the reservations. Except, this does not get us Arrogance Vitality. And I do want Arrogance Vitality. So let's think a little bit. Let's contemplate our situation here. If I wanted to get Arrogance Vitality, I could get it by giving up faster attacks. Don't know if I necessarily want to do that. I could be okay without it by going Spiritual Command if I went the minion route this way. Frostblink could go non-life tap because I need a level 1 Frostblink anyways, and that probably won't have a mana problem if it's just a level 1 Frostblink. 12 mana exactly. Oh wait, hold on. Let's try this. Be our only mana cost. And Frostblink already has a cooldown anyways. Ooh. That puts us 1 link short, though, of Arrogance Vitality. 1 link short. We still need 1 more socket in this case. If I already have Burning Ground for Fire Trap, is there another skill I can use to boost a single target? Righteous Fire. Pairs pretty well with Fire Trap. Hey, Flogner, how you doing, man? Wish there was a mod that could change the Val option to 1 point. That's not happening, buddy. Keep on dreaming. You know, maybe it's fine, honestly. We have Pathfinder. We're going to be using Silver Flask. If I do the Spiritual Command attack speed nodes. I don't know, though. Is Overflowing Chalice a must-sustain flasks? Depends what you're doing. Like, on the Ivory Tower setup, you could swap it on just for doing, like, Uber Cirrus or something, but you don't need it for regular content. You only would need it for a boss that does a lot of stalling. Mainly Uber Cirrus and Uber Maven. Bosses that have, like, a bunch of stalling, where you just have to keep waiting for them to do, you know, fly over the earth or whatever, right? I also want Blood Rage. There's a lot of stuff I want. How do we make it all fit? Makes sense. So you have 0 damage. We need a Chalice. No, it doesn't matter how much damage you have. On Uber Cirrus or regular Cirrus, a fight that has the freaking stand in the sky for, you know, literally like 2 minutes of wait time throughout the entire course of the fight. Doesn't matter what damage you're dealing, you're running out of your flask. Sounds like not a combo with that much gems? No, we just have to think about what we want to sacrifice or give up, or whether or not we want to go for like an unset ring. I don't really want to go for an unset ring. The other option is just screw the reservation. I could very easily say screw the reservation and we don't do Determ. We could do Aspect. Put in the chest. No, we're gonna do Calms. Calms is just such a strong item early game. It's super cheap on League Starts, Trade League. Brick the Calms for more sockets. Guys, stop giving bad suggestions, okay? Relax with the terrible suggestions just for like 2 seconds. The term is going to feel pretty comfy. It will feel pretty comfy. We'll have a decent amount of flat between our... Well, I mean, we won't have that much flat from our rares unless we get better rares, but still. It wouldn't feel right if we actually helped. Yeah, that's true. You guys are sworn to not be helpful. It's within your contract or whatever. This already costs life. Technically, we can get determination as a corruption, but that's probably... Nah, that's not reasonable, because later on we're going to swap to recover on block for this setup anyways. Hey, Disco Quack, how you doing, man? No, I don't think I want to invest in more reservation. Because he can't find the C layout. We already gave up on the C layout dreams, guys. We already gave up on the C layout dreams. C layout dreams are no dice. How is Scion RF league start? Scion's probably like 3rd or 4th best life-based RF start. Chieftain's probably the best, then Inquisitor's probably 2nd best. And then maybe it's like Scion or Guardian or Jug, one of those. Then after that, it's maybe like Elementalist. For Act 2, you struggle, that's okay. Since you know how much early on. I mean, the Act 1 stuff isn't bad. Like, doing Spec Throw into Peacock is honestly pretty decent. It's just you're not playing RF until level 18 or whatever. But you're not playing RF until level 18 no matter what. You need, like... No matter what class you start, you need to be able to spec to the Fire Mastery. Everybody has to start out as, like, Magma Orb or something else regardless. I think the answer is Frostblink instead of faster attacks. Or it's Unset Ring. Which if we do Unset Ring, we could probably get an okay Fracture. Because people hate Unset Ring base. I think maybe Unset Ring base is the way I want to go. Because I don't really want to drop faster attacks. 2 days, Marcus? Yeah, we're close, man. We're close. Why am I baiting you with this build? I don't know if I'm baiting you. I think this build's a good build. I like it. That's why I'm making a guide for it. Let's do Unset Ring. No. Let's get a worse Fracture. If I have 5 Divines to get a worse Fracture. Let's get an 80 life Fracture. There we go. Now we're talking. Give me that T3 Fracture. You think LS Slayer is going to be viable? Is it going to be viable? Probably. Is it going to be heavily nerfed? Probably. Lodor, what's going on, man? Like, if you're used to playing, you know, just whatever level skills that aren't necessarily the top meta, and you haven't played LS Slayer before, you'll probably be fine. If you played LS before, and you think it's going to be the same afterwards, you're probably going to be sad. That would be my guess. Chaos Reforge. How do I want to do this? Is T3 Chaos good enough? Kind of want to do Chaos Res plus open suffix for Benchcraft. Can I get an open suffix? It's just going to keep giving me full suffixes just every single time I click the button. That time didn't, but alright. Ring acquired. So we'll do Frostblink at low level, and we'll see. I think that should feel fine mana-wise. That should be okay for us. Wait, no, I suck at counting. Wait, why do I suck at counting? Dang it. I'm still one off. No, 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 no. Man, wait, am I actually gonna have to give up faster attacks? Am I actually gonna have to give up faster attacks? Holy, why do I suck at counting? I'm sorry. 2 unset rings. Do we do a second unset ring, guys? We already did this unset ring. Or this ring. Alright, do I do a second unset ring? Do I have the res for it? I probably have the res for it. Screw it. We'll do a second unset ring. We'll do the dual unset. I really don't want to give him faster attacks, man. Faster attacks feel so good. We'll do a second unset ring. It's worth trust. It's worth. It's got like fractured Ellie res this time. Oh, no. Math's hard, by the way. Yeah, I had a little bit of a counting error. Don't worry about it, okay? Don't worry about it. Everything's gonna be just fine. The bath runs messed with your head, they did. That left me a changed and broken man. Alright. We just need to hit this with an open suffix. 1 open suffix, please. 1 open suffix. I mean... that's... Okay, I'm just not gonna benchcraft anything on that. That's fine, right? Who am I kidding? That T1 life plus casters is too good. It needs to be worse than that. It needs to be worse than that. That's too good. Alright, 1 open suffix, please. 1 open suffix. 1 open suffix. This is frustrating. Alright, we hit 1 open suffix. Took forever. Good enough. Alright, put this stuff to the back. You should not believe lock something like that. Alrighty. Okay, we should be good now. We should be completely good now. Okay, guys? Now we can do arrogance, vitality, and then the other auras will go here. And everything is fine. Bop, bop. Go get our arrogance, vitality.
Yes?
Alright.
Well, we live, we...
Now we're cooking. Does everything work out as planned with no issues?
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Yeah, we get the mana back before we can blink again, so everything is working according to the plan, guys. It's all working. Buff Eternity Shroud? Will they buff Eternity Shroud? I have no idea. That I could not tell you. Alright, we have a bit of extra res here and there. Can reallocate. Fire to cold on this, and that should be good. Doesn't like that I have gems in there. Okay. Chaos, fire and chaos. Is of course too high level for my character. Alright. We'll craft fire and chaos and other things. But we'll wait until we're higher level. Alright. I think this is pretty much what we need. Took way longer than it should have to get to this point, but we're here, and that's all that matters, guys. We did get here. I think we're now prepared. Is this gear realistic for day one? I mean, if you can't get through the campaign on day one, probably not. This isn't day one gear, though. This is going to be gear. Well, I mean, who am I kidding? You could probably get this gear on day one if you're like a halfway decent player. This isn't very good gear. We're setting up gear sets for initial when you get out of the campaign. We're setting up a gear set for when you get to T16 maps. This character we're going to level today to about 90. And we're setting up for basically like T16 map gear, roughly. It's possible you play like 98 hours day one. Dude, I don't know, man. I think this is gear I could have in 7 hours. This is not hard to acquire stuff. Okay. Will be similar gearing to RF Guardian? Life-based gear RF is always going to look pretty similar for the initial life-based stuff. You either go Calm's Heart or you go Cloak of Flame, and then you want gear with basically life and res on it, and then you get a pseudo like 5-link helmet and gloves type of thing. Okay, we're gonna level this character to about 90 today. Is the plan. And I need to fix the initial tree start too. We'll do all of that. This character did do Katava, right? I can just go into maps now with this person. Calm's Heart is expensive early on. Calm's Heart is not expensive. Calm's Heart is like a 5 to 20 C item. I've done Calm's Heart on like, I don't know how many league starts since it got changed. Maybe it spikes up to 40 or 50 C at some point, but it goes down like a freaking rock, just sinks real fast. What should I do for easy XP? Does it matter? Breach is probably fine. It's gonna be expensive if you recommend it. I mean, this isn't a league start build to begin with. I mean, I'm not recommending it as a league start. You can league start if you want to. I'm just trying to make a guide for how to progress the RF Scion. Vol's Vision is good to reach T16. Vol's Vision, you have to give up a link of damage, though. I'm not a big fan of losing a link of damage. You can do that, though. Don't like the idea of losing a link of damage. So, okay, we don't want to level this up. This doesn't matter. That might be my fire trap life tap. How's my current regen look on this character?
I have
okay if we press a life flask, I guess.
Can I not have but a moment's respite? Torment is over.
We escaped the bathhouse? Yes, we escaped the bathhouse, guys. We are free from the bathhouse. That's right, we need to swap our filter to not the tie filter. Comms is a T2? Correct. It's not a T1, it's T2 sounds right. Holy Valor F is a trap. Holy Spec Breach Atlas is kind of sketch for a potato geared character at this point. But it is good XP though. You can check prices of items up to a year prior now on PvE Ninja. I think you need to check prices. I've literally league started with Calm's Heart on like 3 or 4 different resets. It has never been an issue to acquire. We had it on Val Cold Snap start. We had it on Settlers, Volcanic Fissure Snaking start. And I think I did it with the Guardian RF start as well. It's quite strong, cheap, unique. Works for early gearing. With unethical Sanctum Riches, not a single one of those builds I did Sanctum with. A weird hill. Not IDing Scepters? Should I be IDing Scepters? We're literally just trying to get a character to level 90 to showcase the like setup you should have roughly have for life-based like T16 mapping. I want to have the setup for like level 90. A setup for like you just entered campaign or you just finished campaign type of thing. Okay, put this stuff away. What sort of build if I want to farm Delve? You want to farm Delve? Look up 1 mana left or Connor Converse. He's usually making builds designed for Delve. Oh no. Does this item actually have dex on it? It had 31 dex. The never-ending dex problem! We need it for Blood Rage. The good news is I forgot to click Blood Rage that entire map. It's like I wasn't even playing with it. I mean, Connor the loser? Well, relax, okay? Connor's one of the worst players you've ever seen? You think Connor's one of the worst players you've ever seen? Like, just because his campaign times are slow? Is that what you're going off of? That is a wild statement, I feel like. I recommend Connor's Guide to a New Player. He said newish, multiple 100 hours, and he said he wants to do a delve build. And pretty much the only person I know that does delve build guides or builds for delve is Connor. Alright. And he's only good with perfect gear? You think that do you think the gear just perfectly just teleports on top of his character somehow? The gear doesn't just magically appear, guys. Ay, ay, ay. How does he keep finding the perfect gear? It's almost like he knows what he's doing.
Scion RF, Scion RF, Scion Gigas.
Yo, Barra for the win. Appreciate the sub, man. Scion, yep, Scion RF. Okay, wait, we need to remember. Blood Rage is on my keybinds now. You remember to actually press the button. Holy, I can't wait to get the recover on block shield set up for this character. Ash is super spooky. Ash mobs are until you get something like a recover on block. I don't think you're good if you die 1,000 times until you get your good gear? Okay. That is an opinion to have, I guess. Counterpoint. Sometimes it's more efficient to set up a character that is gonna die a few times and be stronger in terms of damage and speed, so you progress faster. You might not believe me, but there is often a choice when you choose to say, I'm gonna grab something that makes this character faster, but makes it so it's, you know, 10% more likely to die.
Lance confirmed bad since he has good gear most of the time.
That's ridiculous. There's also another element as well, which this is something that I guess people very do not appreciate, which is you run as hard of content as possible to get maximum loot. And what I mean by that is Connor runs T17s with like quintuple risk scarabs because it's very high loot return for like investment into the maps. But it also makes the maps extremely rippy because you roll like a bunch of troll mods on top of each other, right? Like the content he's specifically intentionally running because it's good loot is also extremely rippy. And hardcore players aren't going to ever be doing that because they would just be PKing their character. In softcore, if you're not dying, you're not trying, something like that. Oh, I need to do this, don't I? Did you win the strength stack competition? I did, yes. I can't do 6 portal maps. It just feels bad. I want to re-roll. I would say if you're regularly doing 6 portal maps, you're having a bad time, but if you choose to run like 5x risk scarabs with some ultra pretty cancer mods that just have like good multipliers on currency, you got to be prepared with the fact you're probably going to die a fair bit. So what I would say is if you don't want to have a tanky character get folded sometimes by risk scarabs, just don't run risk scarabs. I don't think it's controversial take to say Connor's strength is theory crafting rather than mechanical skill. I think Connor himself would say that. He very regularly says he could care less about getting better at like the campaign and actually playing the game in terms of mechanical skill. Oh, I was gonna craft a hybrid res on stuff for Chaos Res. All right, there we go. Capped res, good enough. It's couldn't care less, could care less, makes no sense linguistically. Technically you're right, but also tomato. Okay, I think we all know what people are saying. I could care less about this view. Language backseating the old classic. Pox's chat is leaking into this chat. Does Pox get backseated about like pronunciations and language and stuff like that all the time or something? I think that's just a Twitch chat or normal thing though, to be honest. I'm about to start doing bathhouse runs. Oh no. What have we done? Don't do it, man. Don't do it. Do not become a bathhouse enjoyer. It's not worth it. Do not become a bathhouse run enjoyer. $5K strength? You can import my character. I think it got transferred to sellers at this point. Uh-oh. I guess I'd probably spec the CB Immune Mastery on the League Star POV probably, right? CB's annoying. Probably spec that. Ooh, does this Atlas have? Ooh, it does have Betrayal. Guys, do we start grabbing it up? Do you think my grav... Do I think I have grav on my Seller's Atlas? What are the odds I just happen to have grav on this Atlas? We grab it up a little bit while we level this character up.
Not a nice place to
No, what the hell? I just get one shot? What was that? This is rigged. Am I gonna be able to make it back in time?
Can I not have a moment's respite?
The old pre-calms heart situation. 3k life. And a dream. Wait, can I put on calms now? I can. I can't. I don't have the strength without this. You're kidding. I don't have the strength without the chest piece, okay. We'll fix that. Four must survive. We're running out of time.
The reign of terror is over. Talk.
I don't want to be caged again.
Oh, we do have a grav board. Sick.
There's only one.
Automate. A little. Go on.
All right, in case it's gonna like give the thing where it makes the grav intelligence just disappear, we're gonna leave the map and we're gonna open up the grav run. Reset the board. I'm working on it. Okay. Well, no, I'm not gonna reset the board. Shut up. Take your bad advice elsewhere. We're not resetting the board. What I am gonna do real quick here, though, is we're gonna run a quick Uber lab and hopefully not die. We're gonna run a quick Uber lab and we're gonna fix our tree. Is Iron World worth it? In the early game at this point, yes, it's probably worth clicking Iron Will for Fire Trap, probably. But that being said, the level 90 tree, I don't think we're gonna be close to Iron Will, so I don't think it's worth clicking. Because I'm gonna grab the Path of the Templar, and we're gonna do a Templar start for the life-based setup. I started watching Lance yesterday, and he went to heist with a magical bathhouse shortcut. Yeah, I don't know what that was either. Apparently, it's a tunnel that connects the Solaris. What was it? The Solaris concourse with the bathhouse. I don't know what that was, but it was definitely heist. It was suspicious for sure. All right, 1 second. I kind of need to get my water refilled, guys. The water is looking a little bit empty. I will return shortly, and we're gonna do a little bit of grab farming to get this character to level 90. And then we should have enough Scions at that point for all the different setups. He's running directly to the fridge. Okay. I can explain. Yes. At this current time, I did have something in my mouth. Okay. It was just a tiny little muffin thingy, okay? For whatever reason, there's these little banana chocolate chip muffin things next to the fridge. I don't know who put them there. But am I gonna ask questions? And say, should I eat this? Like, come on. I mean, so I just grabbed one. It's not a crime. There's nothing wrong with a little muffin acquisition. Was it in the communal area? Yes, exactly. It was in the communal area, guys. Hey, if it's in the communal area, I am allowed to acquire. You ate the whole box? It wasn't a box. It was they're in muffin tin. They're in the muffin tin thing, you know, that you like bake them in. The whole tray. No, it was just what it was. They're like mini muffin tin thing. Okay, it was like a miniature one. It wasn't even a normal sized muffin. Listen, it was good. I regret nothing. And what are you gonna do about it? You guys aren't gonna do anything, cause you can't. You don't have what it takes. I'd do it again too. I would do it again too. Next time I'm upstairs getting water, I might grab another one. I'm out of control. I might grab another one. There's not a thing you guys can do about it.
Justice.
The bathhouse did things to him. No, I'm fine, guys. Everything's under control, I swear.
Can I not have but a moment to respite?
Lance will be unstoppable with diabetes, because then he could snack with impunity. What are you talking about? I don't think that's how that works. Cheese muffin for sure. No, it was a chocolate chip banana muffin. That's how it works. I know this. Wait, so tell me what you're saying. If I have diabetes, then I can just snack on repeat with no cooldown. Does it give you like giga CDR for snacking or something? Just blame it on blood sugar and everyone has to back down. You can't stop me from eating this. My blood sugar's low. Sir, you've had ice cream 5 times already. Your blood sugar's like... No, they'd be able to call your bluff, right? Okay, is this room just a pointless room? What is this? Oh, the keys. Okay. Okay. I see. Is this more damage than Chieftain RF? Chieftain RF is a better starter. Scion is better late game. It's hard to beat the Chieftain explodes early. Those things are just going to feel amazing. I'd say Scion's maybe like 3rd or 4th best in terms of life-based RF starts. I think Inquisitor's probably better. And it's maybe slightly better than Guardian. Or Jug. Is Guardian good? Guardian's good late game. I think Guardian, you kind of want Recombinators to exist. But Guardian is a good late game if you don't want to do Core Skinny Elixir. Basically, the big downside to Scion is Core Skinny Elixir. You have to care about, that is a downside of pressing the flask in every zone or whatever. I kind of wish brands didn't suck so much. Yeah, but they do. They have to pay for the sins. They have to pay for the sins of Penance Brand. How do you dash without shield charge on your bar? It is on my bar, but it's on the bar you don't see. I'll show you after this is our fight. So, if you press control, you will see a second set of keybinds. See how I press control, see how the symbols are all changing? I hold it down, you see spacebar, shield charge, blood rage. Normally, by default, all of these are control something keybinds, but I swapped a couple of them, like blood rage and spacebar, because I like having, if I'm doing a dual movement skill setup, like Frostblink and shield charge, I like having shield charge on spacebar and Frostblink on W. I think that feels pretty good, generally speaking. Can you make a Penance Brand character and farm Sanctum bosses with it? Yeah. Penance Brand Dissipation is a very good Sanctum skill. The gap between Peabod and Incinerate were insurmountable. You really like Incinerate eventing, don't you, Connor? I like Incinerate eventing too, but I don't think I like it that much. There's just not a lot of good high DPS spells right now.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. The essence of entertainment must be shared equally.
So Boggling White has zero play. It has zero play because it's a channeling skill mainly.
No two battles are alike.
Channeling skills that don't let you move are generally a pretty rough sell for most people.
My gods, what ambition! The wise emperor recognizes the life.
Do you think RF plus Ignite Exsanguinate would be a good combination? No. I think you need more synergy than just Ignite to pair it with RF. I mean, maybe a little bit. Like, I think you maybe can justify like a, let's say the, oh, what's it called? Burning Arrow Vigor, because then it at least has like the life scaling synergy type of thing, but I think for the most part, if you're gonna play a skill with RF, it needs to be another fire dot skill. Like, Scorching Ray, Fire Trap, Flame Wall, stuff like that. Realistically, Fire Trap's just better than the other options by a large margin. I wish Deathos would scale better. I do too. I like Deathsoth a lot. A lot of people accuse me of being a Deathsoth hater just because I always like talk about how trash it is. I think I'm just an honest Deathsoth enjoyer who wants to see that item get better. I'm not doing Deathsoth the reputational damage of claiming it's good, which will result in it not getting buffed. I'm saying, hey, it's terrible, it needs to get buffed. Because I'm hoping for the best case scenario, you know, where it becomes not trash. But unfortunately, there's a lot of Caustic Arrow players that want to cope that Deathsoth is good, and therefore will never get Deathsoth buffs.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Can I Cold's RF with Profane Bloom and Zerfie's Heart, which cause chaos damage ignite? Can that work? Can it work?
An aspirant,
Technically, yes.
an emperor
but there's just easier ways to get explode. Like that's a lot of effort to do something where Chieftain already has it kind of built in and doesn't require items to make it happen, you know? To have like explode that can ignite and chain through packs and stuff, right?
You are free.
Alright, Templar start. We'll fix our tree. 10 quality or XP. Which do we take? We'll take the quality, I guess. Also get more XP. What's it gonna be? The XP this time. I'm gonna PvP something I've always wanted to try. Perseverance. You're gonna PvP a Perseverance build? Are you gonna PvP a Perseverance with champion, or are you gonna try to do it with a non-champion? What are you thinking, Connor? You like 500k, 500k? I think the thing that's gonna happen is you're gonna have to come to the conclusion that most likely you'd rather just be an armor stacker, I feel like. What's the Ascendancy order? I think I like Pathfinder first, then Guardian Node. Travel point. Okay, so we can now fix our tree. Let's do that. Atlas Invasion. Wait, how do I cancel these? Wait a minute. Do I have to do the manual transfer? Is that what I have to do? It's not stuck there, right, guys? Press migrate all on the character select screen. All right. Let's do it. Bricked? It's not bricked, guys. It's fine. Okay. Where is it? Where is Jedi Master Lance? Is that the only character in this league? Migrate all. Atlas Invasion to Settlers. All right. I have 8 slots locked in standard, so there's no Faustus there. Because you migrated to standard. I mean, you can't even use Faustus in standard, right? All right. Fix our tree. Fix everything. Goodbye, starting nodes. Probably gonna change our res situation, but we'll deal with it. Go around town. Probably gonna do Divine Shield. I could go down this way. And then go max res through here. This does give me the pathway over here to go for, potentially. Holy bricked attributes, don't look at it. If you don't look too closely at the bricked attributes, it's like they're not even there. It's like they're not even there. If you just don't look at the bricked attributes, everything is fine. I want to see higher tier bases for uniques. That could be one of the ones they'll give us this coming time. Could be. I don't know if that's one they'll give us, but I think there's a reason. That's a reasonable cope. Time to allocate beef. We're not allocating beef, guys. Da-na-na-na-na-na. This is probably more efficient like this. Do that. Go down this way. What's our max res at without the flask? With the flask, we're already at 89. I'd probably swap to these res nodes later on when we go to block shield, but right now I don't feel like it's necessary. Ooh. There's an argument for safeguard. If I go this way, we can get block here, though, as well. The 30 attribute anoint nerf was so annoying. Oh, losing the ability to anoint those nodes. They just kind of need to swap how they're doing. They need to not have, They need to do the order matter thing, right? If they do the order matter thing, then they can get more anoints based on the amount of oils that are in the game. Basically, Epox Inquisitor tree. It's just righteous fire tree, man. You grab basically the same nodes no matter what you're doing. Chieftain, Inquisitor, Guardian. RF tree is pretty limited in what you can do option wise. You have too much dex. Dex. Do you think they'll make the small nodes selectable like PoE 2? Oh, these nodes changeable? I don't think so, no. I don't know if that's what we need, is more homogenizing of the tree. This does give me more dex if I go that way. Then I can click this dex node. We can go through the max res node. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That'd make tattoos more OP? Yeah, it would be a buff to tattoos. A pretty considerable one at that. All our gear pieces have armor, so we get max res there. I could also just anoint Arsonist here. That's an easy option for this current level of the tree. Tattoos are technically not core. Just wait. Teaser today. Tattoos core now. Just give it a moment. Betrayal's gonna need something to not be terrible. Well, it's getting Veiled Chaos back. So that will maybe give it a consistent drop. And then Veiled Exalt might be becoming rarer as a counterweight. +1 proj back in Betrayal. They're not gonna give you guys a +1 proj in Betrayal though. Shot. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Do you like the idea of getting the mana gain, life gain on block mastery as well? Plus the ES gain, plus Divine Shield. Probably will feel pretty nice. Did you know you're missing 1 beef? Can't get beef, guys. Oh yeah, we're missing Dex
Why
too.
can't it be Thursday? I need my direct injection of hype.
Why can't it be Thursday? It's gonna be there soon, guys. It's gonna be here soon. Just give it some time. I hope they adjust the safe house rewards. I hope so too. I mean, Mark literally said that he wasn't happy with Betrayal last league and that they're gonna aim to do it next league, right? And we already got a teaser that says, hey, we're looking at Betrayal. They're changing how the veils work. They're changing the Veiled Chaos. Like, oh, those are some small things, but they're still nice to have, right? I doubt that's all they're doing with Betrayal. They're probably doing more than just that, right? Revert Jorgen? Oh, please revert Jorgen. Let me think about 3 rats again. Let me dream about 3 rats. 3 rats were like the go-between Simplex and like a basic amulet. that go-between just feels like it doesn't exist anymore. Alright, what's the res at right now? So we need to swap a couple res crafts for the current situation. Alright, close enough. It's annoying here. Green, green, blue.
Ahoy there!
No, really? Are we sure? This is Settlers League, right? Is Settlers League really not have a single Azure oil on Faustus? This is Settlers, right? What? I could buy up to 4,000 green oils, but I can't go buy a blue oil? Peppers and blind, now we're fine. It's just kind of funny. It's just kind of funny. Buy one tier down? Yeah, no, it's not a big deal. It's just kind of funny that's actually like that. It's just surprising, really. There's not few oils currently on trade or whatever. Okay, kinda want to do the spell block nodes. What's the block on this character? 5441. If I grab this, we would go to 60 whatever. Not half bad for a non-block shield. Non-block shield will be block capped. So that'll be good later on. Do we ever find C? Nope, C isn't real, guys. C is simply put, not real. I wish it was, but it's not. So later level, we'll do a recover on block shield too. Alright, what does this put us at? 90, 78, 79. With some okay block. $54.60. That's fine on block. So I don't technically need one of these max resistances. We have more max res than we need. I guess I can undo this node. We have 90 max res with just Ruby Flask, which we have basically up all the time. CB immune it is. Alright. That's good for a level 68 character. How do you make currency on League Start except for Chaos Recipe? I haven't done Chaos Recipe for over 10 years, I think. I think the one time I tried Chaos Recipe was like one of my first leagues ever, and then I swapped to doing other stuff. I'd say for early game Chaos, do demo contracts and heist, do the question mark rooms. Those get you some nice early Chaos, like if you're just looking like 5, 10C. Just trying to, you know, get your characters like started essentially. Alright, screw breach. I am doing betrayal. Betrayal's the way. It's a good use of company finance. Don't question it. We're about to get bullied by a level 83 Sanctum. Is Divine Shield that good on RF, or does it immediately get depleted? So the reason I want to run Divine Shield, obviously we have 238 ES, which, and Righteous Fire just deletes it, right? You can see we don't have ES on our character. But what happens is when I take, and let's say I block a Fizz hit, or I heavily mitigate a Fizz hit, I have all this sustain that suddenly gets pumped onto my ES pool, and that mitigates the degen from RF on my life pool, so my life can regen faster. Like, if you see that ES number go up, that's completely going through the RF degen at that point, if it even goes up. And that means your net regen for your life is going up too, because your life is suddenly not taking a degen. So yes, I do believe it's worth to put Divine Shield onto a character like this. Even though it's getting depleted, it's just randomly giving you some extra sustain, like a sizable amount. And you have to remember Divine Shield works with block. So We have Flesh and Stone, we have Arctic Armor, we're going to have an okay amount of armor. Our Fizz mitigation is going to be okay. But even when we don't necessarily have like 90% full Fizz mitigation, our blocks, like when we block, this works with block. And we're going to have capped block on this character. So every Fizz hit we block should generate us quite a bit of Divine Shield sustain. Divine Shield is honestly one of the best. It's very, very strong. I wish I could fit it into more builds. Sometimes the builds just don't synergize well with it, depending on what your character is.
You dare foul this sanctuary. To the death! Ah, the bargain. Let steel taste.
This should help, huh?
Bring your inquisition.
Doing level 83 content.
I guarantee I personally
A lot of level 67 character. Make me feel nice and weak. Okay, the next safe houses won't be this high level. They'll be closer to our actual character level. Doriani's Fist. Alright. Grav, between now and when this character's level 90, I expect better drops, buddy. Okay? Prove to these fine people in chat that you are worth running. You guys want to make a wager? On our pathway to level, let's say like level 92. That should be a decent level for our mid like life setup. Level 92. Do you guys want to do a bet for whether or not we get a 5D or higher tank from Grav between now and level 92? Who's interested? I don't even know how many Gravs that is. That might be like 2 Gravs. No, it'll be more than 2. It'll be more than 2. Here, let's start the wager. Let's start the wager. Do this real quick and then we'll get it started. Count me in for betting. Prediction. Do we hit a 5 divine tink from Grav by 92? By level 92. Yes or no? 92 should be a decent level for the like mid life setup where we can chill out and farm for Ivory Tower. A little channel point donation for the doubters. This is not a channel point donation for the doubters, okay? This is believer W territory, let's be honest. Believers are about to snag an easy, much deserved W here.
There's only one.
I wonder how much more of an enemy.
Strategic. Now you know what I wish you to know.
I need a better filter than this. There we go. Perfect. Raw Divines are trading? No, it's not for Raw Divines. Like, if I drop a 5 out of 5 Apothecary, that is a win, you know? It's do we get something that's worth 5 Divines? Also, it's not, like, cumulative. It's not like, oh, we got Fortunate card, that's 2 Divines there, and then we add it with another Fortunate card. It's do we get a raw 5 divine or higher value div card stack? Guys, it's possible. Let's not act like it's not possible. It's totally possible. Where are the other betrayal mechanics in this zone? I guess there's no what you call it here?
I mean,
too much can happen. Too much can happen. You think it's that likely that I'll hit?
you should have given them.
I don't think it's close to likely at all, to be honest. 92 is not going to take very long for us to hit. Three out of 3 man with bear. Do not. No. We're not getting any more man with bears. I got plenty of those from Pox League 2. No more man with bears will occur on this stream. No more. I'm all done getting that card.
Ah, the bargain. Let's steal. I prefer.
Why me? Keep trying, Riker. One death is as good as another.
How many cards did you drop in Bathhouse? I don't think I dropped a single card in Bathhouse. Does it matter if I interrogate any of these guys? Don't think it does. Leave them behind. Let's leave them behind.
But thanks.
Why Scion RF? You can look up my videos from Gagarf and Crucible League. But the reason for Scion RF is because it scales insanely with Ivory Tower, Shaper's Touch, and Strength investment along with Life ES investment. We also did a bunch of, that's what we played in Pox League 2. We started out as E-Blade and then we did, Scion to finish.
My. Usually I have to go looking for my victim. This is a lie.
Alright. +1 level. What do we get for one of the first grabs of the wager? 1 Delirium Orb. Okay, that is not a 5D tank. Doubters, you live. You live for another day. You somehow got away with it. You somehow got away with it. Death Rush is a really chill item too to play with as well. Death Rush is kind of expensive early though. I think this would be quite a bit more expensive than just a random trash fracture. They want to hear GGG call it 326? No, because it's 4.0 all along. I think they have referenced it as... I think they've referenced it as 326 multiple times. In like league announcement post stuff where they're like slated for June. I think they called it 326 like in those posts. A good Death Rush would be close to 5 div early. Yeah, Death Rush. How common is Death Rush? Not like super rare, is it? Is Death Rush actually multiple divs on League Start? It's not that much, is it really? I don't think I've done Death Rush for a League Start, so I don't have a good frame of reference. I know Death Rush is a decent cost, but 5 div sounds pretty high for Death Rush. 1D, like 2. So 1D maybe for a mid-roll. 2D for the max roll, maybe. Somebody said Pee-wee Ninja can go back a year. Is that actually true? Can we actually check League Start sellers prices? Is that a real thing?
Now I'll kill you. Make this one love. No. Making a new friend, I hate the dog.
I'm making the right face death again.
Death.
I'm ill.
It is a thing? Wait, hold on. I gotta see this. Economy. Settlers. Death. Oh my goodness. Look. That is a crazy looking chart. So, I think what I'm gaining from this is maybe it's only the perfect roll that's valuable. Because this says 26 chaos. I don't know, I can't stretch this chart out, can I? As I said, yours is almost a perfect roll. There's not like... let's not act like there's that big of a roll range, okay? Almost perfect. It's a 1 out of 3 to get the 3 on kill, okay? Freaking 1 out of every 3 death rushes have a perfect roll on the adrenaline thing, which is the mod that actually matters. Like, so this doesn't go back a year then. Let's check Freesia. Death Rush, Freesia. Yeah. Nah, it's still not very valuable. So I think the Death Rush Divine, maybe a perfect roll is 1 Divine, maybe. I don't know. The thing is, you can 3-to-1 them, right? So if you're able to buy Death Rushes at 20C, you can 3-to-1 them a couple times, right? Pewee Antiquary has stats too. Yeah, I like Pewee Antiquary. That one's pretty solid at checking histories of rolls and stuff. People go double taming. Yeah, double taming is very popular. Double taming is just really good at damage effectiveness, or percent damage increases. I mean, taming is such a strong ring for how common it is, right? Miro, I'll rank you up. There, hit those dudes. 40 Ellie Res isn't a joke either. Yep. Get you Giga Ellie Res and get you Giga percent increase damage for ailments, right? The Ellie builds, they stay winning, man. They can't keep getting away with this. Is Lance gonna start RF? I'm not planning on it right now. I'm just working on doing a full guide on the Scion, so... Right now, we're getting this character to about level 92, and then we'll showcase a basic life gear setup that I'd recommend to use while you farm for the Ivory Tower gear. Should be able to get this done today. If I enter that, that'll proc the... Yep. Procs the safe house interrogation intelligence acquired. Okay, Divine Shield we have. Start going for more percent life. I wonder what's gonna get nerfed.
You dare foul this.
Okay, we already know what the obvious things are. I mean, I don't know how many times we can freaking talk about Alice getting nerfed in a row.
I guarantee I personally run far worse than
What about the less obvious nerfs? You guys, do you think there's a possibility they just nerf like ES gear as a whole? Do you think there's a world where dude, freaking, I'm gonna find the guy who said man with bear. Swallow. I don't think they were gonna nerf Swallow. I don't think Swallows are good. Snaking, maybe. It's gotten hyped the last couple months, but even then, I don't know. I feel like it's still gonna be pretty chillin'. Splitting steel, like, that's an example of the skill I think could deserve a nerf, but I don't know. That one's decently popular. That one could maybe get hit. Surely they've seen that the go-to second place skill after LS is Splitting Steel, right? 50% chance. Dude, I don't think they're gonna nerf Sanctum, but if they do, that'd be freaking sick. Or not nerf Sanctum, sorry, nerf Nimbus. Holy voice typo. Sanctum doesn't need a nerf. Sanctum is freaking balanced as hell.
Nothing more to give.
The thing is, if they nerf Nimbus, that would be a nerf to Splitting Steel and LS at the same time, and Molten Strike. It would hit all of the more egregious skills, right? Overextension? Oh, overexert support? For slam builds? Maybe. Overexert support is pretty ridiculous.
I'm afraid.
I cannot. You've made your.
If you're gonna nerf Nimbus, nerf Progenesis as well.
God tests our metal.
I don't think Progenesis needs a nerf. I think that's something life builds need to have like some level of ability to compete with ES builds. I think it just, Progenesis is a pretty good state balance wise. Nerf RF guys, oh relax. RF didn't do anything wrong. Why nerf chase items? I don't think I'm just talking about nerfing chase items. I'm talking specifically about Progenesis. Like, or not, sorry, not Progenesis, Nimbus. Nimbus is a problem item because it makes skill balance whack. Bring back the level scaling of RF. Counter option, make the percent scaling even better. Instead of 70%, make it 100. Level scaling is lame. Dude, I am oh no! My chair is eating my freaking... Okay, I got it. I have the wheels on my chair just absorb the tassels of this blanket I have at my feet. RF killed my last hardcore character. I was playing while tired and I didn't see the reduced recovery map mod. I got bad news for you, buddy. RF didn't kill your character. You killed your character. That is a you situation. Don't blame RF. Because you had a reading problem.
Has failure taught you why not?
Flesh can be bound and shackled.
That is not RF's fault.
Just do it. Stop.
That's a skill issue? Yep. That is a bona fide skill issue for sure. PoE2 equal trash game because no RF? Is this a coincidence? Nope. That's bona fide fact there, friend. That there is bona fide fact. Why does someone play RF of mana? Can't you scale better damage? With spell modifiers? Connor is a heavy believer in mana RF. Mana RF, I think you need to do some weird cheese with Indigon. Which I am a little bit skeptical of. But I'm gonna let Connor cook on that. see what he does. It was weaker than I originally thought. I only got to 60 million on the highest budget. If you only got to 60 million on the highest budget, I don't know. I think regular RF Scion's gonna beat that. If you only got to 60 mil. It does more damage because it's blue fire. Yeah, and everybody knows blue fire is hotter than orange, red, yellow fire.
Keep trying, right, your friend. Don't lock me up.
The age-old facts.
The price.
Death's
Yes. I'm afraid.
The price. Not even the red.
Are we doing any sea layout? Nope. We let go of the sea gaming. We let it go. Is there not a transportation on this marsh map? You know what it probably is? It's probably on like some offshoot connection, and it's probably a fortification, just some weird location. Like partially connected. Alright, we found it.
Hate the dark. Hate you for putting me. See this sickle? No, not in the dark again. You bash well, Exile. I'm no trick. You bash well. So, how about not all tactics? All tactics are without their uses here.
Mana RF and mid-budget crush normal RF Gavanu. Cope. Cope. Giga cope. I'm gonna press X to doubt. Man RF never is gonna have survivability, the regular one. You can still get pretty good survivability on Man RF. I don't think it ever gets as tanky as the regular one, but you can get pretty good survivability depending on how you set it up.
Just can't bring myself to care. It's death for me.
I have my POV of my Necro Settlers, Gavanu. I will say this, Gavanu. I'll give you the early game if it's versus the Guardian. If it's versus the Scion picks up faster than the Guardian does. And I'm not so sure the early game of the Mana RF competes with the early game of the Scion Ivory Tower setup. I think Guardian, on the other hand, though, Guardian needs a longer setup time.
Death is not. We'll get. We'll let you.
Traitor's just the word, Exile.
We will talk about this later. I prefer not to drive the syndicate into a corner. And
Is your Hexblast Mines update? I'll update the Inquisitor guide after we know that it's not dead. after June 5th. I'm also gonna probably hold off on doing the Scion video until after June 5th as well. I don't really want to like be like, hey, this is an update before freaking the patch. You know, I want to see what they're changing.
Keep trying, right? One death is as good as another.
The Pickshanks.
Guardian's a better early game, I would say, because the Sentinel's still busted. I don't know. I think Sentinel kind of pushes you in two different directions. And Happy Hemp, we're not really talking about Sentinel, like early game. We're not talking about early game. We're talking about Gavinu has an ivory has a Indigon, and I have the early ivory tower gearing. That's what we're talking about. Not like potato life-based character before anything even works type of thing. At least I think that's what Gavinu's talking about. Maybe he's not talking about Indigon. Maybe he is talking about like your first freaking 2 divines a year. Blue RF Supremacy. Harbinger RF has grown on me a ton. I've become more and more a believer of Harbinger RF over time. It's very much grown on me. Into 20. We are going to eventually do endurance charge gen. We'll probably have some okay mediocre clusters for this character's setup, I think. I'll worry about doing the clusters when we get to level 92. Until then, I'm just going to grab random damage nodes that are like okay or something. I'll just grab like the random % damage nodes.
My. Usually I have to go looking for my victim. I wish this is a lie.
Could you grab some Scion AoE? I think our AoE's fine, considering we don't have any quality. We're missing 0.3 meteor base radius. We have AoE from helmet, AoE from gloves, AoE from here, AoE from here. I feel like our AoE is like pretty solid.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Oh no! My brush, paint, and palette collection is growing. Did I do Uber Lab? Yep, we did Uber Lab. We got that done. Now we're just getting ourselves to level 92. T4 maps looks like. After Gagarf, it all looks small. Well, anything's gonna look small compared to Gagarf. When you hit the AoE mace, like freaking 300% AoE from one mod is just an insane number, right? You don't really get to compete with that number too easily.
Oh no. Stay, dog. Keep the mask on. I don't care. This.
I am well acquainted with death.
Death, Seer.
A savage.
I'm calling it. When Ellis gets nerfed, the meta strike skill is gonna be Wild Strike. That is an interesting theory. Unless they're tripling Wild Strike's damage, though, I think you're cooked. Super cooked. Unless they're randomly tripling Wild Strike's damage. Ain't no way. I prefer it over LS. Wild Strike's Pog Simulacrum. Wait, is there a lot of Wild Strike believers? It's gonna be Cobra Lash. I think if they just nerf LS and they don't tertiary nerf other things, I think Splitting Steel slash Molten Strike. If they hit those,
Just do it. Just do it.
I think Snaking might compete with those. We'll see if they do. If they hit Nimbus, then Snaking will beat those out. I think. Smite dominates, dude. I like Smite, but I don't think it's that good.
You get
Death is what separates.
Hate myself.
Hate the Syndicate.
Rob,
You should have given them the red main treatment. Make a statement. So what do you want from me?
You fight well in a cage. Let's see how you live in
Spectral Throw. No, Spectral Throw I can speak for. Spectral Throw is pretty weak. I did it because I wanted to throw lightsabers, but that skill is not good. That is not a good skill. More effectiveness than LS plus flat from aura. It's just as strong numerically. It's not though. So here's a couple of differences. Yes, its effectiveness is slightly higher, but it has an attack speed less multiplier built into Smite. On top of that, Lightning Strike hits 3 times. Smite can only hit twice. You don't get a triple hit like you do with Lightning Strike. They are not very close numerically. Also, Valo LS far outweighs the flat you get from Smite in terms of like single target. Val Smite's better clear for sure, but that's maybe the one thing it maybe has. The thing is, Ellis's clear is already insane at baseline. Rip my math. Well, it's easy to get the attack speed, like the slower attack speed effectiveness or whatever is like, I don't know, kind of a subtle thing you don't think about. I don't think about it, at least at first glance, but it does make a pretty large difference when you have a Smite's. I think what is it, 80% less attack speed, or sorry, is it at 80% of the total attack speed value or something like that? Let me check. I don't even remember. Pee-wee wiki. Smite, it's either 70% or 80, I think. 85. Okay, so it's 85. That's better than I thought it was. And I think Lightning Strike is either 10% faster or it's baseline. So you have 488 times 2. Lightning Strike. Yeah, it's just baseline. So it's 456 times 3 with baseline. So you have the 0.85 times 486 times 2. 826 versus the 456 times 3. Whoops. 456 times 3. So it's like 60% more damage. On top of Val LS. This Val skill is insane. As far as Val skills go, it's one of the best. LS only hits 2 times, Fob Gun? Where's the third hit? You hit twice with projectiles and once with melee. You guys don't think so? Let's go to standard. I thought I tested it before.
Good tidings,
I would like to buy your washer's eye for 1 divine. I just logged to standard remessage in 2 seconds. So the guy remessages me. Okay, I'm going back. I'm going back. Instructions are too complicated. All right, let's test the lightning strike thing. You guys say it was removed 5 patches ago. Oh no, I'm getting a phone call. Oh, it's probably a bot. All right, I'm back. It was apparently my pest control service. Well, they wanted to check up on me. Are you satisfied? Yes. There's been less bugs. Another muffin just disappeared in Lance's household. I did not go get a muffin. All right. Ancestral call.
Neither the time nor the place.
We have everything we need, hopefully. We haven't seen any other indicator, but the rabbit spinach cheese household will lead us to believe there are many mice. No, there's not many mice. Okay, it's fine, guys. Don't worry about it. All right. Basic on top. I stand corrected. It is just 2 hits. I'm cooked. Nerf smite? Oh, shut up. No. LS still definitely needs a nerf. 100%. Wait, was that 3? Or did I hit twice in a row? I think I hit twice in a row, right? Yeah, it's just 2. LS needs a buff. This character isn't supposed to do damage, guys. This character's literally called AAA Test Hit Count Lance. It's just 100% poison chance character that I use to test hits from skills. Time to test snaking. Snaking hits 3 times. Let me show you snaking. I have snaking in my inventory.
Good tidings.
Make a 95 character to test snaking's a freaking transfigure gem. Do I have it just sitting around? I do! Now this I did test before League start. Because I literally was planning to start it on Settlers launch. Snaking hits 3 times. It's freaking sick. Can it more if the mob takes up the whole screen? Oh, I had a portal. Whoops. The hell? There's the 3. Yeah, you need to target through it. That's what it is. Because you get the hit through, and then you get the hit when it comes back, and the hit when it leaves. Need more AoE. Yeah, this character doesn't have AoE investment. I can respec nodes to grab AoE investment, but it's pretty easy to consistently get 3 hits if you just swing through. Oh, I love snaking. Such a fun skill. Snaking meta incoming. Snaking meta has potential. I think snaking or splitting steel. If they nerf LS, I think it's snaking or splitting steel is in line for the throne. With tremendous confidence, I could tell you that dual stack Perseverance sucks. It has no hope, Connor. Yeah. Yep. Pretty much. It's just worse than Armor Stack, right? Because Perseverance is it only twice as effective as Armor Stack Sword? Is that what it is? One every 200. Yeah, it's only twice as effective as like Dream Feather, but Dream Feather doesn't take your belt slot. Snaking's gonna be safe because they don't balance out on anything that happened in the last month of the league. Yeah, I kind of think so too. It's a late bloomer hype situation. It's gonna get a hype nerf. I don't think it's gonna get a hype nerf. I think Snaking's gonna be looking good. It's gonna be looking just fine.
The pickaxe, keep your eyes sharp.
What's the reason to play Scion instead of Righteous Fire? 40,000 ES dot cap versus 5k life build. No dot cap. That's why. Chieftain good for league start. After league start. Talking like a day or 2 into the league. That advantage dwindles and disappears and dies. Ask Mark what he's gonna league start. That'll be the build. A lot of confidence you have in Mark to pick a good build. Neon's an Aurabot? Yeah, he's gonna tell you he's gonna play party play. Did you say Barf would be Chieftain? I do want to do Barf Chieftain. But that's not really, that's more of a I want to stack Strength in the Moon for Funsy project. Not really a, I think it's particularly OP or anything. That, I don't know how good that character will be. No clue. Just something I'm curious about. What's Barf? Burning Arrow, Righteous Fire. And that might still be a Scion.
Always hoped that.
I kind of want to force Chieftain, but that, I mean, Scion might still be correct there too.
The pick, thanks.
Is Scion harder to gear than Chieftain? If you're talking about SSF, yes. If you're talking about Trade League, super late game, yes. Mid late game, no. Mid game, no. The part where Scion gets expensive is when you start talking about Helical and Simplex. Before that point, most of the pieces before then aren't very expensive. But the thing is, when you're talking about Simplex and you're talking about Helical, the Mage Blood is like Chieftain. You're talking about Mage Blood. You're talking about multi-level items, stuff like that, right?
You dare foul this sanctuary. To the death! A true disappointing. Bring your Inquisition.
Make a Scion baby. That's what we're working on. We're working on Scion Guide.
Run far worse than you're done.
I'll be doing a build guide. I will be doing a build guide. That's what we're working on right now. Another Delirium Orb! Level 78, guys. There's still time. There's still time. Probably start doing higher tier maps. Throwing T5s into the pool. Almost like it's in the title? Yes. Where are the paid chatters? I don't know. I'm not paying anybody to chat. Just so we're clear, no one is getting paid, guys. No one's getting paid to chat. In case somebody thinks they're getting paid to chat, you are in fact not getting paid to chat.
I just can't bring myself to care.
Did you see that fiend?
It does not want to go to the dark place. The Lord
Speaking of somebody who is getting paid, I probably should do this because I'm supposed to do this throughout the stream. Guys, I didn't mention it throughout the stream yet, but we are actually getting we're getting sponsored. Exclamation point Exter. You can get yourself up to 50% off on some pretty high-end card holders and wallets, which I actually have the physical product with me. They sent me some. It's a good Father's Day gift, and that's exactly what the sale is for. It's a Father's Day sale. It's going on till about June 25th or 6th or something like that. So, let me show you guys real quick. This here, holy, my lighting sucks, is the card holder. Very sleek. And this little button at the end. Dude, holy, my lighting's terrible. It basically just, you can hold up to 6 cards in there like that. And you can't really tell because of my ridiculously bad lighting. But it procs the cards up in like a, well, I'm trying to make it so you can see the different levels. So you can grab whichever one you need. Staggered. Staggered's the right word. That's a great word for it. So they sent me this thing, which is the card holder, which is pretty dang cool. They actually sent me 2 things. I think one of the things, the Card Wallet Pro, for variation, is a leather, versus this is like actual like full-on metal. Need something like bang it on so I can like get the sound, the resonance. That's not freaking gonna do it. Bad lighting to reduce the head shine. No, bad lighting. Okay, here's what happened. Full disclosure. If you guys look at my roof real quick. So you see, I made a poor choice in lights because these are actually a lot brighter than I thought. I did these, and what I ended up doing, you see there's 2 lights there. I actually disconnected. I had 4 lights in this room, and I disconnected 2 of them because it was just way too much light. It was a poor light choice. We'll put it that way. It was a poor light choice. I had done 4 lights like this, and it was way too bright with just the 4 lights. So the ones that are technically would be putting light on the front of my face are those front 2 ones that I disconnected. Room tour? It's not a room tour. I'm just telling you guys what happened. I made a questionable lighting decision in how many the lights I chose and how many where I placed them and whatnot. Needless to say, my light setup I have is very bad for light facing my face. We'll put it that way. It's very questionable for light facing my, like, hold on. If that's the right, back in the right position. Holy, did I mute myself? Man, I gotta not do that on a regular basis. Anyways. Check out exclamation point extra, guys. If you want a 50% discount on some pretty nice high-end wallets, because they're running a sale, and you use the Captain Lance 9 code. Check them out. I've been using the same garbage wallet for basically my entire life. This will be a pretty dang good upgrade for me. I've moved past the situation where I have actual cash in my wallet. So I think I'm just going to swap to the card holder. Because I pretty much just have only use essentially debit card, credit card, and like my license at this point. Who will I have had? Something like that. Dude, don't make fun of me, guys. I'm not a good salesman, okay? I'm currently writing my bachelor's. I have 3 months from now. If I give a good reason, can I get another month for my uni? Do you think 326 is a good enough reason? Is it a good enough reason? Absolutely. Will your college think it's a good enough reason? Not a chance. So you got to make up a new reason that isn't PoE. Who carries cash anymore? Not many people, I feel like. I do. You still carry cash? I feel like I haven't carried cash in like since like 5-6 years at this point. I dropped by to tell you I love your full head of hair. Shut up, Sudanese. You've been here for the entire stream today, talking smack. I don't need your pseudo-paid chatting. Wallet for all the sanctum enjoying fat cats. You carry your divines in it.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Why is your RF so small? Is it cold outside? This is just RF without quality. You guys want me to go get a quality with the extra 0.3 base radius? We can go do that real quick. How hard could that be? This will totally work, right? Now, I could just buy a Val RF that already has quality on it. But where's the fun in that? when I can just val it like this. And when I say val like this, I mean, hold on 1 second. Just avoiding trade real quick, hold on. Just gonna avoid interacting with trade, hold on. Just 1 second, just avoiding trade real quick here. This time for sure, this time for sure. Yo, what the hell is this? There we go. All right. Mission accomplished. Okay, now technically our radius just went down, but it'll go back up really fast with a couple of levels, okay? So we're fine. Everything is fine, under control. You're a year into Settlers League and you don't have RF in your stash? You know, that's a good point. Do I have Val RF in my stash? I have 2 of them. What am I doing? Okay, there was a slight miscalculation of the situation that occurred. Just a ever so slight miscalculation of the whole situation that occurred. -1 div in GCPs. That might have been 2 div in GCPs. GCPs are worth more than chaos usually. Usually they're like 2 or 3 to 1. Skip trade. This is a win. Yes, correct. We did skip interacting with trade. Yes, I do agree. This is an absolute win. Absolute win. Why do you have 2 of the same skins for Righteous Fire? If you're talking about specifically why I have 2 Lightbringers, Lightbringer was an MTX inside a box, which means basically you could get duplicates, and I got it twice when I was opening the Lightbringer box thing or whatever. I don't know if that's actually what the box was called, but.
That's
Is there a way to get booms on Scion? Here, I can show it real quick. Scion. Herald of Ash. Herald of Ash. Oh no, I have to find my tab for my AoE maze, don't I? All right, guys, brace for impact. We're going into the remove only tabs. Okay, everybody, just relax for a second. Okay, look, we need to look for a tab that's labeled G. That actually wasn't terrible. That was totally fine. That was like a non-issue situation. All right, we'll have these out for the future reference. But so let's say you want to play. Get all the enhanced too while we're thinking about it. Let's say you want to play Explode RF with Scion. Now you think, that AoE looks really bad, Lance. Well, that's because I'm playing Conk Effect with no AoE mace. But all I have to do to change that is swap this shield for this mace and swap Enhance for Conk. And all of a sudden, now we're talking. Now that's some sizable AoE. Technically, you can do 2 AoE maces like this. I don't really recommend this because it's just super unnecessary. But 1 AoE mace is a pretty good time, I think. And then instead of playing with Tempest Shield here. Swap this to Herald of Ash real quick. Don't mind me. Like this. And then we take the cosmetic for Herald of Ash. Go over to wherever that is. Say, I want Despair for maximum. Make my screen have a lot of stuff on it. Hide the remove only tabs again because they're the worst. Grab something like Breach. Grab a random map. By the way, you can buy all this from Act 4 vendors. It's mainly... Okay, the main thing you need is Ariaths and a 1 AoE maze. That's what you need. Oh, did I take off Leap Slam? Oh, I have Shield Charge out. Hold on. Get to run Leap Slam with the setup. Instead of Shield Charge. Because you have dual maze. Probably go get my Quicksilver, but whatever. We're just showcasing it. But you can still 100% have explodes because the AoE scales the explosion AoE of Ariaths. And then to make Ariaths not look lame, you can add an MTX to Herald of Ash. Herald of Ash is not making the character stronger at all. It's just making basically a aesthetic upgrade. So you can have, you know, more satisfying pops occur, essentially. Yeah. If you want it, you can absolutely do Explode chaining with Scion. Alright. We need to swap back to what we're doing right now, which is setting up the initial setup for Scion. You put the AoE mace at PoB. We're gonna have all the different gear sets in the PoB. I'm gonna have the gear sets to showcase the different stuff, as well as I'll probably go over how to craft most of the items as well. Because most of the crafts have a pretty, like, mostly straightforward way to craft them, I think. I was absolutely distracted by the Hoash drums FFX, so I bought MTX just to muffle that down. Hoash drums. I don't even know what that means, Zeplo. What skill are we talking about here? Goblins? Well, I mean, why would he... Wouldn't he just not run goblins at that point if he got the goblin MTX, if he didn't like it? Or is there an MTX that can mute, like, other player goblins? Is that a thing somehow?
I'm trying hard to summon up a bit of sorrow. Death's the only...
Herald of Ash default sound. There's a default sound to Herald of Ash. I guess, like, off the top of my head, I've played so much Herald of Ash with MTX on it that I don't even know what the default sound is at this point. I don't think I even realized it had a default sound.
You can stop.
I see you.
Let's hear the drums. I'd have to get out the other character to hear the drum sound. I don't think you've ever seen me play RF. That's kind of crazy to say. I've played RF a lot. RF is probably my most played skill. Not like you did not take a reason to stall. What do you mean reason to stall? Guys, we're gonna make the progress, whether you like it or not. Pox likes RF as well.
The bargainer. Let's
What I can do?
more deals, Exile.
You guys may not realize this, but more than one person can like the same skill. Believe it or not.
You could.
Well, this was clearly a mistake.
I will enjoy. I prefer not to drive the syndicate.
You guys might not believe it. That's news to me. It's a rather finite amount of skills compared to the amount of people playing the game. Hard not to have multiple people liking the same skill. Thought there was only one skill available for streamer. Nope. Not a thing. Not a thing. One skill for every single person who plays the game. That seems like a pretty ridiculous time investment. I don't think they're gonna be pro that plan. Start playing Zenith? I don't like Zenith. How is Fubgun the only streamer to play LS? He's not. I'm pretty sure the list of people who streamed playing LS is longer than the list of people who didn't play LS.
My. Usually I have to go looking for my victim.
I wish it
This is a lie. Cruel choice.
Ian Lance played LS? I did not play LS.
Can I not have it?
You guys are trying to bully me into playing LS instead of Helix, and then I clicked Spectral Throw. Lightsaber? It's freaking not. That's not Lightning Strike. You played it off stream? Nope. I don't have a lot of time to play off stream, guys. The only off stream content, you guys don't get to see is occasionally me and this guy over here. We make money, you know? after I end stream, 5 minutes before I go to bed or whatever, I just go over here and I say, how can I make money today? And I go over here, I click this, then I click something like GCPs. I press this and I say, that's a good margin. And then I start lancing. Easy peasy. I checked the extra discount you offer. It's not giving 50%, but rather 40%. You need to do the code. It should be, the sales should be 40%, and the code should add another 10% on top of that. Is that with doing the Camp the Lance 9 code? That's with the discount showing. If it is, then I got fed some misinformation and something's bricked. And yeah, we need to message the sponsor if it's not working for the discount, because it should be 50%. Do we get bait or no bait for league launch? Yeah, I'll probably want to do a bait or no late. We'll see how much time I have, but I'd like to do one. No, he sent you a screenshot? No, I believe you. I'll have to message the sponsor after today's stream. Thing is, it's only a 1-day stream or a 1-day sponsorship deal, so I think the code will be enabled for a longer period of time, but I need to ask them, like, what the hell? If it's not actually giving you 50%, because it was supposed to be 40% for the sale they're running already, and then 10% on top of that. Can you go over how to lance Faustus? How to Faustus? It's not complicated. You click Chaos Orb, you click a common commodity that people trade on League Start, fusings, gem cutters, instillings, regals, scours, you name it. Pick a currency. You have both currencies up here. You hover this, you press Alt. What is on top is what you can immediately spend currency, which I can immediately spend. Let's say, I can immediately spend 1.5C per 1 regret orb buy. And then the other side is the ratio at which people are trying to buy regret orbs at, which this one looks a little bit weird because some guy's literally paying 1.49, so he's basically paying 1.5. I guess a better example is maybe the gem cutters. So you wouldn't trade that if they're trading at the same ratio. Like this one's 2.8 to 1.75. This you'd go and you'd put a buy order and you'd say I want to buy them at like 18 to 10, which is a 1.8 ratio, and then you'd sell them at like 27 to 10 instead, right? And you'd make 10C or whatever, like that sort of thing. But it's pretty much just press Alt, checks the buy and sell margins, and then undercut on both sides. Lubing the market, yeah. Arbitrage. Arbitrage is not, it's not the same currency. Arbitrage is if you have like a rotation type of thing, right? Arbitrage is like, let's say I bought gem cutters, like I bought a bunch of gem cutters, and then I sold gem cutters for divines, and then I bought more chaos with divines. Where you have like an extra freaking like link in the process. Not that that really matters. Buy low, sell high. That's pretty much it. Just buy low, sell high. Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. It looks like it's doing 30%, and then the discount code is another 10%, so I'm getting 40 total. So either way, they gave me the wrong information. They literally like, this is the discount total. Sorry, Rivenar. If that the I'm gonna hit him up to ask him what if it's bugged or something, or if they just gave me the wrong information. For me, it was 40%, then 10%. So maybe it depends on location then. It might depend on the item then. If they're doing the up to 50%, not 50% in general. So some items might be lower or higher depending. Ah, okay. That makes some sense then. Want to play a combo? I'm learning how the E-Blade works. I thought was suppress cat via dex, evasion from intelligence, crit cat from ascendancy. Made me pumped to play 326. It's a good time, man. It's a good time. I really like the tri-stack build. I am planning to update that, but I make no promises because for all I know, they'll change things. I'm waiting for June 5th and patch notes to see about updating the build. I mean, I have an item at 70 euros. It goes to 55, then to 49.50. So it's doing the 10% not based on the total, but 10% after on the already discounted amount. Do you have a guide for this build on YouTube? I mean, from previous run on Atlas Invasion? I do not have a guide for Scion from previous Atlas Invasion. The guide I have on YouTube is from back in Crucible League, which was obviously a long time ago. Not a ton has changed for the build, but some things have changed, and that's why I'm updating it. Also, I want to do a better job than I did in Crucible League on making the guide for the character. Those are pounds, you filthy American. Okay, you got me. Okay, yes. I do not, off the top of my head, know the difference between a pound and a euro, okay? It's freaking alien currency for all I care, okay? What the? You got me, okay? That's right. What's a kilometer? Okay, I know what a kilometer is. What, guys, I'm not freaking British. Why would I know? Why would I know British currencies? Come on, let's be reasonable here. Why would I know that?
You're getting on my nerves.
Why me?
Too much, bacon. I'm gonna shut that.
We know the dollar. It's because America #1, baby.
It's as good as another.
You guys have to know it. And what's that one? Looks like a cent. That's not what it is.
I really do hate the idea of dying, but
We won the war, something like that.
Bye bye.
Death's the only option here, I'm afraid.
They're lancing us. It's 40% the US, but only 30% for EU. You know what? Listen. We gotta look out for each other here, okay? Just an easy lancing of the EU enjoyers. Okay, that one you should know. I should know the C with the 2 lines in it. Why should I know that? Why are we quizzing me on random currency symbols, okay? That's what the euro is? Oh no. No comment. No comment. I have I don't have any defense for that. Don't worry about it, guys. Wait, you weren't kidding and didn't know? Okay. I could have made some guesses. That doesn't make it sound better, does it? You probably don't even know what that is. I definitely don't know what that is. That just looks like a squiggly line to me. Awaken Enlighten, do you need? No. Why would I need your Awaken Enlighten? It's Cthulhu currency, it's KSA money. You probably don't even know what this one is. The Peepo Divine emote? Shut up. Whisper just a flex? It's not even a flex. It's a brick. This isn't a flex. That's just a level 4 Enlighten, guys. It's not even a flex. I think it's more of like a cry for help. Like I just gambled 2 mirrors and lost. Wait, how much is the Awaken Enlighten before it's get bricked? It's probably like a few hundred divines, right? 400, 500, something like that. How much money did this guy lose when he clicked the Val Orb? Let's check. Awakened Enlighten. Shut up. Is that real? There's no way. There's no way. What's it trade for in standard when it's not bricked? So 3 mirrors for a level 5. So it might be a mirror unbricked. Then maybe a little bit less. A little bit less than a mirror unbricked. If it trades at 3 mirrors for the level 5 version, because it's the 1 and 4. Hi, Axio Nernara. Appreciate the sub, man. $500 million people use euro yearly compared to 54% of the world using USD. Why should we care about the conversion? Guys, let's stop fighting about the currency thing and EU versus NA, etc. Let's relax. Okay? Just accept the fact that we learned some valuable lessons today about currency symbols. And, I only use Divines and Chaos Orbs. Kind of same. Kind of same. Reasonable take. We learned? Do you mean you learned? Okay, come on. I can't be the only... I didn't rate Grav up? What am I doing? It could still be valuable. This could still be a House of Mirrors. Okay. There is still a chance I go in here and I pull out a House of Mirrors. There's still a chance, guys. Don't lose hope. Don't lose hope. There is still a chance I pull out a House of Mirrors here.
You dare foul this sanctuary. To the death! Ah, disappointing. Bring your Inquisition, Exile. I guarantee I personally run far worse than your life.
Close. Close. I mean, that was better than it, like, could have been, right? We got a cool-looking green Jade Harvester. That looks pretty sick, right? Nice. Custom green jade harvester. Jasper harvester. Jasper chopper. Same thing. I like it. Upgrade. Yeah, they do look pretty cool. It's very cool, to be honest. As far as items I've gotten from that div card, that's up there. Does it drip equipped? No, unfortunately. Be sick if it did, though. Too bad that most cool looking items are total garbage. I wouldn't say that. I'd say there's a lot of cool looking items that aren't garbage. Or there's cool looking items that used to not be garbage. For example, it's Ziri's Acuity.
You're in my house, my head still hurts. Hatemus.
That used to not be garbage.
Hatemus. So confused.
And it looks cool.
Ill fit for this
Or at least its artwork looks cool.
With this new
You make it a Scion RF guide? That's
this
actually what I'm working on right now.
death is as good as another.
Death.
I'm Exile.
RF Venn diagram gives us 3 circles that overlap in melee range. We get triple the damage. Is this a transfigured version of RF or something? What are we talking about here exactly? Ospreys. Ospreys did also used to be good, right? At one point. Well, we run RF in a 6-link, 7-link helmet. If you want to maximize DPS, that is one of the ways to push it, which I'm going to showcase. It's not something you do on the early game, though. That's, you know, making a good multi-link helmet takes a decent amount of investment to get to the point where you can afford that.
beast.
You've made your show.
I can't believe I debate.
With Calm's Heart, no. The life-based gearing is just a temporary, hey, we're just trying to farm some currency type of thing. You're not gonna make a multi-link. By the time you're at like the budget level where you can think about a multi-link, you're going Ivory Tower. The Ivory Tower gearing is not that expensive where you're gonna be doing a multi-link before swapping to it.
Just can't bring my
Can't bring myself to care.
just can't bring myself to care. Getting
Wait, what about a deal?
Strategic.
Alright, safe house acquired. Plus Conk is not that bad. Conk is honestly pretty chill if you have Ariath plus AoE mace. Because you can already kind of chain explode off screen.
One death. You know, I know.
Hence why it's a pretty good option. Well, it's gonna be the minimum gear to swap Ivory Tower. We'll do that setup after this life-based setup. So we're leveling this character to 92. We're gonna change the gearing a little bit. We're gonna optimize the tree a little bit. And then we'll do the Ivory Tower. We'll test out on a few different setups to try to figure out what would be the point I'd recommend farming to before swapping to Ivory Tower. I want to get a good idea of how strong the life-based setup is, hence why we're doing this first, so that way... I'll put it this way, when you swap to Ivory Tower, I think you want it to feel like it's an impactful upgrade or change. So the idea is I want to make sure the minimum gear I recommend before swapping to Ivory Tower is a substantial upgrade over the like basic life-based setup.
You dare foul this sanctuary. To the death!
I don't think that'll be too hard to do, but I want to make sure I have a good idea of where it is.
I guarantee I've personally
Did I see this, Lance?
in your darkest of
Oh, the thing about the control click bench. Yeah, I did see this. I mean, that'll be a nice change.
a true servant.
I was a little bit bummed we didn't get like a full-on teaser yesterday, but I mean, I'll settle for that for sure. It's what we have to work with. Is what we have to work with. Harvest highlight. Oh, like a regex for the harvest bench. Not 5D. We're level 82. 10 levels to go, guys. We have more chances to get a 5D tank. You abandoned the bathhouse, Fikar? I did. I have accepted the fact that we were wrong about the C variants. We were wrong about Lightning Strike hitting 3 times. I was working on old information. Okay, listen. It's been a rough couple days for us. Been a rough couple days for us. But just you wait. Just you wait. We get a league with freaking zone altering mechanics. I will return stronger than ever.
With this new power, this time I've got the upper hand. This fight just one death is as good as another.
Can we please just always return at checkpoint? Instead of like the resurrect in town button. Gonzala. What are you asking right now? Oh, I guess you sent it in English. So would it be something like Ivory Tower, crafted AoE weapon, crafted boots, crafted helmet, clusters would be a good swap point. My guess is going to be percent synth belt, percent synth amulet, just like percent strength, just one implicit, which is going to be like somewhere in the range of like 1 to 3D is my guess. Bao. Oh no, you don't need Bao. Lethal Pride, Ivory Tower, Shaper's Touch, Rare Ring, rare rings, rare boots. No, probably regular Alberons might be the best option, which that'll be super cheap. Helmet might be rare. No, it's probably Glimpse, let's be honest. Glimpse is really good on a budget. Dune and AoE Mace is probably what it is. Glimpse, yep. Yeah, Glimpse is an insane item for a budget. It's so good for that character on a budget. You don't care about Chaos Res on anything. Counts as like 60 Chaos Res. And get you Giga ES and life scaling.
Sleep now, nightmare.
I don't think it would be 1 to 3D after you make a guide on it. Percent strength, synth, amulet, and belts. I have a hard time seeing it be more than that. Because the options that are better than it aren't much more expensive, right? Because then you start talking about like an okay Great Wolf, or you start talking about well, okay, we'll see about amulets. You start talking about just an awaken orbed amulet type of thing. Cyclopean also works decently. A rare will beat Cyclopean, but Cyclopean isn't much worse, and it's also pretty cheap as well. There's new orbs coming. We don't know what exactly new orbs are coming, aside from like, you know, Elder, Shaper, Exalts. Those don't change much. We need to know what the other stuff they're hinting at is gonna add.
Blessings.
I skipped straight to Grey Wolf for Freeshly because percent synth were overpriced. Their option, yeah, that's the point. Even if like the percent synth becomes overpriced, you have Grey Wolf as an option, and you have specific influence, either Awaken Orb if Recombinators don't exist, or Recombinators if they exist, right? Both of those would be fairly comparable to the rare synth amulet / better in some cases. Like a properly crafted recombinated, if they exist, would be better, and Awaken Orb could be better as well. Say Shaper Exalt's nice for totem builds. I think it's nice for like a late game shield, probably like a final affix slam type of thing, but not for a cheap early shield. Like if you're talking cheap early shield, people are probably already just doing, well, I guess it depends on the Bristlemation. No, Bristlemation are always cheap. It's just freaking Poxley. Poxley's got my brain fried. Bristlemation are normally like super cheap, so you could totally Bristlematron Reforge influence on them. $65C and sellers, yeah. Bristolematrons are like, oh, I freaking love Bristlematron crafting early in the league. They're so free.
Free for all.
Yes.
I'm trying, sire.
Name a totem build that will use a +1 shield? What do you mean name a totem build that uses a +1 shield? I think it's harder to name totem builds that wouldn't take a +1 shield. Limited defenses? Nothing is stopping you from having block chance on your shield. Even just like bench crafted block chance is still 50% block chance, right? It's still like gonna give you a 35 block shield. Palstron's POBing a power siphon start. Is he planning to start with the shield? With the extra totem? Ballista's a little bit different though. Ballista, the +1 totem's less valuable. Because on Ballista, there's like a lot more plus totem nodes, right?
Please.
Don't Ballistas... freaking, where are the Ballista nodes anyways? Yeah. Watchtowers. Is it just Watchtowers? I thought they got more than that. Maybe it is just Watchtowers. I thought attack-based ballistas got more than +1. Was there not a ballista wheel like over here? Oh, they get one over here too. He's mana stacking? Yeah, he has to like anoint them, right? I think he has to anoint them. Still, the point I'm making is ballista builds don't need... The +1 is less important for ballista builds. Because you get plus friggin' totems from the ballista support and on the tree and stuff.
Always hoped I'd get a warrior's death.
Name a totem build? I'm not following.
Hate myself. Hate the syndicate.
If you hadn't...
Death's the only option here. Was that really Exile?
I will be cruel in my methods.
Spell totems barely exist right now. I mean, they kind of exist, right? Tatiana plays spell totems like every single build, right? Did you find the C layout? No, we did not find the C layout. The C layout has eluded us to this day. I did a Ballisteron build with leftover in my stash from a 1-year league. Took it to 9k mana, aka Ace Tower, and Shaper's Touch, and it feels weak. What character is this? What type of totem build is this?
Disappointing. But flesh can be bound and shackled. But faith persevere in the end.
I just can't.
You would do.
A big tough.
I care not who I
It's the middle room. It hates it.
I like Batman, I like totems, for some reason I can't stand ballistas. Aren't they like the same thing? What's the only difference between ballistas and totems? Attack base versus spell? Is it because ballistas you place at your feet, whereas totems you can place where your cursor is? I guess that's one of the differences. Bama, you could shoot your totem, and spell totem, you can place it, right?
I'm ill-fit.
Ballistas are for the feet enjoyers. I don't know about that. I still feel like they don't... I don't know. Maybe that is enough to make them fairly distinct feeling. Grabbing some filler nodes because I don't really want to theory craft too hard right now. We're gonna swap to clusters. Anyways, filler points are fine for the time being. When are we gonna make a bingo board? Probably the day of. We're gonna have a lot of time before the actual reveal stream, so I figure we'll do the bingo board prior when we're waiting for the stream. There's not enough Ballista MTX? I mean, there's kind of a ton, right? Holy Gloom Shrine. Dude, what if the occultist RF guy is right? What if we just force occultist just to have profane bloom pops? Every day for a long time I've made fun of people that just play builds for profane bloom pops. And every time I get this Gloom Shrine, I start thinking about it. I just start thinking about it. The sound's worth it alone. The sound is so good.
I'm afraid the only...
I just can't bring myself to kill.
A savage slave.
Oh, I hope they rework occultist, guys. That would be so freaking hype. Profane Bloom stays, but they rework occultist, so that way it doesn't feel like you're just choosing a bad ascendancy to force in the pops. That would be so fantastic. You remember the old shatter sound? Vaguely. That's been a hot minute since we've had that. You can get unspeakable gifts. The problem with unspeakable gifts is you need like... It's usually too high build opportunity cost. It has the same problem as occultist does. It's just too much opportunity cost to your overall build power to force it in. At least that's how I feel about it.
You dare foul this sanctuary.
To the dirt!
Disappointing, but they'll bring you in position, Exile. I guarantee I've personally run foul.
All right, Grav. Time to get our believers paid. They deserve to make money too. Swing. I don't know, man. I don't know. Why? Why is it gotta keep? Why we keep doing this? Freaking man with bear every time, man. I called it. Yeah, I've already gotten it twice because of you. I might have already gotten it 3 times today for all I know. This is a fat cash grab. I'm only level 84. Okay, doubters. There's gonna be multiple grabs between now and 92. You guys are not free. You guys are about to lose your money. Don't you worry about it too much. Is this tech support? Would you have any idea why better PvE trading is not showing up when I'm entering the trade site? Click the flag. Don't ask me why. I think I had it happen once before where better trading wasn't showing up, and then I clicked like my respective flag, and then it showed up, and I don't know why, but I think that works. Thanks for the tech support. Did that work? I don't know why it worked for me. That's what it worked for me when I did that. What do you think's a good League Star farm for Righteous Fire? For Righteous Fire, I think Expedition is maybe a decent option. You obviously have to avoid the immune to fire, but outside that, dot skills against Expedition is usually pretty chill. I think Heist is pretty chill for Righteous Fire. You have a tanky character that can just run through content, click the reward at the end. Depends if you want to do Heist. That's really up to you. Let me look at the Atlas. Bestiary is pretty good for RF. You might be thinking Righteous Fire, ZDPS, don't worry. That's actually fantastic for Bestiary because for the most part, you don't want to kill the beast until you find the valuable one. So really just synergizes great there. And I might be joking a little bit, but I'm also not joking at the same time. Unironically, not doing damage is good for Bestiary. You do not want to kill random beast you don't want. Breach, I would say if you're doing Chieftain. Legion, Breach, you need Chieftain for the Explode for that. Ultimatum is probably decent for most RF builds, as long as you go a little bit more tanky. Lance of Hits RF is a ZDPS says it's a good thing. I've never said RF is a high damage skill. I've been very consistent on that. My stance is RF is my favorite skill, and it's B tier because it's got S tier quality of life and like D tier damage. So it averages out to being like a B tier skill. The thing is though, you can end up scaling its damage to be pretty good. So it works out, you know? Yeah, I'd probably say Bestiary, Expedition. You can do boss rushing, but you're probably a bit too low damage if you're doing it really early on. Yeah, that's probably what I would say if I was doing an RF start. I don't think Blight would be a good time. I think Blight would be a bad time. I don't really know how Blight works, to be honest with you. Ritual's probably okay. I'm not too sure about Ritual. I have not done really enough Ritual to have a good opinion on it. RF's bad for Sanctum and Delve. Very bad for Sanctum. Delve, I mean, like, Delve is basically just you go until 600 and then your damage falls off because the monster starts to scale HP. I'm going to start EELS Trickster. Meps, are you serious right now? You're going to start that? That's a bold bet to take. Surely they're not going to nerf me. It's going to be fine. I'll just evade all the hits. The Trickster's defensive layers were so high, they didn't even get hit by the nerf. It'll dodge it again? Yeah, maybe. I don't think Ephemeral Edge is dodging. I don't think LS is dodging. I think it's Judgment Day is what I think. I mean, look. Just look at the graph, guys. Just look at the graph. 17% Trickster. 13% Lightning Strike. How many Ephemeral Edge builds are there? Only 8% Ephemeral Edge builds. But still, it's time. Those builds are about to get messed up, you know? That's a lot. Yeah, 8% for a melee weapon is crazy. 8% for a melee weapon is crazy.
Time for Frost Blades and Chaos Dot to shine.
Yeah, we'll see, Anti-Baylor. I'd be down for a dot build rework. That's what I'm hoping for. Dot build rework, rework to Assassin, rework to Occultist. Give me a reason to League Star Profane Bloom. Give me a reason to hear those pops. Oh yeah. Trickster's gonna get removed. They're not gonna Warden Trickster. If they Warden Trickster, I'm gonna riot. They better not Warden Trickster. No more Warden level reworks.
Do you remember the times before Settlers?
Do I remember the time before Settlers, Glaceon? A little bit. Back in the olden era. My first build was a Cold Dot Witch. It might be the most one I've had. Maybe it's carried by nostalgia. It probably is being carried by nostalgia, but also maybe we get dot skill reworks. Maybe we get occultist buffs. Run it back. Remember the good old days. Imagine they remove the dot cap. Guys, stop. That's it. I'm breaking out paint. I'm breaking out paint. This has to happen. Okay. This red line, this is dot cap. Okay. That's dot cap, okay? We're gonna call this, we're gonna call this axis down here. This is the gear axis, okay? This is the gear axis, okay? This is obviously the damage axis, okay? 35.4 mil, okay? Right? This is the damage axis, okay? Hold on. We need to do different colors for this. This color we'll say is like, there's this. Okay. And then there's this. And then there's this. Okay? You guys know what these lines represent? Does anyone know what these lines represent? Okay? There's 3 lines here. Okay? There's 3 lines here. RFT? No, it's not RFT. It's not RFT. This right here, this one is poison, okay? Poison hits dot cap on probably the least amount of gear, okay? This one's poison. This one right here, you guessed it, that's righteous fire. Ton of money went into it, but guess what? It cleared. You know what? You guys want to know what this orange line? This is every other dot skill in the game. Okay? You bleed and ignite. You guys want me to make a bleed and ignite line? Do you guys want me to make a bleed and ignite line? Is Death's Oath on the graph? Okay, I can do Death's Oath. Hold on. There's Death's Oath. Are we happy now? There. You got your shout out. There's Death's Oath. Okay? By the way, this line is 1 mil damage. Yes, you heard it here first. Death's Oath actually never gets above 1 mil. ED Contagion? ED Contagion fits on the every other dot skill access. ED Contagion, it's on the every other dot skill access. I swear my Death's Oath got the 3 million damage. No, you're misremembering. That was your Caustic Arrow doing 3 million. Your Death's Oath was doing 200k. It's okay. We've all been there. Common misconception between Death's Oath players. They forget all their damage is not from Death's Oath. It's from their main skill. Right? I forgot Caustic Arrows were there. Yep, don't worry. We've all been there. It happens to every Death's Oath player. You sometimes forget that all your damage is not actually from Death's Oath. Death's Oath is cosmetic. It always has been. The RF line should be fully horizontal. It should not be fully horizontal. How much does your 5k strength character do? My 5k strength character is like 15 million DPS or something like that. To be clear, the way I set that character up is not even close to optimal. I make like 2 changes on that character and it's dot cap.
4.20a. On the real though, I've been looking into playing a version of your energy blading quiz build, but I was wondering if there's something I can play that would be better suited for Voidstone Rush / mapping. while still keeping energy blade?
Voidstone while keeping Energy Blade. If we're talking about Voidstones, you'd have to. I think if I was doing Energy Blade where I wanted to go straight to mapping and I didn't want to do Sanctum and I wanted to have a more well-rounded character, my approach would be I would probably run a pure energy shield body armor and I'd run hybrid armor, energy shield, gloves, boots, and helmet. And I'd grab the mastery that says 100% increased energy shield from equipped body armor. If your gloves, boots, and helmets have armor, energy shield hybrid. I would probably go like a Doriani jewel. I'd basically run it as like hybrid life slash ES. You'll have quite a bit less damage because you're not going to have so much ES, but you can go straight into maps and you'll actually be like a reasonably tanky character, not like this potato shoehorned together Ghost Rice setup that's really just designed for Sanctum. Like don't do what specific, like my character that setup with Ghost Rider and stuff is specifically set up to go straight into Sanctum. I do not recommend using that setup to go straight into maps. You'd have to rework the gearing to be basically cutting quite a bit of the damage. The damage is also like super overkill for maps anyways, so it's fine if you're cutting damage to do something more hybrid where you're more life-based focused to begin with. Are we going to start Sanctum? I am not going to start Sanctum. I am probably going to update the Energy Blade guide, though, based on what they change in the patch notes. I am going to update... All right, hold on. 1 second. I gotta pee. I'll be right back, guys. And then we're going to continue to push till 92. I shall return shortly. I grabbed another muffin. I couldn't help myself. I just remembered the first muffin I grabbed earlier. I had to stop by the fridge. Well, technically, the kitchen countertop, but you know what I mean. You missed an emote redemption? Oh, shoot, my bad. Somebody had an emote redemption? Let me find it. Okay, I gotta be honest. I'm scrolling. I'm not finding it. Wait. Nope, I found it. Giga Neon? Sure, we'll add Giga Neon. Classic. Absolutely call it. We're gonna get another teaser today, right, guys? Right? Just like the one we got yesterday. Do I want to see an OP Pestilence Strike POV? Pestilence Strike. Guys, do we want to see an OP Pestilence Strike POV? Let's poll chat. Today is a teaser day, 100%. It should be, right? Okay, I got a 1 no and 1 yep. Pestilence Strike, guys. Oh, there's a lot of no's. People don't like Pestilence Strike. Oh my word, chat just hates Pestilence Strike. Dude, I don't know, man. I don't know. There's a lot of no's. There's a lot of no's. The early Pestilence Strike reviews are not good. It would take away from Bathhouse Gaming. We're not doing Bathhouse anymore, guys. Any recommendations for a comfortable build that could do 4 stone with the skill you get from Hillock Quest? With the skill you get from the Hillock Quest? What are your options? Glacial Hammer? Glacial Hammer is doable, but then you're playing Templar. Molten Strike? You don't get Molten Strike from Hillock. Heavy Strike's definitely freaking probably not it. Burning Arrow Ranger. Spectral Throw Scion.
No prison can hold a tree.
Rolling Magma. You don't get Rolling Magma from the Hillock in the Hillock Quest. What does Duelist get? Like freaking Double Strike or something?
Just do it.
Wait, what? I prefer to drive the Syndicate into a corner and enrage it.
Hillock Quest, not the starter skill. Oh, is that what he's talking about? He's talking about just the level 1 skill gem, not necessarily the one you get from before Hillock.
Why does the Exile display warrior in the dirt, worm?
I mean, if you're talking about the skill before Hillock, there's quite a few options.
Death holds no
Was that really necessary? Exile?
Straight after walking into town. Well, let me look at the skill options. There's some decent ones for the level 1 skills. Wait, why? Is there a reason you're limiting yourself to just those skills? Just to try something different? Okay. Molten Strike and Splitting Steel are there? Yeah, those are both good. Let's look at the level 1 skills real quick. Shield Crush. Have you played Shield Crush before? Frostblades. Cobra Lash. Blight. Blight, if you do Blight of Contagion. Alright, I'm gonna say Blight of Contagion. Cobra Lash or Shield Crush. That's one from each color category. do one of those. Live a little. Breathe. SST? SST I think is level 12. No, it's level 28. Ugh. I kind of like Cobra Lash. Cobra Lash has some cool stuff going for it. You can do like the chain scaling stuff. I was trying to pick some skills that can be decent but aren't super popular meta. I think any one of those skills you can make a pretty decent build with and have fun. I'm gonna vote for Shield Crush. Dude, I'm getting pumped, man. We're so gonna get some archetype changes. It's a, now that you guys brought up SST, I really like SST. I kind of swore off SST after the Chance Orb incident, but I think it's been long enough. I think I can go back. I really like SST. I swore it off for a really long time from the Chance Orb incident.
Only fair, I suppose. Victory must be rewarded, Isle.
I expect you to come at us with a new strategy next time, Bacon. I look forward to it.
Ashen one, SST, yeah. Spectral Shield Throw. Explain like I'm 5, Chance Orb incident? Oh, okay. Hold on. Hold on, guys. He needs the explanation. There you go. There, watch that video. Do some homework. That's the Chance Orb incident.
You'll need more than brawn to feed us, please.
Then I'm gonna use you. Don't want to die again.
What ascendancy for SST? SST depends how you want to build it. But generally you'd want something where you can get generic attack speed and generic percent damage scaling. Somewhere where you can get those things should be a pretty good spot for it.
You should have given them the...
But we want you to explain it? Do you really want me to explain it? You just want me to relive my past? The history, the pain? An apple that he keeps the doctor away? I think that's mostly true. Especially if you're willing to throw the apple. Could be used as a weapon, I think. SST was way better with the helmet enchant. So the quality gives plus projectiles now. SST at one point had the alt version, which had like... Okay, Shattering's just bad, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure Shattering's just bad. Are we actually starting SST? I could be tempted to. Yeah, you used to have this. You used to have the +3 proj here. What happened to the change log in the gem? Okay, so they buffed. Wait, SST actually got buffed this patch? Very slightly. Dude, what is this? LS gets freaking its damage doubled and SST gets freaking like 20% damage buff? Should've got more than that, man. Should've got more than that. Took away proj speed, gave 2 proj. I mean, the biggest change was losing the all quality version. The one that gave you a bunch of crit multi. LS was bad and it needed the help. It wasn't, though. It totally wasn't. Man, I could totally be tempted to make an SST character.
A true
This ain't my first
disappointing
battle
quiet,
royale,
but
mate.
I shall die 1,000 times if needed.
I just can't bring myself to care. It's dead.
LS players were bad and needed help. Now that sounds real to me.
Just can't bring myself to care. You're getting on my nerves.
You fight well in a cage.
I'm afraid I cannot claim you've made your
A truce.
Can we make it bad again? I hope so. Buff tornado shot. What if instead of buffing tornado shot, we reverted bows getting the 2-hand damage upgrades? Thoughts? They didn't deserve that extra flat damage anyways. I think we take it back.
Not again.
Bow players have been kind of ungrateful for what they were given and they didn't deserve. I say we take it back. There's been many reportings of bow players saying things like, wow, we're so weak, we need buffs. Ungrateful. They recently had their damage literally doubled with just the bench mods, or just the craftable mods going up. Recently? Was it not like within the last 2 patches or something? When was the bows getting 2-hand weapon modifier change? When did that happen?
Thanks.
That was recent. I say we nerf ES. I agree. ES is pretty OP. Like 4 leagues ago? 2 years ago? Yeah, that's pretty recent. And I'm not even saying that just as like a joking way. I'm saying that in terms of how often they balance the game way. In terms of like getting archetype reworks. So many archetypes have been waiting for way longer than that to get a buff. ES is at the back of the line, baby. Or not ES, sorry. Freaking bows are at the back of the line. ES is the front of line of getting nerfed, probably.
to the death. Ah, disappointing. But bring your Inquisition, Exile. I guarantee I personally run far worse.
They didn't nerf it in PoE 2, they're not gonna nerf it in PoE 1. And the ES builds stay winning. Hey, another Death Rush. You know, if Death Rush does have like some level of value on League Start, Chimera plus Grav, maybe the Chimera starts to actually feel decent. Because Chimera is giving you like Taming Rings and Death Rush, right? You get both from Chimera early. That is actually pretty solid. You seen Blood Rage for Life Leech? I have Blood Rage. I have Blood Rage on this character. because of Frenzy Charge Gen, and I've been forgetting to click it on like every map. Don't worry about it.
Can I not have the moment of respite?
But since you reminded me, I'm using it now.
And kindly stay dead.
And you can get an HH, yeah. Like, just thinking about it, the Chimera drop table is actually pretty legit for early league. Death Rush. Respites. You might even be better than freaking Grav early.
I just... Nothing to hate. Only strength matter.
You've made
We are
That being said, Betrayal's getting reworked, right? Betrayal's 100% getting reworked.
dead.
Ah! Misclick!
Do not blink.
They're gonna buff Katarina? I mean, we know we're getting Veiled Chaos. Buff Katarina. Like, make her loot table better. I hate the current Betrayal. Whoa, whoa. Hate's a pretty strong word to throw around, okay? Grab Betrayal has been... Okay. Grab Betrayal is not very good loot-wise. I will readily admit that. I've done a lot of Grab Betrayal, yes. The farming potential of it is quite bad. However, I do like pulling the lever. Aren't Veiled Chaos just worse than Veiled Orbs? So Veiled Orbs are going to become Veiled Exalts. I think. And then,
Do it. You're no. No.
I see. Well, that's
aside from that, Veiled Chaos are the old Veiled Orbs. Veiled Chaos sounds bad. Veiled Chaos is not bad. Veiled Chaos is one of the most common ways for people to finish like boots or ring prefixes or sometimes weapon prefix or suffixes. Like, for example, let's say I have a boots. I make a pair of boots with like 3 good suffixes. Then suffix can't be changed. Veiled Chaos, block life or mana, unveil movement speed, block mana, slam, benchcraft life, boots done. It's a very affordable way to get a decent pair of boots with movement speed. That would be Veiled item, Veiled Orb. It reforges the item. That's not how... I guess I could showcase this. This is a waste of 2 divines, but I'll showcase this real quick, just so we can see. This is how Chaos interacts with the meta mod. So, let's say we have, do I have a Zeal Essence? So you see the Zeal attack speed? We have 28 attack speed there. You do something like suffixes can't be changed, and you click a Chaos Orb, it doesn't reforge the whole item. Right? The attack speed's still there. The attack speed is still there. So boots, you make the boots suffixes first. Suffix can't be chained, Veiled Chaos. You get a Veiled mod on the prefix pool. And then you'll block, unveil movement speed, and then benchcraft, slam, and you're done. It'll be a super affordable way to basically like finish pairs of boots. Honestly, I would have loved it for my my AoE mace. One of the most expensive parts of that mace is because it requires veiled orbs, which are super pricey. Veiled Chaos are going to be more common drop rate, and you don't have to keep removing and re-adding the suffixes can't be changed craft. So it makes the prefixes to get % fire damage on Veil much easier to do, which is another like 40-50% increased damage onto that mace for the RF build. There's quite a few use cases for Veiled Chaos. Matroning, yeah, Matrons into Veiled Chaos. It's gonna be a lot of pretty solid gear upgrades for people. Could you do that again? I didn't see it. No. Is this character league startable? Yes. Is it a S tier league starter? In my opinion, no. But you can league start it. I'm making a guide for it because I just like the character a lot. I had a lot of fun playing it in Hawks League, and I want to make a proper build guide for it.
I prefer to drive the syndicate into a corner.
More like a Z tier? I wouldn't say a Z tier. I'd put it at like B tier in terms of league starter. It ramps pretty quick. The initial Ivory Tower gearing isn't that hard to get. And Righteous Fire itself is a pretty chill league start to begin with. Like, I wouldn't call Righteous Fire particularly slow. You're mostly just like running around shield charging. Like, my campaign wasn't as fast as like a Armageddon brand campaign. Like, I could do Armageddon brand campaign probably a bit faster than I did the RF run, but 4-hour Scion campaign run isn't bad. Why Scion RF Chieftain? Because I care about late game scaling. If you don't care about late game scaling, if you only care about day 1 and 2, play Chieftain. If you care about day 3 and onward, I would play Scion. What's your backup plan when they nerf RF? I'm not going to post the guide until after June 5th. So whatever they change, I will adjust the guide for. If they like completely kill, like let's say they just delete Shaper's Touch, you know, which would pretty much kill the build. Then I'm like, oh, you know, it's dead. It is what it is. I don't expect them to do something like that, but it could happen, I guess. It's a possibility.
Thanks.
I think it's impossible that they would nerf RF or Shaper's Touch. I would think that would be very unlikely. I could see them maybe nerfing Ivory Tower because people are talking about it, but at the same time, I don't know. It's too niche of an item. I don't think it's on their radar at all. I would be very surprised if this character received a nerf. Ivory Tower's too niche? That's what I think. I think it's way too niche to be on their radar. Just like people saying they think Snaking's gonna get nerfed, I don't think Snaking's gonna get nerfed. Because it wasn't really overly popular. It only got hyped recently because Ben decided to play it. And that was like within the last month.
I just can't bring my choice.
Is Ivory Tower in the top 10% of builds? I would say easily. But popularity and how strong a character is are not the same thing.
Can I not have the moment to respond?
Overexertion will get nerfed for sure. You really think so? I think slams in general they have double jeopardy protection. I think they get double jeopardy protection. The problem is not saying it's overexertion. I don't think I don't see it. I don't think Slam's builds this league were anywhere close to as dominant as Archmage builds were in Necropolis League in terms of popularity, play rate type of thing. Like, I think the reason Archmage got nerfed right after it got buffed is because of it was insanely dominant. I don't feel like Slam builds had quite that level of dominance.
Picture is at last clear.
I want to play Archmage SSF, so I hope it won't get nerfed, but it should. I feel like Archmage is a maybe. On one hand, it's like one of the only ways people are playing self-cast builds, though. So if they do a self-cast rework, maybe they'll feel like they have to mess with it at the same time, type of thing. I think Ice Nova gets nerfed, not Archmage. I could see that as well. They'd be more likely to mess with, like, the most obvious use case of it.
You dare foul this sanctuary to the death. Ah, disappointing. But not
Go look at the Cyclone, Pohunger. Are you paying for a build review, Pohunger? I can't be doing too many free build reviews. People are gonna start thinking I do build reviews for free just all the time or something. Hit PoE 1 with a PoE 2 70% blanket nerf? Cinema? No. Stay away. Keep PoE 2 far away from PoE 1. Stay back. Did I hear free build reviews? You heard no free build reviews. Everyone knows about the bathhouse carry service. That's not a carry service, okay? It was scientific research, guys. A little bit of scientific research, okay? But it was for knowledge acquisition, okay? We were gaining information. I'm gonna have to start grabbing some awkward percent life nodes. Should I just go ahead and just make myself some clusters before my tree starts to look too stupid? Redeem Vertilac? What'd you redeem? PoE Hungers, Cyclone, because I like Cyclone. Alright, Beyond Saving wants to review PoE Hungers. Now, technically, I did add an additional rule at some point. It was like a verbal thing where I said, hey guys, no more paying for other people's build reviews, but I'll make an exception because I'm making exceptions, guy. Listen, we can make the rules however we want to. We'll take a look at Poe Hunger's Cyclone build.
You know, I know.
What rotation maps do you want back? Mesa. It looks like we're getting Peninsula based on one of the teasers. I think Peninsula was in it.
For putting me there.
Gorge would be cool, but I don't think Gorge is ever coming back. I don't think we're ever getting Gorge again. Alright, let's see the build review. Cyclone Slayer 4K life. Infused channeling with a Void Forge. Enchanted Void Forge. Double Anoint Abyssus. So you're anointing +2 frenzies. Are you really anointing a 2-point passive node and one of them gives you evasion per frenzy? That can't be real, right? Ain't no way that's your best anoint. Fervor? You anointed a 2-point passive? It's more than 6 mil. I'm not disputing the DPS. I'm just... Okay, wait. What the hell's going on here? Hold the... Wait, what's going on here? You're playing a Slayer? Where are you getting savagery from? You just like, nah, man, I don't need that one. Oh, Hunger? I have some questions. Are you not clicking the Nah, no, that's sacrilege, dude. Masterful Form is the best Slayer node. You can't not click this. This is just straight up sacrilege. To play Slayer and not click Masterful Form. We don't need frenzies where we're going. Just Abyssus. No Masterful Form. Slam Slayers doesn't take it. I don't care what you're playing. You should be taking that node. What? Karn says it's garbage for slams. I think Karn is cooked as hell right now. Yes. Okay. In Karn's defense, Karn doesn't have the option of a double anointed helmet, you know? And Karn doesn't want to travel all the way over here, to be fair. But that being said, even then, I don't know. Even then, that's still wild to me. You get no frenzy for snaking on Slayer. 80% crit hurts my heart. And you say a Trickster can't wear Aegis? I say a Trickster shouldn't wear Aegis. How do you get the double annoying helm? So this helmet, the way you make this helmet, there is a helmet in the game called Crown of the Thermophile. How the hell do you spell this? Is this Crown Thermophile? Dude, I don't know how to spell it. I was spelling it. Oh, it's cowl. It's cowl. It's not crown. Freaking cowl. Okay, anyways, there's this helmet. Basically, the way it works is, this helmet has the unique property where it can be double anointed. So what you have to do is you double anoint this helmet, you brick it to a rare, and then you mythic orbit into an Abyssus. And yes, it is a pain in the butt to do, but that's how you get a double anointed Abyssus. Nah, no masterful form is crazy. No matter how I look at this, I can't get over the no masterful form. 20% coal is freaking what? 25% more damage. That over masterful form is just crazy to me. What should I drop? You drop headsman. Right? Because you need the AoE for Cyclone. Cyclone AoE is just super horrible. You need the DR and the overleech. You have to drop headsman, but I think you drop headsman. How do you generate endurance charges? You have a few different options. You have a rare chest. Oh, you're doing an influence chest? I was gonna say you have the option to do the freaking who's he wants it, but you're doing an influence chest. Okay, I have issues with this thing too. I have a bone to pick with your chest as well. No, this just what is going on here? Enduring focus. You can do enduring focus. You can do enduring composure. You can do freaking. Well, you can't do inexorable, right? This requires you to stand still, which I don't think you count as stationary while you're cycloning. Enduring composure is probably how you do it. You can also do min endurance charge stuff. He has on kill already. Does he? You want more than on kill though. You want to actually have uptime on bosses. I guess you could like. He has frenzy gen already from sword. Put on Ralakash. I mean Ralakash is good, but probably not with his current setup. Open the proper POB. Wait, you guys don't like looking at the blue lines like this? Do you guys not like do you guys not like the blue I need to see the lethal pride nodes. All right, we'll take a look at the lethal pride nodes. Fine. Fine. I'll give you guys the POB viewpoint. There you go. Light of meaning. Okay, you're not doing lethal pride here. You're doing lethal pride here. Double damage, melee crits, life, armor, and strength. That's pretty solid. What light of meaning do you have? Just fizz? Holy fizz light of meaning. You click the open PoE button on the page? Yeah, but I copied the link and manually did it. What are you gonna do? You think you're gonna stop me? Graceful execution. How much strength do you have? $254, okay. So you can't do the 20% attack speed cluster then. I haven't seen an E build in a while. You haven't been looking very hard, have you? Pride, precision, armored determ. Armor evasion, two-hand. There's 2 double damage. Where's the second one? Oh, I missed the frenzy because you have it anointed. My brain didn't register this one because you're anointing it. Yeah, I think the biggest thing I would do is I would drop. I would want to go more tanky. I'd want to drop headsman and go masterful. Everything else pathing wise seems solid. Good light of meaning location. You get EE with Void Forge. With the helmet and master form, I think I can get up to 9 endurance. What's your gear slots again? You have life, attack speed, res gloves. I mean, at this level of budget, I'd be tempted to do the Uber Exarch gloves with a Frenzy Corrupt. And then you could drop this entire wheel. And you get more Fortify, right? Don't those gloves come with Fortify on hit? If you're at this level of budget. Totally I'm blind. Oh, this is strike skills Fortify. Thought it was just melee skills Fortify. That's a little bit unfortunate. What about body armor? Body armor? Body armor gives you another option for endurance charge gen. What are your curses you're running right now? You just have a curse on hit Ellie weakness? Assassin's Mark on Ellie weakness? Yeah, you're just using curse on hit Ellie weakness. I'd be tempted just to drop that. Like what I'd be tempted to do is I would be tempted to go Eldritch chest piece, one of the new base types, either I mean probably the hybrid evasion armor chest piece, honestly. But you could also do the pure armor one if you wanted. But crit reduction per endurance charge. Because at that point you'd be like 9 or 10 endurance charges and get endurance charge gen from the implicit. You can do that instead of enduring composure. And that would give you better phys mitigation along with crit immunity. Is Cyclone mana that bad? I guess I don't really know what Cyclone mana feels like. If it's bad enough where you can't just like click like a node like this. Let's build together about half a day on Ubers. I feel the fight anyways. Yeah. I think the thing I'm thinking is I'd be Masterful Form, I'd be Eldritch Chess Piece. Those are probably the biggest things I would change. Without the chest, you can't run a no leech mod though. Sure. Counterpoint, with a different chest, you run crit maps without getting one shot because you're crit immune. You know? And on top of that, maps that don't have crit mod, where you might randomly die to a crit, you still don't die. Aside from that, your pathing and stuff seems solid-ish. I don't know about going up here. I don't know how much this pathing out here is worth it over some more condensed pathing stuff. Depending on if you wanted to save for annoyance. Obviously, you already have the double frenzy anoint. We already established that we don't care for tank, we're Abyssus. No, you can be tanky with an Abyssus. My axe. Appreciate the sub. Cold chicken strips. Thanks, dude. You like cold chicken strips? Yeah, that's the main things I would change, Poenger. Your pathing seems decent, though. And it sounds like you were doing pretty good at killing Ubers with it already. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what to think.
The picture.
Cyclone with 19k max fizz hit is guaranteed one-shot in bosses. When you say guaranteed one-shot in bosses, what do you think is one-shotting you? Because the amount of fizz hits that can hit for 19k is very few.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
There's like, I think 2 fizz hits in Ubers that can clear 19k fizz. And it's Uber Shaper Slam and the Tentacle Whip from Eater.
Has failure taught me nothing?
That's about it. And those are both super dodgeable, especially if you're already a friggin' like Cyclone moving all around type of build.
Again.
Shaper Slam is 12k. Maybe regular Shaper Slam.
Death holds no terror.
Death is not the
Uber's much closer to
Death holds
20k
no
fizz
terror
hit.
For me, Exile. It is you.
You are brutal. I want to tell you.
I know you're holding the teaser hostage. Hand it over. It's like, what? 8 o'clock for them, guys? Give it an hour. Okay, give it maybe 2. The teaser's coming, surely. Unlike yesterday where we got robbed. Is Peripatia a viable shield for a Scion? I mean, if you had like a % strength synth, it'd be okay-ish. Not really what you want, though. Peripatia is more like, I'm super prioritizing movement speed.
But it will remember them.
That's a super prioritizing movement speed type of situation. There wasn't anything yesterday. There won't be anything today. Don't say that. That's depressing. Don't say things like that. Have you admit you're wrong about the bathhouse, Abaxid? Yes. I admitted I was wrong about the bathhouse. That being said, if there is a modifying mechanic that can change layouts... Oh, I'm so going back there. Maybe next league. Maybe next league. We go back. It'll be Pee-wee 2 news today. Maybe you don't say that, Fading Wyvern. We do not hope Pee-wee 2 news. We're all done with Pee-wee 2 news. Ban that guy. Unfortunately, he's in the YouTube chat. He's basically immune there. The amount of things we can do to YouTube chatters is super limited. Unless I take time to freaking open up it manually. Incorrect. I'm going there right now. Oh no, wait, did we make Aloezy, I think, is the only mod that's a mod in both YouTube chat and Twitch chat. He's too powerful. You're donezo, brother. You got the attention of the wrong mod. You took time to ban me there, Devilish Cat? You tested fate. You quested in Twitch chat, made me time you out in Twitch chat, and then continued the quest in YouTube chat after. I had to make an example out of you. Fading help? I can't help you, Fading, okay? I don't know what to do if he comes for you, okay? I gotta be honest. I don't even know if I can take away his mod powers if he gets out of hand.
Go on, do it.
Did you say I'm no threat?
You should have given them the red.
He's taking me out back. Should have thought about that before you said we were getting a Pee-wee 2 teaser. That's all I gotta say. You did this to yourself. Self-inflicted wound. Guys, don't tell Devilish Cat that it was based to start questing in YouTube chat after getting timed out in Twitch chat. Don't encourage that level of degeneracy. What happened to Giga Neon? Is it not there anymore? It should be there. I can still see Meeps doing it. Is it bricked somehow for other people? Did he complete the quest before getting banned? Yes, but completing the quest does not grant some sort of immunity like you guys think it does. My Parapatia dropped with flat ES, percent ES, and percent increased strength. You're kidding, right? Link it. That is an insane Parapatia.
Usually I have to go.
You got double ES and percent strength. Parapatia, fun fact, is actually like, it has a ton of percent. So if you get any amount of flat ES on the implicit, it actually becomes like a 400 ES shield. If you get some flat. If you rolled flat plus percent strength, that's actually kind of crazy. I don't see Giga Neon. I see it when you guys are chatting right now, but I don't know what's going on. Do you buy comms? I recommend it as a pretty good early game item. It's usually on League Start in the range of like 5C to 50C, and it doesn't ever go above that. Typically, it's on the cheaper end of that. I think I've done a League Start with comms 3 different times now. Base Settlers, Necro Settlers, and Phorecia. And every single time I bought the comms for about 10 chaos. Jonathan took it down. If Jonathan was going to take down an emote, why would he take down Giga Neon? Wouldn't he take down like Pee-wee 1 or something? Or Let's Talk? Like, why would he go for Giga Neon? Time to sell my comms for 1D. You're not selling your comms for 1D. Part of the reason comms is a good early game item is because its price is reasonable. No one's paying you 1D for your comms.
Not in the dark again. Hate myself. Hate.
You should have given them the red.
You fight well in a cage. Let's see how you live in one. This one smiles.
I'm here to clean up your mess.
A spot more.
Bathhouse practice. Guys, we're all done with Bathhouse, okay? We've accepted the situation.
Exile.
I got betrayed by some cursed situation where Bathhouse spawned. Okay? And I have to take that to the grave. I stopped in on a lunch break. We were talking about price columns. No, somebody else asked about it too. Somebody just asked about it. Unrelated to your earlier lunch break. That was a different time. How much worse is an Uber lab runner early versus Sanctum? An Uber lab runner is a completely different thing. I have, honestly, over the past 2 years, or pretty much ever since they changed lab to not have enchants, I don't think I've heard of anyone doing Uber lab running for profit, really. I don't think that's a real thing. Lab running in 325. Are people doing that? Are there mods governing YouTube chat? Yes, we have Alweezy. And maybe we'll hire somebody else if we decide that YouTube chat's getting out of control.
It was only playing when
If you cut a Parandus and you
I was missing a truss line to grab? What the hell was I even doing? Lacking. Oh, wait. Now that I did that truss line, unless I spawn Grav right now, I'm gonna have a level 1 Grav. Because I'm interrogating Chimera. Grav, please tell me you're in this. The hell is Grav at?
Go on. Did you see that?
it does not want
We done messed up. We done messed up. Are people running offerings for certain corrupted gems? If they are, I don't hear them talking about it very often. I vaguely remember Sushi League starting a lab runner in one of the Sellers Leagues. Are you sure it was a Sellers League? That doesn't sound real to me. Are you positive it was a Sellers League? She was running lab in 324. I can't imagine that was a good financial decision. I mean, you could ask Sushi if he did it, if he thought it was a good profit per hour, but that sounds pretty despair to me.
This one smiles, but his eyes are deadly serious.
Grav randomly show up. Nope. Well, mistakes were made. We got another level 1 Grav to do. Sushi was running lab when there were still Hellman chats? Well, if there's Hellman chance, then there's some decent money to be made. If there's no Hellman chance, like are we talking pre or post Hellman chance? Because that's a big difference in how much currency you get from doing lab.
You dare foul.
I remember he was servicing all the meta in his chat.
To the death. Disappointing. But not bring your Inquisition, Exile. I guarantee I've personally run far.
I think without a Hellman chance, you just don't make money. Grand Spectrums are pretty expensive. Yeah. He said something like, I'm gonna farm popular transfig gems for profit. I don't feel like transfig gems hold enough value for that to be consistent, though. I don't know, man. I'm just not a lab believer. Maybe it's totally fine, but I look at lab and I think, I don't know.
It's my lucky day.
Is it possible to make near permanent Val RF Yeppers? Yes, it is. Basically, you use Soul Ripper Flask with Scion. That's pretty much all there is to it. You can double up on the flask for multiple Val uses in a row.
Faith persevered in the end. Death holds no terror.
Yes, Exile. You just do.
No.
I'm afraid. Whoa! Oh, that glitters as gold.
You're correct. It turned out to be horrible money. If a snake bit me, would you suck the venom out to save me? Nope, Abaxith, I would let you die. And that's not because I'm disgusted at the thought of sucking out the venom. It's because that
Hate myself.
let's just say I don't have to be the one that technically did it, therefore I'm not committing a crime. But you still get, you know, relinquished of living, you know what I'm saying?
Go on then. What do you need from me?
I shot a rattlesnake this morning. How did it feel? Did you feel powerful? Streamer hates his chat. Confirm. Whoa, Abaxith. No, I love my chat. But you specifically? I saw those fees you were trying to charge people. You weren't crafting mere tier items out of the goodness of your heart. You're trying to make a profit off the common man. Disgusting.
Sleep now, little nightmare.
Vertilac, would you suck my venom? I don't even want to know what that means. He hates his Twitch chatters and he prefers the YouTube chatters. I can either confirm or deny those claims, but YouTube generally is less toxic to me. Partially because half the time I can't even see their chat messages because the multi-chat freaking thing keeps bricking. I just got back. What's with you sucking venom? I'm not sucking any venom. We're letting Abaxith die. That's what's happening. We made the call. Not worth it. Let him pass.
My. Usually I have to go looking for my victim. This is a lie.
I'm gonna haunt your house if I die? You think you have sort of like some pseudo ghost powers?
Getting on my nerves.
Coping.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Ospreys, you used to be a good item. We do get Death Rush a lot from Chimera. A lot. There's a lot of Death Rushes going on here. Would you do it for a bus full of children? But this also saves Abaxith. If so, that's a tough choice. Probably still no. Yeah, you have to understand. I think I'll probably take a utilitarian approach. What's the greater good? Abaxith going down or saving a bus full of children? And I think the greater good situation is probably still Abaxith not making it. You know what I'm saying? Can the kids craft mirror tier items? Probably not. What if the bus contains your children? Well, okay, now that... Then my bias kicks in. I mean... Then I think I probably save the kids. I mean, if they're my kids, I mean, I'll be emotionally compromised. At that point, I can no longer make the utilitarian decision there.
Death's the only.
Silver. Not even the rich.
Probably. I mean. There's nothing left to be teased. No, guys, there's gonna be another teaser today. And it's gonna be a good one, okay? It's going to be a certified, fully complete banger teaser today. Confirm Lance kids are unable to make mirror tier items. I mean, yeah. No, I don't think that'd be in their skill set. I'm not trying to teach them how to play PoE right now. They're too young for that, okay? They're too young for this cocaine and level addiction.
I just can't bring myself to care.
Did you see that thing?
I'm no.
No.
You remind me why I left the Templars.
Better a deal than having to kill you, old man.
How do I count my PoE numbers without Steam numbers? Is it just /played? I think you can message support and they'll tell you how much you've no-lifed. Maybe. Outside of that, I have no idea. I hope you're prepared, Abaxa. What am I supposed to be prepared for exactly?
Daddy, it's time to go.
What's that, Charbear?
We gotta go to Gigi's house.
Oh, you need help getting loaded up for Gigi's house?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. I'll help you guys load up. Do you want to say hi to everybody in chat? You do?
Hi.
Not too loud.
Hi.
See they're waving at you? See right over there?
Hi.
All right, tell them bye. Tell them you gotta go.
I gotta go. Goodbye.
All right, let's go, baby girl. I'll be right back. I'm gonna help them load up. Okay, I'm back. Lack of mirrors in that stash? He's no fub gun. What are you talking about? We're doing just fine. What do you mean? 39 miss? I don't have a problem, okay? Don't judge me. Listen, reflecting items is fun. How many muffins? Honestly, 0. I should have grabbed some though. That's a good point. I did have opportunity to grab a muffin. I kind of forgot they were there. I walked right past the countertop too. Walked literally right past it. Yo, Kuthik. Or Kothic? Appreciate the Prime Man. Thanks for the support. Andre, Meps, you guys are not Fub Gun. Bo Hunger, you're not Fub Gun, okay? Only Fub Gun is Fub Gun. Unless, of course, you click Deadeye and Bow on League Start, in which case you are Fub Gun. That's literally the only requirement. Just clicking Deadeye and Bow on League Start. That's all it takes. When was Lance Licking created? Ask Girthamac. I don't know. I was framed, okay? That's what that is. I was framed.
I can still pull the trigger death when I close my eyes. Don't worry, you'll be soon enough. Nothing more to do.
This league, I'm gonna maybe be rich crafting items for the Fub Gooners. It is a very good profitable strategy. In Settlers, I think I made like 500D off Fub Gooners from like 3 claw crafts or something, or 4 claw crafts. I was like ecstatic how easy it was to make some free money off those. They had too much finance. You just make a couple triple LE claws, and next thing you know, 100D here, 100D there is crazy. It's okay for you to profit craft off the common man who is poor, but not allowed for me to profit off the rich? The Fub Gooners aren't poor. What do you mean? The Fub Gooners are the freaking, they are the rich, okay? Fub Gooners are loaded? They are, man. They are. They've been degenning for 40 hours straight on League Start. They got stacks on stacks, you know?
The picture, thanks.
You aren't poor either? I never said I was poor. Why am I not doing T16s? I don't know, man. Okay, actually I do know. I'm trying to delay how long it takes me to get to 92, so that way I give a higher chance to the believers. But don't tell the doubters that, okay? Don't tell the doubters that. They don't need to know, okay? They don't need to know. It's a natural progression, guys. It's a natural progression. Listen, if anything, I'm just the believers deserve a little bit better chance than 0%, okay? It's okay for Lance to scam people on the currency exchange in the name of market lubrication. Well, it's not scamming, first of all. And it is market lubrication, okay? You want your instantaneous your instantaneous trades. If you don't want those prices to be some insane number, you need somebody lubricating. Ideally, at least 2 people lubricating that exact currency, so they have to compete with each other. The more lubricators, the better the instant trade margin. Soon you'll realize the solution is more lubrication, not less. Don't get it twisted. The more lubrication going on, win-win. What if I want to go in dry? I think you're going to have a bad time. I only lubricate the div market? kind of a, how would you put that? Would you reference yourself as a kind of a low output lubricator, you know? Low production value. You know, you're not really able to produce much if you can only lubricate one market. Yeah, this kind of sounds a little bit weak on the lubrication side of things, not gonna lie. All this Diddy talk, this has nothing to do with Diddy, guys. This has to do with market lubrication. What did I come back to? Just explaining economics to some heathens in chat. My wife says I can only lubricate her market now. It's kind of limiting, not gonna lie. You may have signed a bad contract.
Found the sanctuary. To the death. It proves disappointing.
That's fair.
I guarantee I personally run far worse than your
He's gonna stop you from trading, day trading on PoE currency exchange.
I will enjoy watching you break.
It sounds to me like she's trying to keep you poor in PoE. I think she's trying to keep you poor in PoE. What kind of damage can we expect when finishing the campaign? I did 2 campaign runs, one yesterday and one the day before. You can check the VODs to like see what rough like 4 hours into the campaign or 4-hour campaign run damage looks like. If you're asking if I know like the POB number for a level 60 character with level 15 gems, I have no freaking clue. But I'm sure you could POB it if you really wanted to. Imagine wasting your talent on day trading PoE rather than the real market. Well, the thing is, day trading PoE is like easy. Like super freaking easy. And the likelihood of failure is like almost 0%. Whereas the likelihood you lose all your life savings day trading real money is pretty high, right?
Genital Gravicius still demands that
Day trading in PoE is actually profitable. That's the difference. Yeah. Yeah. A very key distinction.
Interrogation was not pleasant. Consider me miffed.
How's the build so far? I mean, life-based RF is just pretty chill for like progressing through white yellow maps. Damage is always gonna be pretty mid for red maps, I'd say. Usually how it goes. This character, we're not really... what are we doing? We're basically trying to get this character 92. I want to do a setup of life-based gear prior to Ivory Tower swap to say, hey, this is where your character's gonna be for a while you farm your Ivory Tower gear. And then we're gonna do a setup before that, which is like as you're entering maps. I wish I could earn big money with heist in real life. Yeah, you kind of could, right? Just don't get caught. Just don't get caught. I'm Sure it'll pan out just fine. You like Celestial RF? Do I like Celestial RF? I view Celestial RF as you kind of have to earn it. And what I mean by that is Celestial RF makes it so you can't see like anything on the ground. So what I mean by earn it is you have to get to the point where your character doesn't really care what's on the ground. No matter what, you're going to be fine. So I wouldn't swap to Celestial until you're ready to swap to Ivory type of thing. Yeah, you have to start outscaling the game to justify the MTX that makes it so you can't really see what's on the ground. Why are you using it now? Because he asked to see what it looked like. So I turned it on so he could see what it looks like. This character does not deserve to wear Celestial, though. This character is not, it's not worthy yet. I just wanted to showcase it for the dude because he was asking. I earned it? Yeah, no, I don't think this character deserves to be wearing Celestial right now.
Silver linings.
You know what's a must for RF, especially if you're using Celestial RF? The burrowing shield charge. There's a burrowing shield charge? You messing with me right now? What are you talking about? Shield charge. Burrowing. Replace the standard effect on shield. Charge them with a burrowing version. Wait, really? You just go underground? Wait, that's so sick. I didn't know this even existed. That's kind of cool. Hey, they're wearing an ivory tower. What a good aesthetic choice. Ivory tower is so cool looking. I mean, that is pretty cool for a shield charge MTX. What are the other MTXs? Deep water shield charge. I mean, that looks kind of cool too. But burrowing's definitely better. What else do we have? Misery. I've seen this one. That one's okay. Yeah, I like burrowing. But 130 points is kind of 130 more than I have. Let's wait for the packs, guys. Let's wait for the supporter packs. Cause I don't want to just buy points, you know, just freaking $15 in points with no supporter pack. That seems questionable. If I'm gonna get that shield charge, I need to be convinced I need the points via the next supporter pack. I.e. GGG better drop that teaser soon. Buy the $250 supporter pack? Oh, you know that's right. It's an of the Atlas one. So it is probably going to have the full-on Giga Chad pack, right? There's going to be a Zana pack for 480. Are you working on a detailed guide for RF Scion? Yes. That's the goal. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to... There's a few different things I want to prep and have different setups to showcase of various points of progression of the character. And then... I've been kind of going over some details in my mind of stuff I want to cover to make sure I give a full breakdown of how to do like various parts of the character and whatnot. Written or video? I'm planning to do a video, but if people want a written guide, I can try to do that as well. I know a lot of people, or I think a decent amount of people, appreciated the written Maxwell guides for the PoE2 characters we did. I'm a financially stable adult who makes his own decisions, so I'll spend $100 on a pack and not let my wife know. Very tactical of you. Very, very tactical decision. Hey, Keetoth, how you doing, man? Make the AI do the guide for you. I don't think people would appreciate that. As far as I can tell, from when people have linked me Chat GPT stuff, I feel like Chat GPT is pulling information from like the old wiki or something. I don't know. Every time somebody links me a Chat GPT PoE generated answer, it feels like it's from like a past time or something, a previous meta. Lance, I'm sad to realize that the build doesn't work without clarity. Too much mana consumption. You know what you could do? You become non-CI. You could give up CI and then you can make it work, right? But that's gonna have a whole host of additional issues that come with it, right? No teaser today? We can't say that yet. We're 20 minutes from entering teaser town. Teaser time, teaser... Listen, it's soon, okay? There's a chance that we'll get one within the next, like, 20 minutes. Or if they're late, within the next, like, 2 hours and 20 minutes, you know?
I cannot death hope.
Excuse me?
I'm no true. I will not. You've made your show of force, have it?
ChatGPT uses like old data. That it does feel like that. So he's a fast AF viewer? Yeah, maybe. Did you find the C layout? No, we never found the C layout, guys. C's not real. C's not real, man. That was something we had to accept. I still don't think I've recovered. I thought we were resetting till the teaser. That was yesterday. Back when I thought there was going to be a teaser yesterday. And then there wasn't a teaser. Now today, we're just setting up our level 90 something life-based character. That's the current today project. Setting up the old life-based RF setup. Lance can accept that there's no C layout, but not that he won't get 5D before 92. I will get 5D before 92. Mark my freaking words, it's happening. The kind of was on Reddit with the crafting bench thing. Guys, that's not a teaser. For all we know, that's not even confirmed. Them saying on it doesn't mean it's gonna happen, you know? To me, I read that and I think, okay, the community team looked at it. They're gonna pass it along and we're gonna get a maybe.
Has failure taught you nothing, General?
Why Scion? Because Scion scales really well late game.
I care not who I deceive.
Lance, you'd be very proud of me, although it's a bit of a temporary settle. Dezel, what'd you do? Better than Guardian? I think there's pros and cons to both. Scion gets to go big AoE scaling. I think Scion gets a bit better damage. And Scion has a better early game. Ooh. Now we're talking. 1100 ES, Twilight Regalia, 28 quality, less damage per int mod. Yeah. I do like this, Dazzle. This is a nice looking chess piece. How do you feel about it after you made this change from your previous chess piece? That's a decent SSF body. Yeah, that's just a decent SSF body armor. Yeah, it's full stupid. You were at 7K when you were showcasing the character. What did you go to? What did you go to afterward? You went up to 10K? I'm still gonna try to talk you into getting a couple more ES mods and some other items, but that's good. That's a good freaking start. Tier 3 fire, Dezel, you can do better. Don't tell him that. That's toxic. You know, Dezel, don't listen to him. What you got there is a good chess piece. Okay, don't listen to these people in chat that are trying to bully you. That's a good looking chess piece. Hey, you got the rage on hit too. Nice. Okay, this was gonna be one of the things I was gonna try to tell you to do. The rage on hit's so nice. Those are good looking gloves. Dang, T2, T1% ES as well. Better SSF gear than most people's trade league gear? Yeah, well, Dezel, he's built a little bit different, you know? He's built a little bit different. Those are some tasty looking gloves, not gonna lie. I'm licking my lips a little bit right now just looking at those. I'm licking my lips a little bit just looking at those gloves. Those are some good looking gloves. Did Dezel check how much one of his characters would be worth in trade and then it was multiple mirrors? I mean, that shouldn't be surprising, right? Dude's got some cracked gear. The Molten Strike Zenith armor was insane as well. Okay, no. Listen, I want to agree with that take, but also at the same time, Dezel, how did you not get quality on that base? How?
Disappointing.
I don't understand. How did you not have... They all ripped... Did you... There's no way, man. How?
Finally.
Did you split them? Did you triple split them?
You are doomed now.
Tell me with a straight face you triple split every 25 quality plus base and they all died. Tell me with a straight face. Don't lie to me, Dezel.
I cannot death hope.
I'm trying. Exile.
I remember someone ripping every single 29 quality boots. Yeah, and I still had a 28 quality boots in the end, okay? Because I didn't give up. Wait, I think they were 28 quality. Were they actually 28 quality or did I go all the way down to 27? Why are we running Grav? Because I have a small Grav addiction. And I'm not ashamed to admit that fact. I know, based on my experience with Grav, I should be clean, considering I always get basically nothing. But you never know, man. The next hit could be the one. The next one could be the House of Mirrors pull, you know? My last Grav was 7 Divine Orbs. See? He gets it. He understands. Is this a league start run? No, no, no. I am just trying to get the Scion to level 92, and then I'm gonna set up a basic life gear set for basically like if you were to go all the way to T16s, roughly what I'd recommend doing. I'm trying to set up multiple basically levels of progression for the RF Scion to give people a good picture of how to progress the build. So this character I'm gonna level to about 92. We have another Scion that's level 60. We're gonna showcase like the initial life-based gear setup, like the super cheap stuff you do when you're just getting into maps. Then we're gonna set up a character with like the basic ivory tower that I recommend like the minimum level before I'd go for the swap. Is life-based Phoenix plus comms pretty solid for life-based? Phoenix is what I'd say is a good league start shield. Like, it's something you can generally get from anywhere from like 2 to 5 chaos on day 1. Fantastic league start shield. It's I'm gonna recommend it as an early pickup for like right when you're getting into maps, right when you're getting into those first few white tier maps type of thing. But for T16s, I'm gonna recommend a recover on block shield, which we're going to showcase how to make when we get to level 92. It'll be pretty easy. Reforge life or pristine fossils. Is this a sign that I must tri-stack? I don't know if that's a sign. I mean, you didn't even get flat strength on the item. I don't know if that's a sign. But yeah, you should tri-stack. Tri-stack's a good time. Okay, so we got a breach item. We keep going. What RF is best for the lab? Farming strat? None of them are. Don't farm bathhouse. That's what we learned yesterday. There is no C. C's not real. I just spent the last 30 minutes watching old league trailers. Did it get you start hyping you up? The league trailers are always so freaking hype. We don't even know what the actual league mechanic is gonna be, do we? They haven't like told us the actual league mechanic name. All we got was the of the Atlas name. So we're still kind of missing context.
Go on.
I'm afraid you will only garner from me.
Just do it.
Know where you're going?
Death.
Go on. If you think
I prefer to drive the syndicate into a corner and enrage it.
Did you just admit it? I admitted it yesterday.
don't get them. The high. We have come to an accord.
Ooh, watch me to calms. +1 calms. SSF viable chess piece. Confirmed. Wait, did I just get the open the box twice thing? Okay, we got a ring. Unfortunate. I hope one thing they take from the unique vendor, PoE2 is the unique vendor strongbox. That I will agree with. The Gamble gold box, the gold sync box. That thing is freaking sick. Nine minutes until teaser? You think so? I hope you're right, man. I'm happy enough with the pause, dude. We want more than just a pause. We want it all. All the good things. 9 a.m. in New Zealand. They've had their coffee. They booted up their PCs. They're good to go. Yep. They're clicking the launch teaser button. Any minute now, they're clicking the launch teaser button. Any second now, right around the corner, baby.
I spent every moment behind those.
1 hour from now? Don't say 1 hour from now. I don't want to wait that long. I want it now.
Go on.
Give me the teaser now.
Strong gets stronger.
Do I win? Wear a mask.
Back to the silence. I take it. I'm afraid.
Did you see that?
Do they post teasers 2 days before the stream? I think they've posted teasers day of the stream before. No, I don't know about that. Maybe day before. They're waiting for you to start doing bathhouse runs again. Guys, I'm not doing any more bathhouse runs, okay? It's clear the bathhouse runs are not it, okay? It's very clear the bathhouse runs aren't it.
Usually I have to go looking for...
It's been every other day, and today is an every other day situation, right? There's hope, guys. There's hope. Real quick, 5D Tink. Don't mind if I do. The Long Watch. Fourth Vow was overrated. I'll say it. I never got the hype for that item.
Thanks. Be careful.
Anyone else? Who's with me? It is a cool item. It is a cool item, but like it needs a little bit more, man. I think it does at least. There are worse items. I said it's overhyped. I didn't say it was bad. I like it a decent amount, but I think it was I'll put it this way. Just like how I think Savalin is overhyped, I thought Fourth Vow is overhyped. I think Savalin's a respectably decent item, but I think people give it way too much credit. And I think they did the same thing with Fourth Vow. Am I spending all my Grav bad luck? Something like that. Savalin's one of the most overrated uniques. I think it is very overrated. When was Vow overhyped? I don't remember. I mean, it wasn't like, I wouldn't say it was like, I'll put it this way. Savalin's obviously, I think, a more popular item than Fourth Vow ever was. Fourth Vow saw a pretty good use rate, I think, for a couple leagues. It was getting a pretty high usage.
Death's the
A savage slave.
Somehow, trusting this Riker
Or that would be cool if it wasn't a chess piece. That's its biggest thing holding it back. For sure. Right now, rare body armors with the new bases are just so insane, right?
You fight well in it.
That definitely is a big a big issue with uniques right now. Competing with rare chess pieces is crazy hard to do. Rare chess pieces are so freaking strong. Same with Aegis. Yeah. Aegis has to compete with Rare Shield. Rare Shields are crazy good. Savalin took me to 800 EHP. EHP. What's your max hits? What's your max hits, though? Caught? Wait, I mean, I'm just saying. What's the max hits? What happens if you get hit by a non-blockable attack? Are most of the Ubers like non-blockables? Aegis gives me 50,000 ES on block on my armor stacker. You're just lying, right? Aegis is like 3% of armor, isn't it? No, it's 2% of armor. Hold the phone. Ah, okay, he's not lying. Those exist. You get 2.5 million on armor stacker. But he has 4K ES, I can? Yeah, well, yeah, obviously. Teaser time? It better be. Where's the teaser, JJJ? Dude, I kind of want to make an SST build. Yo, when was that? Did that guy ever link me his Peripatia? I wanted to see that guy's double ES Peripatia with percent strength on it. Where's the Peripatia guy? You see that, guys? Want the shield? Check this out. Wait, this is standard. People made Crucible Prepatias. Oh, that's wild. How the hell did they make that? $700 ES per Repetia. That is something. Yeah, you get to like 300 with just the ES roll. Crucible trees back then. I'm just thinking Prepatia, you had to like... How? You can't chance this, can you? How does this guy make double ES and a Crucible? I guess, well, his Crucible tree probably isn't that good, right? Okay, his Crucible tree really isn't that good. It's just the 40 ES roll. So maybe he just found somebody who found a double ES one and then he RNG'd Crucible tree and ES. Because, okay, Peripatia... Crucible, you didn't delete your base, right? You got to choose which thing died. So maybe it's just a matter of just getting lucky and somebody dropping a double ES one, probably. You don't have to actually like synth reroll. Because Crucible, you didn't have to risk the base. I gotta remember that Recombinators and Crucible did not operate the same way. One guarantees the saved base. We need the Karn rip clip in Crucible. What'd Karn die to in Crucible? Not him, his despot? Oh, when he did the Crucible trees and he got a 1 mod item back. They patched that, right? So that like can't even happen anymore. I think they patched it.
You're my kind of murderer.
I'm pretty sure they patched that. That literally can't happen anymore.
At last, a chance to drive a sword through that glamorous.
Wait, let me think. The Pirandas.
I'm going to kill you, Giannis. Just not.
Is it indeed an S tier clip? We'll watch it if somebody finds it. The Karn Crucible experience.
Not possible!
I know you want to kill me. I know you want to kill me.
Why don't you use Legacy of Fury as boot?
Cut off one
I probably will have that in
Get
the
those long necks
92 life setup. I'm just trying to get through the like level
I
92.
know you want to kill me. I would too. But we are like the.
Let me see if I can find it. All right, good luck, Alweezy. Good luck to you. Right now, we're kind of just in a halvesy state. Halvesy state if I'm just trying to get to level 92. Killing Woods found it. Did you actually find the right thing? Oh, you did find the right thing. Holy. I want to make it so YouTube check in here. That should be able to hear now. Side note. Keyboard Karn. I hope we get him back someday. Keyboard POV is where it's at.
Come on, poison and fizz! Poison and fizz! Do it! Poison and fizz! Poison and fizz! Do it! Poison and fizz.
He's like, he has so much hope in his voice. He has so much hope. Oh, poor Karn. Robbed. Absolutely robbed. He's staring into the void. Yeah, he's reconsidering some things. I do not miss Crucible League. Crucible had some insane power creep, but honestly, it felt like you'd end up spending more time making your one weapon than it would like the amount of time you played in the character type of thing. Like, I feel like you could literally spend an entire day doing the freaking Crucible and not make the item. Sir, PB, I'm working on it. I'm trying to make sure I can cover all my bases of progression for the character. We did a couple campaign runs. I'm pretty happy with the pathing for campaign run. And right now I'm working on setting up the various gear progression sets. Who had him chance a Wind Ripper? I think that's Kobe. That sounds like Kobe Black Mamba. I'm trying to think who would have somebody pay somebody a chance a Wind Ripper. I still don't know what Bismuth Ore does. Like, it changes the map, so what? It gives you Quant. And then it makes the enemies have gain Fizz's Elemental, I think. And, does it do anything else? Pretty much it. Did Kobe stop streaming? Maybe?
Always hoped I'd get a
Methods are brutal. I'm no.
I really do hate the idea of...
Can we hurry this up?
You used to create dangerous whirlwinds? That's true. Yeah, before they patched it, it would like literally assassinate your character. I'm sure there's no other reason he left. I am not aware of them, though. You know what I do remember is he was a fellow strength stack enjoyer. I think he also was an aura stacker enjoyer at one point too, maybe. Teaser win? Imminent. Soon. I'm not coping. I have a funky End League project. Holy, he paid for the build review. Let's see what he got here. End League build project you were working on. You were doing a cast on crit, lightning conduit, hierophant. You're strengthened. I'm assuming you're doing righteous providence. You are doing righteous providence. You're doing ashes of the stars. Crackling lance, dissipation. Why does it say lightning conduit? Guess you have multiple casts on crits. One mana forge, one non-mana forge. Teaser, it's here. I'm sorry. I will look at the build after. We have our priorities. I'm sorry. We will look at your build after. Everybody, teaser's upon us. Let's see what we got.
I'm Mark Roberts, game director on Path of Exile.
Wait.
In the
hold on. I did pause this, right? All right. We're good. What do we have?
Secrets of the Atlas expansion. And as you may have recently seen from Path of Exile 2, we're making a change to how you use currency items on strongboxes and monsters imprisoned in essences.
Okay.
Based on the currency you have in your inventory and the state of the strongbox, it will display a set of buttons underneath the label. You can instantly click those buttons to immediately use the currency item they correspond to. The same applies to essences, with the remnant of corruption currency.
Yes. Oh, my essence farmers just got
You must
such a
have
buff.
those currency items in your inventory.
Unironically, I'm pretty sure essences just got 1C cheaper. Okay, I'm not going to run essences myself, but I'm pretty sure they just got 1C cheaper. Per essence. Every single one of them across the board just got 1C cheaper.
But you no longer need to open it to use them. Not all currency items are presented, as we have taken care to ensure that valuable currency like divine orbs are not there, as it would often be wasteful to use in this context. Join us on June 5th for the livestream to find out what other quality of life changes we'll be making in the Secrets of the Atlas expansion.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. I got so excited I failed my memory game. As you should. You got your priorities straight. That's good. Rolling strong marks is worth doing now.
Game direct.
More than they would be before. Okay, let's see if there's any secret intel in here. They have the Glad character with SST and Corrupting Fever on again. Is there a world? Is there a world where we're getting a Fizz dot patch? I'm gonna misclick that mechanic so many times. Where you ended up clicking the currency and throw it away. Is that Pride Aura? That is Pride Aura. More Glad bleed buffs? Yeah. They're like, wait a second. You guys weren't playing Glad bleed on our slam patch? Time to buff it again. Melee confirmed buffed again. Well, there's SSD. That's not really melee, is it?
Based on the currency you have in your inventory.
Is this a Val side zone? It kind of looks like a Val side zone based on the tint of the area. Do you think they added the functionality of Val side areas? Maybe. Maybe you can chance orb the Adorn zone more reasonably without needing a second person. Tincture in the inventory? Did they show their inventory at any point? Eye of Winter, self-cast buff confirmed. Impale buffs confirmed. Dark Pact buffs confirmed. Holy, this is a good patch. Inspiration has been nerfed a second time. Div card quality life confirmed. Maybe. Which tincture is this one? Is this one Rose Thorn? Is that the crit tincture? Hold on. Time to do some research. Tincture. PoE wiki. It is the Boreal. AKA a tincture no one was using. This thing got buffed. That got buffed for sure. For sure, for sure. Yeah, I'm thinking Self-Cast League, guys. Self-Cast League, Dark Pact, and Eye of Winter. Come on, those are bona fide self-cast skills. This is clearly a self-cast patch. The Vine Orb buff. Open slot is more bag space. That's not open slot. That's just a freaking heist trinket slot is what that is. I'm thinking self-cast buff, okay? Dark Pact, Eye of Winter, Impale. What do all of those things have in common? Self-cast. They all have self-cast in common. Wait, Impale doesn't say, like, attack only, does it? Let me check, hold on. I mean, you don't use Impale support, do you? You use the gloves. It does say attack. I mean, we know the Impale is there to allude to Impale with spells being good, okay? You just get the gloves, you know? Eye of Winter Mines is back. No, it's gonna be self-cast specific buffs. Wait, there's a new teaser? Yep.
State of the strongbox.
We can now currency
It will display a set of buttons underneath the label. You can instantly click those buttons to immediately use the currency item they correspond to. The same
for boxes
applies to essences, with the remnant of corruption currency.
Cheaper essences.
You must have those currency items in your inventory, but you no longer need to open it to use them. Not all currency items are presented, as we have taken care to ensure that valuable currency like divine orbs are not there, as it would often be wasteful to use in this context.
These videos are nice quality lights, but they're kind of mid on hype level. That's fair. I mean, the hype level I think is more from assuming what the hell is going on with these extra things, where you make guesses about if they're actually nerfing or changing these things, you know? You're dropping Nuke on Thursday? Surely they're holding out on us. Giga time, right? They're not giving us Easter eggs? None that we found. I guess previous time they gave us the totem on the ground Easter egg, right? Totem on the ground. Towers coming? Why do you guys keep talking about towers? There's no towers. Imagine if you were in the bathhouse until now. Thank goodness I wasn't. Not that game. True. Good guy gaming. True. The hype is generated by PoE1 actually getting content. It's been too freaking long. The floor on this map looks like a tower. Do not say things like that. 6 jewelers, what could this mean? I got nothing. I do think self-cast buffs. I'm believing in self-cast buffs. I've Winter, Dark Pact, I'm believing in self-cast buffs. The boots are not influenced. Were they influenced on the previous videos of this character? They have showcased this character before, right? It's the same Glad they've had before. Were the boots previously influenced?
Modifier you want to...
They were. Wait a minute. What happened? It's the exact same character, but the boots aren't influenced. It's literally 1 for 1. Everything else is the same. What in the pre-recorded leak is that? What the hell's going on here? Order of recording? You think they recorded the other one before this? And they just randomly decided,
you must have those
we should probably add an influence to those boots. Maybe there's a way to rip influence off items. Orb for removing influence, yeah. A way to unbrick an item that... Imagine all the times people awaken orb into simplex and brick their simplex and they're trying to sell their 2 influence simplex. And you can now remove both influences and reset it back to a usable, craftable simplex. What's his gold? You know, his gold is much higher in this video than this video. He does have 100k here versus 36k here. What about the previous videos?
Items.
Previous video is the Trickster about to get destroyed.
Hi. That map.
Kongor build. This one's Kongor build too, isn't it?
Also be poor.
Yeah, this one's Kongor build as well. Like Berserker or something. Heist buff because of the trinket slot? Does anyone play Kongor? No, it's not a very strong base. I also like that the Trickster doesn't have a simplex. I don't know if I should like that, but to me that confirms no simplex nerf. Just Voice the Storm is randomly gonna get nerfed. Yellow survives? Nah, man, it's dead. It's so dead. Yeah, you guys could be right. It could be that they recorded this video first and you added the influence later. I want to choose to believe, however. I want to choose to believe that they're telling us you can now remove influence. I'm all in on the influence remover. The uninfluence orb. Why would you wish to do that? Sometimes there are items that have an influence that bricks what you can do with it. For example, let's say, hypothetically, you drop a 30 quality influenced tier 1 base while doing apparition farming. Okay, hypothetically. You have lost a ton of currency because you would have had something that could become 3 30 quality necrotics. Instead, you have a bricked base worth nothing. Right? Or worth almost nothing compared to what it would be worth otherwise. Or, for example, for some unknown, ungodly reason, you decide to awaken orb your simplex without properly doing the beast lock method, and you forget to make an imprint, and you no longer can craft an ideal simplex, and it's basically uncraftable, to be honest, uncraftable basically entirely. Now you have a way to take it back to the part where you can craft it. There's not a ton of use cases, but there are some use cases. So specific examples, yeah. Yeah. I'm just saying there's some reasons you could want that. Speaking from experience, I am speaking from experience, not because I've done that myself, but because I have clicked search, clicked influence, and then I've seen this on trade. You guys see this? See this right here? Shaper Crusader. This is a non-sellable item. Not without taking some major discount in value, because its craftability is very cooked. When is there going to be a complex amulet? More mods but weaker? I mean, there's the Astrolabe, which has more mods than the pool, and much weaker. You can use that base to recombinate craft. You're not paying a premium. You're paying way less than a premium because you have a 1 in 3 brick chance. You can't recombinate with this mod on here. You sure as hell aren't paying the base cost of a scoured simplex. Because you'd pay, if you're recombinate crafting this, you're paying a third of the price because this. Oh, that's not true. Yeah, you're right. You could just fundamental fossil. How many fundamental fossils does it take to re-hit that, though? For, like, under 100D? Let's see. How many fundamental fossils are we talking here? It's still going to be a pain, because you have other attribute stats. Jewelry, amulets. Simplex, fossils, fundamental, influence, where are you? Crusader, Shaper. Percent int. Percent attributes. Is it not there twice? I guess int isn't there twice. It's just percent attributes. The reveal is gonna be tomorrow? No, it's gonna be the next day. Thursday. Is it bricked? It doesn't like this. You can't just take. Unselect the fundamental? Is this because it's a simplex? Simplex just breaks Craft of Exile? Okay, we'll have to choose a different base then. We'll say it is fractured then, just so we can have a 2 suffix scenario. Not gonna exactly give us the correct odds, but it'll give us close to the correct odds. It would technically be slightly better. No third suffix is pretty common. That's what I'm saying. It would be slightly better with the simplex. You're going to be pretty heavily weighted towards getting suffixes with this combination, Connor, with fundamentals. Well, it's gonna tell us fundamentals, right? I'm assuming it is. You didn't select fundamentals? I did not, but that's in case it tells me that something else would be better than fundamentals. So the only person I know that's going to be buying that base is Connor. Connor's going to buy it to get percent int and percent attributes to then annul the prefix. So he's going to have to do this 3 times. I stand by my point. That base is bricked as hell. I stand by my point. That 1 in 3 already gets canceled by all the Ignol and Exalts and empty attempts at the suffix. You do you, Connor. I think you're cooked as hell. I am not. I think. Wait, hold on. Okay, before we got distracted, we did have a build review. Crit, cast on crit, mana forged arrow, lightning conduit, and disintegration. And you have enhance here because disintegration's very good for shock. So you're running ashes too, right? Crackling lance, disintegration, maximum shock effect. So the goal is to get oodles of max shock effect with enhance, which then allows conduit to hit really hard because it gets damage scaling from the enhanced shock. I get 110 shocks with this. Shock Nova's better. Is Shock Nova better? Shock Nova, for comparison, is the same. Disintegration just hits harder. I think I'm gonna go with 2-2 on this. I think it's disintegration hits harder. More damage in its full screen. Shock Nova is not more damage. Shock Nova is like 2 hits or whatever, but it's not hitting harder. Yeah, Shock Nova has lower effect than this. It has the extra hit, but it's still lower effect than this. More total damage. I think he cares about inflicting. His main single target, I'm guessing, is his conduit. So he just needs to make sure he has a skill that hits hard enough to inflict his max shock. And I don't know if this prevents him from doing that or not. Doing Shock Nova versus that. Ice Nova's better than Shock Nova? Oh, great. Great. Well, let's bully him out of playing Lightning Conduit, guys. Don't you know there's this skill? How does Cast on Crit Rain and Saturation feel? Are you doing Enhance on both? How important is Lightning Conduit's Enhance? Conduit is also more damage per 5 shock. Okay, fair enough. So you're giga scaling for max shock and additional more damage per shock, and that's why you're going so hard investment into quality. Do you know if we're getting all these PvE2 quality lives that will get an auto-identify NPC? No idea. My guess would probably be no. I feel like there'd be other stuff they'd do before that, but they're probably trying to hit a lot of things. I mean, so you got the double dipping on Enhance. That seems pretty solid. Momentum, crit chance, Widow Hail. You have attack speed, mana, strength, int, unveiled, evasion, life. That's pretty solid. You're triggering what? What are you triggering? Something with awakened AoE. I need the momentum to get a specific cost. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Sigil, Frost Shield. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Just basically the I'm about to do DPS on a boss buttons. That all seems pretty solid. Ghost Dance. Leech Mastery. And going over here for Militant Faith. Don't know about this. Pathing. I feel like I'd be more tempted to do the around town pathing, where you go over this way, up, Militant Faith here, the around town situation, split personalities here. Because, like, your overall int and strength scaling on this character is pretty lacking. I'm doing journey tattoos. Are you doing impossible escape for that? Ugh. There's no way that's worth it, right? Poor tattoos, man. When they took away the ability to anoint main stat things. How do you get the tattoos? Shipping. They're pretty rare, though. The, journey tattoos are. Gain life, recover when you use a skill. Max shock for more shock. And you have the mana shock mastery as well. They're extraordinary rare. They're probably like, are they like mirror shard rare? I don't know if they're that rare, but they're pretty rare for shipping. You gotta send a lot of value. Rarer? You think so? Rarer than mirror shard rare? I've seen more mirror shards than journey tattoos without a doubt. And you guys are sending to the Karuri ports as well? Dang, that's crazy. No more ports, no more mappers? I don't think we're gonna have another mapping league. Yeah. I think my input on your character is I would be tempted to try to force split personality via changing the pathing here. You can judge whether or not you think that's worth it. That's kind of up to you. But I would be tempted to do the snake pathing of going up around this way, where you go back around through the mana nodes and do the split personality here. And you swap Militant Faith to here, type of thing. Other than that, I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can really change much else. But that would be what I'd consider doing. I can't wait for King's March to be gone. I hated this. I think there's a lot of people that would fit in that category of not being fans of it in general. Thanks for the review. Yeah, Tattoo. Sorry I can't give you better advice, but that's my initial thought process looking at this. You can't really change. I mean, technically you could start looking at like... I mean, the reservation stuff is kind of hard, depending on how willing you are to change that sort of thing, as well as, you know, you're doing the double quality scaling between those. Whether or not that's worth it over like a good attribute amulet, I don't know. Maybe it is. I'm not too familiar with doing something like this where you're getting both max shock and the more damage per shock out of it. But aside from that, cool looking stuff. Whoa, 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 whoa. No. I didn't notice you were doing this, but this can't be right. You'll need to change this when you change the snake pathing. For a second there, I thought Deep Thoughts was just an anoint from Ivory Tower. That can't be right. This can't be right. There's no way. Alright, anyways, good luck with the build. Let me know how, if the repath, if it ends up feeling worth it or not. Good luck to you. Good luck to you. Alright, where were we? We were getting level 92 and collecting a 5D Tink from my boy Grav. King's March Light is on my bingo card for going court. There's no way. Ain't no way. Too much of a negative stigma around it, right? From having had this league for as long as we had it, right? I just dropped the mirror. My luck is cooked for next league. Shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have done it. See, that's why you don't do League Star preparation. That was me, like, I don't know how many leagues ago. That's when I dropped my mirror, was freaking League Star preparation. Ever since then, no mirror. You're cursed now. 3C and 327, yeah, you might as well not even show up to 326. You might as well not even show up. Make sure I gotta save this tome. Can't be throwing away a valuable item. Three more levels. We're getting close. I can only stall so much more. Do I have any more obvious stall points? I guess I'll just start working towards the cluster as a stall point. You know what you should do is farm grab. That's what I'm doing. It's exactly what I'm doing. It's my current existence. The grab farm existence. I start vacation on the 13th for 2 weeks. The first week, I'm just at home, stuck in PoE 1. Trip isn't until the second week. Sounds like a win-win. Is there a way you can skip the part where you have to go on a trip to play PoE for 2 weeks instead of just 1?
Would you care to kick one of me mates?
Anyway, you could get that to happen for maximum value. That is not going to affect my League Start RNG. It's just a divine, guys. It's just a divine. Okay, that is not enough. Listen, I have ramped a lot of negative RNG. That is not going to ruin my League Start RNG. We're still fine. Okay, we can still recover from that. One divine drop in the pond. Okay, I will start getting worried if we drop a mirror, but divine, that's not enough. We're fine. See you in 327 Lance. Did that come out of an urn? Yeah, that came out of like a little side chest thing that my RF destroyed for me walking past it. The search for the seed does not count for negative RNG. Yes, it does. And besides that, there was a lot of other negative RNG things that occurred throughout the entirety of Pox League 2, okay? That being said, I could have also been paying for Pox League 1. That is also a possibility of what happened for Pox League 2. I could have been paying for the sins of Pox League 1. Because Pox League 1 we had unhinged good RNG. So maybe I'm break even with the Pox League 2. Maybe it was taking me to a break even point. I dropped a mirror in SSF 2 days ago. I'm effed. Yep. You're donezo. SSF mirror, pack your bags. Unless you're Manny. Manny today on stream was doing a bunch of shipments. He made over 2 mirrors from just boats. From what his farmers had farmed over the course of however long his gold lasted.
I think I prefer killing her.
Oh, I can't miss this.
Turns out the farmers were paying the bills.
Death's the only option.
Does ranking up Chimera even matter?
Don't tell the Syndicate I told you. Or do.
Any Grav Chimera enjoyers know what the difference between Chimera 3 and Chimera 1 is? Chimera's more rares than uniques, probably.
Hello.
Alright, let's run a Chimera 3 and see if he drops more than one item. Chimera's useful. He drops, League-specific uniques. So he can drop, like, HH, technically. Like, we've dropped Death Rush, like, 3 or 4 times today alone from him while doing this.
You dare foul this sanctuary.
He can drop the taming rings, like respite and stuff, right?
Bring your Inquisition, Exile. I guarantee I've personally run far worse than your dark command.
Can I not help?
Is it Nemesis specific? So there's a goal. We hadn't dropped a goal before. And goal's kind of rare, right? Doesn't really say here, does it? Goals at T3? No. Goals rarer than T3. It's like a T2 or something, right? T1? Is it actually a T1? It's a T2. It's a T2. Pros and cons. RF Chieftain is going to be a better start with explodes. RF Scion is a slower start. And then late game, RF Scion just keeps scaling. Whereas Chieftain kind of just stagnates. Chieftain gets, is just limited by like gem level scaling and basically being a fire trap build. What's the plan for scaling? You're asking about a character I've made previously, right? This character scales with strength. It's a strength RF build. Technically, you want dot multi, percent life, percent ES. All those are pretty beneficial as well. Is there old 1 to 70 Inquisitor campaign commentary? I'm glad you liked it, brother. You definitely don't do as much strength as we did on the competition with Connor.
No, disappointing.
That was an overinvestment. All right, Chimera.
Just can't bring myself to care. It's death for me.
Rank you up.
You've shown strategic.
If I rank you up, I mean, get out of my safe house. You strength stack on this build just because Ivory Tower? This is the most beneficial stat for RF. Strength isn't because it's beneficial for RF. Well, I mean, okay, it is. It ends up being beneficial for RF, but strength is just very efficient for ES scaling with Ivory Tower. And if you get a big ES pool, that is beneficial for Righteous Fire. Man with Bear, don't pray for that. We've already got Man with Bear like twice today. We don't need it more. We don't need more Man with Bears, guys. We've met our quota, okay? We did our time. It's a Boston spawn. Would Int be better? Int is very good for ES scaling. The thing is, we're doing an Ivory Tower character, which, so Shaper's Touch gives you half the ES scaling per stat compared to Int. So Int is still better if it's just Shaper's Touch. Thing is, though, Strength gives you 1 life per 2 Strength, and Strength has Dune. The important thing is that life gives you a ridiculous amount of ES via Ivory Tower. More strength equal more life equal more reserved life from Ivory Tower. Boom, ES.
You're getting on my nerves.
We will tear you to shreds.
Wherever you can fit, Int into the build though, additionally, it's worth it. I mean, Int's still a very good stat, still gets you more percent ES scaling. Strength just ends up being a bit better for percent damage scaling, and I think it's a bit more efficient ES-wise when you look at Ivory Tower. That should be transportation ready now. Another chance to give the believers the W they deserve. When's the next Hardcore League SSF run? Probably next Gauntlet, which will probably be this league. Well, depends. Depends how long into the league the Gauntlet would be. We might do a Hardcore SSF run before that.
Disappointing. Bring your Inquisition, Exile. I guarantee I personally...
I want to see you farm Shavs again. I don't want to farm Shavs again. The Rusted Bard. How rare is that card? Is that a very rare card? 425. So it's like quasi-rare. It's a rare-ish. It's a classic rare-ish situation. So mega rare? I mean, I wouldn't say it's that rare. 425. Like, what's a doctor for comparison? It's not. It's rarer than like a Shavs, sure, but it's not that crazy rare. What if you Mythic Orb a Mage Blood? It's never gonna happen. I can be reasonable here. Mythic Orbing a Mage Blood? It's just not happening. I could dedicate my whole league to buying Mythic Orbs and heavy belts that are corrupted and still fail to Mythic Orb Mage Blood. Not with that attitude? Hey man, just saying it like it is. I don't want to go around buying heavy belts. Can you really blame me? Tell me honestly, can you really blame me for not wanting to go around buying heavy belts?
I will not let you set flesh keep me bound in shadow. But death, like the I will.
At last, a chance.
According to the Mythic Orb calculator, it's a 1 in 8,000 for a Mage Blood. Yep, I'll pass. That sounds not fun. If I can drop 3 Mage Bloods just by farming Scarab 8 mod corrupted maps, you can Mythic one? Okay, let me get this straight. You're doing something that's pretty hyper efficient for dropping lots of uniques. And because you dropped a couple Mage Bloods, you think that means me can go to trade and buy 8,000 corrupted heavy belts and click 8,000 Mythic Orbs? You're out of your mind. I will pass. The quality of life works for Val side areas? I think it would. I feel like that's a good example of something that you use currencies for in a map. Which means chancing Adorned might be a thing. But then again, Adorned is also like way weaker than it used to be. To be clear, I'm farming maps with the corrupted maps from Corrupted Scarab with just cartography scarabs to sustain maps for my King's March. How many hours? What kind of slash play are we talking about here? How many corrupted maps have you done? I have questions.
Wait, let me think. The Parandas family.
Who's he talking to? YouTube chatter, guys. They are real. I'm not just imagining fake friends. We've been over this, guys. They are real. You're gonna have to learn to accept that fact. I might have done 1,000 toxic sewers. I'm not Mythic Orby Mage Bloods. I'm not doing it. We are real, just lurk most of the time. Yep. True. You hear that, guys? They are real and they just lurk. Just some nice little lurking. 22 days, 14 hours, and 4.6 million kills? Wait a minute. You got 3 Mage Bloods and 4.6 million kills? Okay, that sounds a little rigged. Okay? That sounds a little rigged to me. Because my Scion from Pox League 2 had like 2.5 million kills, and I don't have no freaking Mage Blood, man. The hell's going on there? Where's my belt? I am a figment of your imagination when I watch on YouTube. No, you're not. Okay, you're real. I had 2.8 with 3 locks, 3 Progenesis, and 1 Nimbus. The 2.8 number has nothing to do with the Progenesis or the Nimbus, okay? You just got freaking lucky. How many Maven kills did you even do? How many eaters is that? How many did you do? Like 10 of each? You freaking... You suck, Lance. You suck. Okay, that YouTube chatter is not real. Okay. I did 25 and 20. So what you're saying is you got lucky. Nearly average on the Maven, but lucky-ish on the Eater. Lucky-ish on the Eater. Lucky-ish. 20 Eaters gets a Nimbus. Some guy on Reddit got back-to-back. I think there was a guy that was literally in Twitch chat that got like 4 out of like 7 or something, Nimbus. Some absolutely preposterous, ridiculous cheater number. He had the God Seed somehow. I don't know how he did it, but he did it.
I just can't.
Did you see that?
Hey, Boiler Up, how you doing, man? Wait, Boiler Up. It's like a Purdue thing. I almost went to Purdue. And then I was like, nah, I'm gonna save some money. Is it a Purdue thing? Yeah, I know. My brother went to Purdue. He's got a lot. He's got some Purdue merch. Imagine going to Purdue. I can't. What do you mean I can't? Yeah, what's wrong with Purdue? Help the dark thoughts creeping in. You're gonna play Spark Mage? Do it. Do it. Nah, you came to the wrong guy if you thought I was gonna talk you out of Spark Mage. No, you should actually do this. You're in Indiana? Yes. I'm an Indiana enjoyer. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Surely they buff Spark? I mean, I think it's pretty possible. Spark's been kind of like, you know, in the dark ages the past few leagues. If they do a self-cast buff, I think there's a chance.
Be quiet, the flesh can but faith persevered in the end.
I know it's about to give us like the crickets, so I have to prepare for that.
This is not the deterrent. I'll only.
I prefer.
Sparker's my favorite build so far. Sparker's one of the funnest like skills to min-max. But Spark has the downside of right now of you need like multiple things to make it work. You need duration, you need proj speed. Its kind of base is bad effectiveness. So you need some really OP scaling to back it up. Stuff like that.
Death's the only.
Truth? There's only one. Yeah, that was vivid.
You need MTX? Yep, you need MTX for it. It does have an MTX requirement. Can't use baseline Spark, that's not a real option. I'm looking at some weird starters. Do I trust Gazi Holy Relic Guide? Holy Relic's pretty good. Whether or not Gazi's build is the best Holy Relic build out there, I have no idea. I would imagine Gazi's Holy Relic build is probably decent though. Gazi pretty much exclusively plays minions. I don't think you can really go wrong with Holy Relic of Conviction though. Yeah, as he said, he's tired of making poison builds. They all end up building the same. Yep. I have felt that way for a while. I am kind of a poison hater because of it.
I'm afraid.
Every time the dot cap conversation comes up, and then somebody starts talking about poison, I start getting an itchy trigger finger. I start thinking, you know, what if I just execute that guy on the spot? Not because he deserves it, but because, you know, just why not? You know, thought crosses my mind. Can't lie. I have an in-depth question, Luke. Sure. I promise maybe a slight in-depth answer. Only use your E-Blade setup for Sanctum, but then go Penance Brand after. At what point would you stop buying E-Blade items for Sanctum? And what should I buy instead? Six Link, Shaper, Helmet better than Malk? Should I go for clusters? So if you're looking at the E-Blade guide, the progression difference between a tri-stack and a dual stack, almost 90% of the gear is going to be the same, except you don't care about dex, and then your helmet is different. That's the simplest way I can put it. Like, you'd care about, like, let's say Crown of the Inward Eye, instead of caring about, the, whoosy-whatsy, curtain call. You could also, if you want to stay tri-stack, you can, which maybe that makes you consider the, there's another helmet that's decent for tri-stack. I'm spacing on the name of it right now. People use it for deck stack a lot. But that helmet's a decent option for tri-stack as well. Most of the stuff is, you're not caring about the mine-related stuff, but a lot of the gearing stays pretty similar. You'd want to go out of E-Blade entirely? No, you don't have to go out of E-Blade entirely. You would just go duo stack, strength ints, and you would change your pathing. Like, I'll give an example. Like, the tri-stack is going, like, this around town pathing. And going, Mage Bane and stuff. You can do that if you want. But I think if you're doing self-cast, it's a better priority to do a more standardized strength in stack. And just go higher ES. Rather than bothering with going Mage Bane and forcing that stuff in. The pathing go for like a duo stack. It can go around town like this way. Around town like this way. I think when I update the E-Blade guide, I'll probably include how to do cast on crit E-Blade setups and self-cast setups along with the tri-stack, because there's some differences between those. They aren't really like, you don't have to change too much in terms of gearing to do one or the other. It's mostly a tree change is the main thing that happens more than anything else. Where's the teaser? It's on the Twitter. They posted it. The teaser was currency re-rolling in maps. There's gonna be the button to select things. That's one of the things I wanted to do with the update to the E-Blade guide, is I wanted to make sure I give some outlines for how to do exactly what you're talking about, which is like just if you wanted to min-max dissipation versus if you wanted to do like a cast on crit, because the cast on crit setup's very good as well. Lancing Steel Spraying is so freaking free. You already have the built-in crit. It's a pretty easy change to do cast on crit if people want to.
At last, a chance to drive a sword through that Savannah skull. Beg for your life.
The Perandus family is awesome. Anyone asks where you got such wondrous.
Does the cursory reroll map work on Val side areas? They didn't say, but I feel like that would be included because Val side areas are basically the same thing in terms of needing to get out currency to roll them. They did not give that as an example though. They showcased Essence, Strongbox, and what was the other one they showcased? They just showcased Strongbox twice. They might have showcased Strongbox twice. I would guess that the Val side areas would be included with this change though. The footage they showed looked like they were literally in a Val side area. So maybe they were hinting at that. I don't know. I would imagine people will probably ask, and they'll probably, there's a good chance the community team would confirm or deny whether or not it can work for Val side areas. In like the thread of the post or whatever. I need to buy some of them to actually run Sanctums until transition. The early gear I recommend for League Start Sanctum push is going to be the same no matter which route you want to go. I think the Penance Brand Dissipation initial setup is just, you want to be really hyper optimized to do that early Sanctum. And I think that setup was, in my opinion, the best way to go for it. SBs in Val side areas spawn corrupted. You can strong boxes in Val side areas spawn corrupted. Oh, I don't know. Is that like, if that's a mechanical thing? I have no idea. I don't do enough strong boxes to know whether or not that's how that works. If that's how it works, that's today I learned. I could be wrong though, Happy Amp. You sound pretty confident right now. All 3 players that take time to roll Val side areas. Yeah, there won't be too many of them, but there will be at least 1 or 2 more if they allow the currency thing to work like that. I was saying in terms of the trailer being a Val side area, yeah, I gathered as much. I don't do Val side areas enough to be like, yeah, that's true, or no, that's not true. I have no idea. Like, I can just believe you at face value. I don't know what other zone would have that red tint, though. I was running the Val side areas for Unique Adorned when they nerfed it. Yeah, back before Adorned was good. I think we did the Chance Orb test where you get a you get a 2-person team where 1 spams Chance Orbs and 1 spams Scours. Because otherwise it's complete cancer to try to run, but maybe with the buttons there you can go click, 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 and just like spam it that way.
Death is not the deterrent it once was. Did you see that?
Was that really necessary? Exile?
I expect you to come at us with a new strategy next time, Bacon. I look forward to it.
Dead ahead.
Why do you have minion increased damage? What's the minion in this build? There is no minion in this build. The reason you have this mod right here, minions deal increased damage, is because these node exist. Spiritual aid, minion damage applies, increases in reduction. This is just basically a cheap budget option. It's really hard to roll % fire damage on a scepter. So the idea is you buy some really like mediocre fracture, like this is what, T4 dot multi or something? Yeah, T4 dot multi. You buy some mediocre fracture dot multi, you throw 1 essence of fear at the item, and then you bench craft fire dot multi. It just is a way to get a semi-usable damage weapon with these nodes here, because you get % damage minion here, and then the % minion damage here. Because there's not a lot of % damage you can get throughout the tree initially, so these are just some decent nodes to go early on with RF.
Just do it.
Bye-bye. Hateness. Hate that you've made.
Can you show how to craft a deck stack amulet? If you're talking about a simplex, look up my Awakener Orb Morgan video on YouTube. Gavin, are you trying to do exclamation point profile? Can I add Nightbot to YouTube? Any YouTube stream watchers know if people have like bot commands and other YouTube streams? Is that a thing I can do? Or is the technology not there? Surely that's a thing I can do, probably, right? Rogro, you can. Are people using Nightbot or are they using some other bot? When does Dezel usually stream? I don't know what Dezel's normal hours are. I think he just streams a lot. Because I feel like I've seen him on before I've started streams and after. Click the thing!
Keep trying, right? You'll never measure up. Only fair, I suppose.
Fire Trap, is this really Lance?
I'm afraid
Fire Trap's just good. Glamdring, I just don't personally like
I'm
it.
afraid the only...
I'm trying.
I have personal vendetta
trying.
against it, you know?
Exile.
I've told you that multiple times, haven't I? A blue Lachian? Late save? Is that a goalie emote? Nightbot YouTube integration works a bit differently than Twitch integration. You'll need to be live on YouTube for 5 minutes as well as streaming publicly. Not private or unlisted. Interesting. I'll probably have to... I'll Google some stuff about it after stream today, I think. I don't listen to you at all. Okay, Glamdring. You're such a hater. Glamdring, I feel like you're a professional hater, man. You always come in here and start making fun of my AoE. Talking all this smack. Don't basic yourself. My trade. Your AoE is cute. I feel like I have decent AoE right now, okay? I feel like this is some decent AoE. That AoE looks average, for real, for real. I'm getting bullied by the Rogro on YouTube now. You know what I should do? I should tell Nightbot to start timing out people that say small AoE. Maybe that's the real tech. I get the bots to fight you. The bots will defend me from the XDD chatters. I'll get Nightbot transferred over to YouTube chat as well. People start getting freaking just getting drone striked by Nightbot. Just get him with a 600 time. How? Yeah. 10 minutes in the cellar. Little re-education can do him some good. Are you ashamed of your tiny RF size? No, I'm not, because it's not tiny, and you guys can't gaslight me into believing that this is not a pretty sizable RF right now.
More demons, Exile. Every time you kill me, I just come back. I'm afraid the...
You guys think you can gaslight me? You can't. You don't have that level of skill. Uh-oh, level 90. We're getting close.
Not even a red one.
AoE's fine, but not large as Mana RF and Gigarf, obviously. Well, yeah, obvious. I'm working on it, okay? You gotta start somewhere. I just have Twitch chat on pop out. Wait, what the? You're in Twitch chat too? What is this? Is that like a backup in case the YouTube chat isn't reading correctly? In case you're missing an opportunity to smack talk me? The dual chat. Looking at League Star videos and all of them say 1 year old. Yep. Yep, that's the current situation. Everyone except for Palstron's waiting for the patch notes.
Thanks.
Pal's just he's just ahead of the curve, man. He's going for the proactive hit, you know?
Exile.
You can go one more map for an extra grab hit. Can this character farm ultimatum? Cause Blood Notch. J-Ro, if you want to, you can include a Blood Notch setup. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. Blood Notch is a very good recovery option. I'm gonna try a few different setups. Right now, I want to try initially just recover on block to see how the character feels. Reforge crit. What are you talking about, Golden Good? Okay, I think I'm just interrupting a conversation that you guys are having about crafting something.
I should have known.
Leave Blood Notch alone is expensive as enough on League Start. Well, that I was about to say that is Blood Notch is kind of expensive, so I don't really want to recommend it.
Promote my push.
It's a very good, but
I am a savage.
At the point you're affording a Blood Notch, I think you're probably starting to get in the budget range where you should start thinking about Ivory Tower. That's the way I'll put it. I want the life-based gear to be probably cheaper than being at the point of wanting to put a Blood Notch on. Blood Notch gone in one day? Yeah, it'd be like you'd spend the money to equip it. It would start tanking in value, and you'd be swapping out of it before like. I don't think they're gonna do anything to Blood Notch. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna nerf it. I think it's probably chilling. I'm just saying I'm not planning to put in the life-based setup. The life-based setup we're gonna have here is gonna be. The goal is to be super temporary. You're just trying to get your initial currency to swap to Ivory Tower. My god, Quiver Spark just keeps getting more insane the more I POV it. Where would you rank Widow Hail in terms of uniques? What would you put it at? What number? Would it be in your top 5 uniques in the game, Connor? Where would it be for you? Where's Widow Hail on your all-time uniques list? I like Widow Hail, but I don't think I like it anywhere near as much. I am thinking about Widow Hail for the barf situation though. If we do barf, I am thinking about Widow Hail for that. It's like Watcher's Eye, Indigon, Shaper's Touch, Widow Hail, or Ivory. So you'd put it at 4th or 5th, and you'd put Watcher's as your number 1. Really? I'm surprised you put Watchers as your number 1. Watchers is pretty legit, though. This slot has some competition. Maybe Mirrorlures.
Usually I have to
Pre-nerfed Adorn, my beloved. Adorn needed it. It needed the axe, guys. It was just... Adorn was just kind of stupid.
Big tough man like
I wish they did a different a different angle on the nerf, but it did need a nerf regardless. Poet's Pen. Wow, Grav. Giving me Poet's Pen. This is how we're gonna do things nowadays. MDGA. Make Delve great again? How about no? There's more important things to Delve, guys. I still think Adorn's super cool. My problem with Adorned is it's so... I feel like to make it viable, you basically need a perfect roll. And then that's just a 1 in 100 drop on an already bad drop condition. Because you have to assemble 4 fragments. It went from the basically any build could use this to like super freaking limited usability. If it went to 110, yeah, if it went to 110, then it would be like a 1 in 10 on being like usably good, right? Instead of a 1 in 100. Make it a 50 to 100 roll. That would help a bit, but it would still be pretty much in its current state, I think. I like the angle of making it go to 110. In my opinion, you'd take Osin as your top 1 unique. Osin? I think Osin gets bonus points just because it has the very cool acquisition condition, the hitless run. I think that's really freaking cool. It has the cool way to get acquired. Ignoring jewels and clusters would have been a pretty big power gimp. Yeah, that's how they originally set it up, Alweezy. That's the nerf I was hoping for. I was hoping they would give it that nerf. The not working in clusters. That which was taken was nice, man. That which was taken was just absolutely ridiculously broken. That which was taken was disgusting. Just an additional ascendancy? It was more powerful than an additional ascendancy. What? How many affixes does that which was taken have? Was it 4 or was it 3? It was 4. Freaking 4. And what did it have on it? I know it had percent strength. I know it had 40 int and strength. I know it had +1 proj. It had like so many disgusting affixes. Yeah, it had mana as extra. Yeah, it had mana as extra. It had Aki Pops. I feel like there was some... Was there an adrenaline thing from it? There was something it had from Champion that was pretty decent. I can't quite remember. Maybe it had Aura Effect. Just outright had Aura Effect. 15 Suppress. Magic Flash Utility. Reservation. 3% armor applies to Ellie hits. Oh my... It had so many good things.
I really do hate the
It was so overtuned.
Time to see.
So overtuned.
Can we hurry this up?
Rage per power. Okay, yeah, so it can give you rage gen. Yeah, no, that which was taken was just hilariously OP. What do you guys think its use rate was in Affliction League? If we could check the Pee-wee Ninja right now. It was probably like 100%.
I'm afraid the...
I'm trying.
90 plus?
Yes, send it to the dark place.
Like, is there a single build where you can justify not using that? I don't think there is. The only people that didn't have it were probably just like the jewel they needed for it was just too expensive or something type of thing. Yeah, literally everything, yeah. Anyone who played the league for any meaningful amount of time had one? Yep. Oh, that which was taken. An appropriate name. Maybe they made it have that name knowing full well they were going to remove it after the league, right? The name was just a precursor warning. Echo Forge build when? Probably never. I think Echo Forge is kind of trash. I am not an Echo Forge believer. What do you think the player count's going to be in 326? 10% more than last Settlers? I think it's going to be 300k. What do you guys think? I feel like the player count is taking a buff from PoE 2 existing and more people getting hyped about trying out PoE. I think there's going to be a lot of people that would have never tried out PoE. They're going to try it now because of PoE 2. But at the same time, I think it also got nerfed with the Let's Talk and stuff. But then again, it's also been freaking a year since the last PoE 1 league. And there's quite a few people that do like PoE 1 leagues every other league. And now all those people are going to be synced up on the same league type of thing. It had Fortify on hit. Classy. Classy stuff. Is it okay to do a 5-link at T17s with E-Blade? E-Blade can do T17s on a 5-link, yeah. Probably. Well, it depends on your setup, but... You have... That character has a ridiculous amount of damage. By the time you're doing T17s, I highly doubt you're going to be on a 5-link anyways. You'll be past that budget point, I would assume. Which character are we watching right now? This is RF Scion. I'm just leveling it up to 92 and we're getting set up a basic life setup that should get you basically chilling in T16s, hopefully to farm. The Ivory Tower swap is the idea. What's the broken item we're talking about? In Affliction League, there was a jewel that basically gave you miniature versions of Ascendancy nodes, and it could have up to 4 affixes. So, for example, you have Deadeye, which has an Ascendancy point that says +2 projectiles. One of the affixes you could get was +1 projectile. Not all of them were completely half power. Some were maybe a bit stronger than half power, some were less. But the thing is, 4 freaking affixes of random Ascendancy nodes, and depending on what ones you got, you could have some just absolutely just ridiculous power. Super, super busted. Needless to say, it is now Giga Legacy in Standard. They have some trustworthy game. We basically need a good 326 and a well-timed, awesome 327. The second part is the important part. Yeah. They need to prove they can follow the timeline. I miss my 6-link comms heart? No. Don't tell me you were one of those people that was like, my 6-link Squire! How could GGG do this? Don't tell me you're one of those people that was coping and being like, thinking that was gonna be a thing that needs to stay and definitely not gonna get hot fixed. The 6-link Squire was balanced, yeah. Freaking 6-link Squire, 6-link Mjolnir. People were out of control. I was coping, I could have hoarded it forever. Wasn't it like once people logged out and logged back on, it got wiped or something like that? Sushi, were you holding on to 6-link Squires? Sushi, were you one of them? Were you one of the 6-link Squire believers? I abused early, I'm gonna get away with it. Were you one of those guys? Come on, fess up now. Okay. It's a safe space. Feel free to admit to your previous crimes. I won't tell.
The Syndicate crew. Strategic.
Watch carefully, Exile. You won't feel much.
Sushi probably duped his. He probably did. Classic duper angle. All right, guys, we have a that which was taken that was linked to us. Hold on. What do we got here? 8% strength, frenzy on hit, cull, and projectiles deal up to 53% damage with hits to targets. Frenzy on hit, percent strength, cull. What else we got? Max res, damage per charge, inflict wither on hit, and projectile damage. You know what's funny? Is at the time, the max res was honestly like a super legit one. But now that they gave max res the regular jewels, that one, like, that mod looks less legit. These are mine, Pohunger, or you're linking yours. Fortify on hit, reservation, endurance charge when you're hit, and cannot take reflected fizz. And +1 prod, recover life on flask, cover enemy on with ash, and damage taken from totems before you. I made an 18-link golem. Wait, Sushi. Yeah. Wait, I forgot about this. Was this the legendary golem build? That didn't go so well, did it? If my memory serves, the golem build was it an abject failure? I try to remember what happened with the golem situation. I feel like the golems, if I remember correctly. I don't think I ever saw the golem build in actual, like, actually in, like, being played, but I remember you saying you don't talk about the golem build. We don't talk about the golems? Okay, yeah, that sounds about right. What was taken? The jewel? The temporary power creep? Hopefully, the power creep this league isn't like Rune and Chance, where only like a couple builds get OP. Freaking swords getting return proj and double elemental damage. Meanwhile, maces have frenzy on kill, and if your offhand is unequipped, you get suppress. Withered, hexproof, curse effect, frenzy. Look at my lips right now.
You dare foul this sanctuary.
Wait, did I do a that which was taken for Bog Terminator? Was Bog Terminator Affliction League?
I guarantee I've personally run far worse.
I feel like it might have been. Give me a Rune Enchants or again. They're not giving Rune Enchants again. Ain't no way. Yeah, I have to just check because I'm curious. You guys got me thinking about that which was taken. Oh, this is still set up from the E-Blade showcase. Okay, this isn't even the Bog. This isn't even the Bog Terminator. Do I still have? Block, mark effect, res, banner, no reservation. It's pretty decent. Gain, ES, suppress, ailment, and more damage. Strengthen int, gain ES, res, and recover when you consume a corpse. I have my Blade Trap Jewel, Strengthen It, gain, regen, and you have the Explode one as well. That's a sick one, honestly. With Corrupted cannot be silenced. That's cool. Holy, that's nice. Where's the Bog? I have a Bog Terminator one, I'm pretty sure. Some like Giga Chad Strength one, I'm kind of curious. Yeah. Percent Strength, Strengthen It, Max Res Frenzy. I got a Fizz's extra random element suppress frenzy on hit T with T. Didn't sell, so I used it on my quiz. Yeah, I just held on to it. And then the balance of terror. Balance of terror is pretty classy. Double despair. Percent int. Oh, you did a percent int corruption? Yeah, the funny thing about this is it just got outclassed. It got outclassed by by helical, right? Because we had that for a ring too, didn't we? Yeah, we did a corrupted ring. We have one. We had that as well. The percent strength corruption. Synth plus percent strength corruption, and it still gets beaten by a helical. Holy. Helicals might be too good, guys. What is this? Max res gains extra pen. Enemies linked cannot apply. Okay, don't care about the link thing, but those stuff's good. Max crit. Crit per power charge, no reservation. Oh, all these reservation ones is banners. Do you even reserve anything for banners anymore? They freaking nuked banners, right? So the banner thing kind of is like not a thing anymore. Probably the best I found was AoE onslaught, phasing on kill, gain is extra. Dude, that was just taken as a good time, man. Watch them cap missed at 1.8. They wouldn't dare. They wouldn't dare, okay? Surely they wouldn't dare. Okay? It's not like I've been hoarding mists for the past entirety of the Settlers League. 39 mists. Don't look, guys. I've just been slowly hoarding mist over the entirety of Settlers League. I'm just gathering them one by one. I'm pretty sure I have remove only tabs that I've missed too. Every random little private league, I'm just like snagging a couple more mists. Just absorb. But why? Because I love this currency. That's why. Are you in standard? No. This is Settlers League. This is Settlers League stuff. Didn't drop one? Yeah, I haven't dropped a single mist. I've bought... Over the course of all the resets, I've probably purchased over 200. And I've probably used like 100 plus. We definitely have hoarded some because I'm going to want these for like, in case I need to do like experiments in standard later on or something, you know, just in case. I have a small mist addiction. Don't worry about it.
The picture is...
He is in standard. This isn't standard, guys. This is not standard. This is Settlers. They nerf it. How are you affected? All the mists go to standard. If they nerf mists, it's just a bummer for future leagues for crafting gear because I like to do mist gear. What do you have? Suppress, frenzy, gain is extra attack speed if you've killed a rare. Dang, that's pretty dang nice. That's super generically good stats. Ooh, the additional trap throw one. Does that one like throws it out in a big line though? So it's like not like it's hard to get the benefit from those extra trap throws. I feel like a little bit. Onslaught, take no extra damage while you, that's really nice. Crit immune and stun immune from rage and elusive. So if you have a good way to generate, that's really cool, honestly. Got the regen, strength in, movement speed can't be modified. Wither, trap throw, suppress. My standard stashes are unrecoverable. I mean, kind of same, because then you have to go through like remove only tabs, right? Horrendous coins into TP scrolls, my beloved. How could they take that from us? Did anyone see the tooltip where they said the gold can be used at vendors? No. Which VOD? We'll check that out. Which teaser VOD? We'll look through that one. I have 20 of these that are now worthless because of recombination changes. Okay, to be fair, they're not worthless. Okay, that's still a very good VOD. You just need to unfracture it. Wait, you can't unfracture it, can you? You can't transfer it to a Twilight Regalia because of the fracture. How can he? Yeah, I don't think he can unfracture it. Because fracture just means it can't get transferred and you need it to transfer to unfracture it, right? Can be spent at vendors. Hey! Well, looky there. Maybe that signals the change to just vendors as we know it. Maybe it's... I mean, it could be goodbye to buying things with like transmutes and not being able to buy alks in Act 1 and stuff like that. I like it as it is. Do you think they'll give us 2 options? It could also just mean, hey, we're getting black market. It could also mean that. Like a black market vendor and a normal vendor. You got another one? What do you have? Crit multi and AoE, onslaught and AoE. So double charge AoE scaling. That could end up being so toxic. I think at the very least, I think the most likely is they're giving us black market.
Work?
I think there's a non-zero chance that it also could be just a change up of the system where vendors are gold without the wisdom scroll transmute buy options, right? I'm scared of change. Leave my beloved PoE1 alone. Leftover this from Affliction League. Time to break out a mist. Report back. After you hit the 2x. I don't have one? Oh wait, they don't exist in standard yet, right? Because mist became a thing in Settlers. So they're not transferred over. Wait, no. Standard players have mists. They have mists because they can just generate them, right? Because it is a base game change. They don't have Faustus. Yeah, that's what they don't have. They don't have Faustus. They have to find them in hardcore. I don't think they have to find them in hardcore. Can't you just freaking find them in general? Because it's a base game change, not a Settlers specific thing. I'm pretty sure they could just find them in standard. I mean, find is probably a strong word to use there. Obviously, find is a...
Making a new friend. No! Stop sending me to the...
Remember when Faustus didn't exist? I try not to think of the before time. It's only 40D on standard, dang, that's kind of crazy. What are they on regular Faustus right now? On base game Faustus? I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem, okay? I'm just... Oh. Okay, I need to stop right now. Look at him go. I can't help myself. Just 4 more mists. Just need just a couple more. I'm gonna get use out of those, you know? There's gonna be some day in the future where I'm gonna be like, thank you, old Lance, for buying all these mists. I really want to do some misting in standard for some unknown reason. There will be a time in the future where I need those mists. Some guy keeps putting out the same SSC build in standard from a Crucible shield tree, and I keep getting baited into clicking it. Is he saying like league start something or other, or he's just like the only person making SST builds? What's the context here?
Death's the end. I call foul.
I see your plan.
To think I just finished washing out the station.
Mark is gonna be knocking at your door. Hey, you got any of those mists? For GG Noobs 4, baby. I do enjoy the GG Noobs projects. Ooh, guys, it's been like a year. Maybe they'll add the
if you cut a Parandus.
Dirk Lasermaster to Grandmaster Trials. The Archmage character from Necropolis that we did a PvP setup for. Maybe we can go find him in Hall of Grandmasters. Uh-oh, uh-oh, crickets, crickets, abort, abort. RuneScape. Wait, Cult of the Lamb first. What's the dot cap? Dot cap is this, 35.4 mil. Which is a, what is it? An unsigned integer divided by 60. They store damage over time per minute. Just think in 10 days you can pause to kill the crickets. Sounds like a win to me. Honestly, I don't know how I feel about the pause thing. Part of me is like, okay, I am very excited for things like Betrayal, where I'm not having stuff attack me when I'm trying to read Betrayal, right? But at the same time, there's another part of me that like, I'm leveling through the campaign. I want to be able to like click this, open up passage tree, click node, and like keep going. Or like, I want to like put a map in the map device and swap into my inventory and not have things pause, you know? I'm not sure I'm like all about it. Maybe you can turn it off. I'm hoping it's maybe a toggleable thing. We'll see. Does it only pause if you hit escape? When they showcased it, I think they said it works on anything that like opens up and covers the screen. So I'm assuming that means passive tree, betrayal, stuff like that.
Yes, yes, send it to the dark place.
I cannot. You've made your show.
Don't make this harder than it has to.
It's gonna be a pretty indifferent change to the times. Yeah, it won't make a huge difference.
No.
So overall, I'm probably just, it's a net positive. But at the same time, a small part of me does think about it. Just a little bit of thought. Caused a little bit of hesitation. Lance is thinking he's tie-tie. I'm not tie-tie. I didn't say that, okay? Okay, I'll give you where part of my hesitation is coming from. And this is it's mostly probably due to when I played PoE 2. And this is a little thing, but it did significantly kind of annoy me. I would place my map, I would hit activate, and you know how there's a delay to the portals starting? I would then go to my stash to swap some things out, and where normally the portals would be ready to go because they'd be spawning, their spawn animation gets completely paused, and not until after I end the inventory, and then I'm still sitting around waiting for the portals or whatever. I'm just thinking about that specific situation. Dash paused. I think it was because I was on controller. I don't, did that do that for people that didn't play on controller? It might have been a controller only thing, but I can't remember 100%.
You're getting on my nerves.
But it freaking was driving me crazy. It happened on keyboard as well. Okay, so it wasn't just controller. I know I played mostly controller on PvE2 and it was driving me crazy. Who's Riker Baloney guy? He makes videos about Diablo, usually.
Can I not have the moment of spite?
He's a betrayal member? Something like that. I saw someone use 300-day-old vulture prices in their League Star farming strat vid last night. Are you saying that the video was bad because he was basing it on vulture prices from the Sellers League start? What's the issue here? What are we talking about exactly?
I really...
They gave no context? Okay, I'm totally lost here. What was the issue with the video? Did they claim like prices based on vultures that wasn't legit or something? I'm totally lost on what you're saying.
No, I'm not a fool. You're getting on my nerves.
The League start was 300 days ago. Yeah, it was a while ago. Like the thing I'm wondering, like if he's quoting early league prices of Sellers, those are probably going to be pretty realistic prices. Like the vulture price on day one of Sellers versus day one of Necropolis versus day one of Affliction. Those prices are all going to be pretty consistent. It was based on current seller's price. No, really? No, I don't believe you. There's no way. That doesn't even sound real. Somebody made a video saying, "Hey, I'm gonna farm vultures on League Start," and they just did, and they said, "Look, they're worth 8 divines a pop." Nah, man, I don't believe you. There's no way. Yes, it is. Are you for real? Link the video. There's no way that's what they actually said. Ain't no shot. There's no way. I don't want to believe that's real. Is he baiting you? I feel like I'm getting baited. I want proof. I don't want to believe that's real. They said to wait, and they said memories are cheap early, but they didn't mention most of the beasts fall off a cliff. That's not true. I mean, some beasts get more valuable throughout the league, right? like Morgans are super cheap early, but they end up getting closer to like, you know, 0.78 D, right? But that's not really a farming strat. Spend all your money on beasts, then don't sell them. That you're not making money. You're just oh, that's just all your currency is just going into investing, right? That's not really. Is this the video? Early profits with harvest beasts? See what he's saying. Energy Blade Enjoyer, I've seen enough. I've seen enough. This guy is innocent, okay? He could do no wrong. I believe everything the man is saying in the video. 100%. We don't need to watch it. He has Energy Blade. I trust this man. And a relic? What do you mean, and a relic? What do you mean, and a relic? Free of all charges. It's an LS build. Nope, he's using Smite. Based Smite Enjoyer. I don't see LS anywhere on this tooltip. Sanctum Relic. What are you talking about Sanctum Relic for? That's not a Sanctum Relic. That's like a heist rogue item. Double Helical? Why is he doing double Helical? Does he have like 2 Helicals with different stats he needs or something? Where's the POB? I need to look at this character. He also says Layout C exists. 2 different Helicals? One of them's fractured. What the hell is he doing? I want to see the POV of this character. I have a new goal. He's got to have this. He's got to have a video about this character. Heist recommendation. Character about. What if I type Smite? Smite Trickster. 3 months ago. This is a stream though. Does this have a POV? Where's the POV? I want to know what he has on these helicals. I want to know what he has on the helicals. I'm selling an axe? I'm not selling an axe. Check the character in Path of Exile. Okay, how hard could it be to find? Mage Blood, it's Ziri's Reflection, Energy Blade. Come on, that's got to be a limited list. That's got to be a limited list. Okay. Energy Blade. Click. Boom. Already narrowed down to 1%. It's Ziri's Reflection. Boom. 5%. All right. Mage Blood. 86%. Okay, that didn't narrow it down as much. What else can I use? He has a... Okay, that's about all I got. 51 characters. All right. 51 characters. Let's go to the highest. Oh, we can do Smite. We can do Smite. Smite. Let's just try regular Smite. Nope. This guy's got a Simplex. And a Calandras. Nope. Calandras. Wait, hold on. I should do not Calandras. Calandras. Not Calandras. Nah, that's also not the right guy. Dang it. Okay, hold on. We messed up somewhere. We should not have clicked just Smite. All right. Nope, also wrong. You found the character? Did you actually find the character? Hey, you did find the character. Oh, he's just using 2 normal helicals. He's just not reflecting it. Wait, what? All right, I'm back to questioning this guy's decision making. He's not reflecting the ring. He's not reflecting it. I am back to questioning the decision making. He's not misting. What the hell? That's ready to be misted right there. That's ready to be misted, man. That's ready to go. Now he is playing Energy Blade though. Energy Blade's pretty giga, Chad. Okay, I can't hate on him for the Energy Blade. Scrutinize the poor guy. I'm not gonna scrutinize him. He's playing Energy Blade. I think, okay, what I'm gathering right now, from what you guys have told me, is he's recommending running beast memories early on and saving the beasts. And he is not entirely wrong about that. That is, the Vivid Vultures will go up in price a lot. It takes a bit for them to go up in price, but he's not wrong about this being a decent investment strategy. Here, I'll make it so YouTube chat can hear, because I didn't do that earlier.
Harvest beasts are relatively cheap. Now, there's two ways you can go about doing this. You could just buy all of these up and just wait, because the price for them is going to skyrocket. And normally in the beginning of the league, they're very, very cheap.
Yeah. So he's talking about just investing in. And he's not wrong. Investing in vultures, that's a decent investment angle. Vultures balloon in price pretty heavily, and they're super cheap early. When do they skyrocket? Vultures, I feel like they have a few different, like, how do I put this? I feel like they spike multiple different times. Like, I feel like they start out as giga cheap, and then they spike to, like, maybe a divine, and then they stay at that, and then maybe the next weekend they spike to 2, and the next weekend they go up a little bit more. And I feel like they get comfortably around 3 to 5 div range for a while. I'd rather invest in a charge rings. The thing about investing into charge rings is, to invest into charge rings, you need like 30 divines on day 1. Because there's a bunch of other people that know the charge ring is going to go to 100 divines or whatever, right? So to compete for a max frenzy or max power, if you're going to buy one of those first rings that pop up, you need a large amount of liquid cash. Whereas investing into birds, most people can have, you know, a couple divines to buy a few birds if they want to, versus buying a charge ring. You have to be very efficient if you're going to be buying a charge ring.
Comparison to later on the league. But what I like to do is actually run them.
You have the price graph for vultures. You can kind of see the spikes a bit. And they level out around that 3 to 5 range. Oh, this isn't even right though, because the league started before this. Because they start cheaper than 100C. It keeps getting stupider. You're out of control. Yes. Yes. He can't be stopped, guys. So he's got a Light of Meaning, Unnatural Instinct. What is that third jewel? What is Connor playing with on his third jewel? I actually have no idea what he's playing with there. Are you playing Energy from Within? No, that wouldn't be Energy from Within. Might the Meek? No, it's blue. Might the Meek's red. Healthy Mind? Yeah. I mean, you know what? That is kind of cool. So it hits the percent life over here and the percent life here. That's actually kind of sick. You're lethal priding. Whoa. What the hell is this? Are you? You're tattooing? Okay, I guess you're assuming the tattoos exist. Fair enough. Those are some good max hits. 20k mana, 20k ES. Not half bad. He thinks tattoos exist. Tattoos will probably exist. Tattoos will probably exist. He's probably fine on the tattoos. Great Wolf, the classic. Can't go wrong there. Helical. Connor is starting to believe in helicals. We've been starting to break him down slowly over time. It's funny because Flesh and Stone is just better than Discipline. Flesh and Stone is better than most things. Flesh and Stone is one of the most efficient reservations. It's so freaking good. I get to 25k with Discipline and it's a lower max hit. Yep. Turns out 20 DR, pretty good. I think the Spark Mage is starting to become more real. Connor's believing.
And I'll explain why. If we pop over here to PoE Ninja and we go to the economy tab, we can see here the beasts go for quite a bit. And the reason why is because a lot of high-end crafts use beast crafting. So the ones that we're really going to go for are going to be everything that's 60 chaos up. Those are going to be our money makers. So we want to look for Hellion Alphas. We want to look for Bristle Matrons, Vivid Watchers, Black Morrigan, Krychik Chimerals, and Vivid Vultures.
I mean, he is right. The Matrons, Hellion Alphas, Vivid Watchers. Technically, the Frogs and the Morgans, you aren't really getting in the beast memories. I guess you'll occasionally run into them, but your main memory money, if you're doing the memories, is the other beast, right? Do matrons rise that much? Matrons, I feel like I buy matrons pretty much every league. They start out at like, I want to say 40 to 50 chaos. And then they have kind of just a steady rise up to around 0.6 to 0.8 divines. Sometimes they hit 1D at most. They don't pretty much ever go over 1D. I had wrong supports. Now I'm at 2.146 billion. Keep going up, Connor. You can find another digit. Keep going. They peak around 1.5D. I don't feel like I've ever had to pay 1.5D. Well, okay, that's not true. I have had to pay 1.5D, but it's a super rare scenario. Like, for example, a bricked economy like Pox League where there's nobody farming beasts. They go over 1D? You're joking? I am not joking. 1.5 above 1D is a rare occurrence with Bristle Matrons. What about the guy that charged 2D for a matron? He never sells 2D for a matron. You're paying more to do the thing that takes longer at that point because you have to spend the money on the yellow beast at that point. I bet you they go 1.5D. How about this, Pepega Legend? When they're not 1.5D on day 3, you sub. If they are 1.5D, I will gift you a sub. I have utmost confidence they are not hitting 1.5D by day 2 or 3. You are out of your mind. Ain't nobody metacrafting on day 2 or 3. Okay, that's not true. People do metacraft on day 2 or 3. Not enough to even impact the price of ritual matrons at all. 40C matrons opening week. Yeah, thinking they're going to be 1.5D is hilarious. That is wild.
Those are going to be the go-tos. As you can see, the Vivid Vultures are money. Right now, if we look at the Harvest Beasts memory, it goes for 6.2 divine. There is no guarantee of what beasts you are going to find, but as you can see here, if you find just one Vivid Vulture,
I think from the memories I ran, I felt like you get at least one. It's like an average of pretty much one beast of each type per memory. Because you find, what is it? 3, 4, 5? Is that what the number is? Harvest memory beasts, 3, 4, 5. And I think they're pretty much equal spawn chance. So you break even on the one bird and then the others are profit, and it's a 3 map rotation. Using standard 2.0 price. This still works for an example. I think it's better on League Start, the ratio of the cost of the memory versus the value of the beast. It's better the earlier on in the league. And then it gets worse as the vulture price goes up or whatever. Technically, I think it kind of gets a little bit. No, I think it's probably still break even / making money even if you're just a solar player, not multi-boxing. You have to compete with the guys that are doing it multi-boxing though. They have a strict advantage, right?
you've made your money back and then some. So the way this works is you right click on it and then you start it on a map. I like to use Strand. It's a short map.
So you gotta buy Visa, wait 30 days to sell. I feel like you guys are just being toxic to this dude. He's not even, like, what he's suggesting isn't even, like, a bad thing to do. Running these memories, I'm pretty sure, is pretty consistent profit. All right, I don't want you guys to keep being toxic to this guy. I think you guys are being toxic unnecessarily. He's an E-Blade enjoyer. I'm not gonna stand here and let you guys be toxic to this dude. The E-Blade triggered Lance's bias. I may be slightly biased when I see an energy blade, okay? Maybe. Right home? Alright, we'll see you guys soon. He suggests saving the birds. The thing is, he's not wrong in terms of like if you want to put your currency into something to invest. He's not, it's a good stable investment. There are a few things that are like super consistent. Birds are one of those things that are like guaranteed. Like if you're gonna buy a divine versus buy a bird, bird is way better in terms of like return on invested currency. The thing is though, if you really want to get into the nitty gritty of it, you could say, oh, I'm buying a divine before I go to bed. I'm selling it the next morning and then I'm buying birds, and you'd get the value of the initial spike of currency probably a bit more effectively. Like, I don't freaking know. Like you could make some freaking split hairs about it, but I'd rather farm something else that sells early, like Red Altar, sell baubles, get chaos, buy more birds. Yeah, I mean, you could farm whatever you want. The birds, I think is, sure, it's a good investment. Whether or not the, memories itself, the other beasts pay enough to be worth it, I don't know. I have not done a memory farm strat on League Start. I have a relative idea about the value of matrons and vultures. You know, that being said, thinking about it, doing things like Watcher's Eye reroll, like not necessarily even selling the Hellion Alphas or the Vivid Watchers, but actually using them, that actually would probably be a legitimately good turn on profit as well. Like just actually using those Awakened Gem rerolls and the Watcher's Eye rerolls. Is the game sound duplicated? Oh shoot. Yep, my bad. I was playing the sound twice, my bad. Robot trying to give me tax advice. I'll pass. Sorry about that, YouTube chat. I forgot to turn off the second audio playing, so you guys were probably getting RuneScape for a bit there. Now we don't get the music. You guys don't ever get the music, okay? I'm not trying to get DMCA'd on YouTube. It's just how it's gotta be, guys. It's how it's gotta be. I was gonna comment that instead of saving the beast, you can min-max the strat and use different beast you want in that way. I think that would be correct, is to use the Vivid Watchers, the Hellion Alphas. Those things are very good expected value, I think. Especially early league. There's a lot of Awakened Gems that have like that are common that have some pretty sizable value early league. Like getting early, well, actually at the same time, I'm about to contradict myself. At the same time, I feel like I've seen Awakened Gems early leagues that don't actually sell for that much. But I would like think they would. Like I feel like I've done like RF starts where I'm like, oh, let me check the price for Awakened Burn damage. And then I'm like shocked how cheap it is. There's a lot of garbage Awakened Gems, yeah. You kind of need like your Awakened Wed hits and stuff. Like Awakened Wed's like fairly common. Is rerolling Watcher's Eyes worth it, or is it really just a gamba? I think it's pretty worth it. Well, okay. I'll caveat that with you probably need to make sure you are buying cheap, but also good mods that pair with things. Like, I'll give you an example. There are a ton of builds that can use, let's say, precision crit multi. Super generic, low cost aura. You get precision multi with like any other halfway decent aura affix. That is a money hit. But the crit multi precision by itself might not be that expensive. Depending on the league, precision crit multi might be expensive, you know. But the example is you want to target a cheap mod that isn't expensive by an individual standard. But if it's paired with another mod, gives you like some pretty solid return on value type of thing. Like if you're really optimizing for the reroll. You can just YOLO some bad Watcher's Eye that has 0 good mods and just attempt to hit like dot multi malevolence and then make money from like a decent hit like that, right?
Blessings.
What's the bow called that buffs quiver stats? Widow Hail is what you're thinking of. Widow Hail. I always tell people to farm simulacrums, level up gems to buy temples. Level up simulacrums. How much of the percentage value do you think is the XP on gems? Simulacrums are really good for leveling gems in the offhand.
No questions again. I get bawdy crude. Worry not.
Also, you don't already know this, go through the build Fub's doing it if you want to profit grab. Easy peasy. Never been a better time to do some proper lancing of the Fub viewers.
Death is not.
I'm trying hard. Exile.
I still remember it was no, it wasn't Pox League. It was Settlers League. Settlers League, Fubgun was playing. He was playing LS Slayer, and he was crafting a claw, and he was getting destroyed because he kept trying to do the one mod slam. You know, like where you just get a gajillion freaking losing of 30% in a row, and he was getting murdered by it. And then I was like, okay, this is a fantastic time. All the Fub viewers have seen how painful the claw can be, and they're gonna want to purchase it instead of craft it themselves. And so that's why we made claws that day. Absolutely worth. Mavel builds work like that too? Do they actually though? I feel like Mathel builds are more like people speculating on the unique he's using on his build type of thing. Or people are just flipping uniques. Because Mathel doesn't usually do like high-end rares. He usually does like pretty budget characters. So it's more or less people just flipping on the specific unique he's building with at the time, I feel like.
Just can't bring my
like the
I just
You should have given them the red main treatment. Make a statement. You're a smart one, Exile.
That bonus dances and sports.
One death is as good as another.
Young was using a random 2-hand unique mace at Pharisha and it made me 10 div on League Start. It funded mine for a good while. Don't say random 2-hand mace. You're talking about a T0, dude. Just some random arbitrary 2-hand mace. Divine Altar, no! No, why? This is not the time for this. Why? No. It's not there, guys. It's not there. This is not the time for this. I'm League Start prepping. Stop. Click it. No, I have to not click it. Guys, think about it. If I click it, then my RNG gonzo. If I don't click it, that's like a way to say, hey, RNG, don't screw me here, you know? Brother, your RNG's already gone. What am I supposed to do here, man? There's no winning. There's no winning this situation.
Really necessary. Exile.
Oh, who am I kidding myself? I'm clicking it. I can't not click it, guys. I can't. I have to. I have to click it. Monkey brain go burr. Okay, I need to hear the tinks. Yeah. Few more. Hold on, just a few more. No altar nodes? No, yeah, you're right. That could have been a 4.6. So like the 50% increased or whatever. Awfully small circle. Hey, don't be toxic, okay? It's a reasonably sized circle, thank you very much. RF damage is kind of poop. No dip, Sherlock Holmes. Righteous Fire is not a good single target skill. Not on League Start anyways. It can become decent with the Ivory Tower or ES based, what you call it. Can we get one more? One more tink for the road. One more quick hit. Become decent with 10 mirrors? No, it doesn't need 10 mirrors. It becomes decent on like freaking 15 divines. Oh yeah. That's the stuff. Alright. Now I need everybody to agree that didn't just happen. We did not just get a Divine Altar. My RNG for League Start is completely fine, okay? We can all agree we did not get a Divine Altar.
Hello.
The League Start RNG is completely intact. You got the divs back from Box League? I guess we could look at it that way. How is Pathfinder the best option for this Ascendancy? Because permanent uptime on core skating is mandatory for core skating elixir. Prior to course gain, though, having, you know, basically permanent uptime for Granite, Ruby, Onslaught, that just feels good. Being able to spam your life flask as a life-based character when you need recovery, that feels good, right? Flasks are good.
Free for all.
Anything done. Every time you kill me, I become stronger. I'm afraid.
I'm trying. Exile, you're taking all of this far too personally.
Hate the dark. Hate you for putting me there. You were born a weapon, Hilly. And I was... No! Not in the dark again. Hate myself. Hate... I cannot claim. You've made your show.
Holy, that's a bargain. 110 intelligence. Oh, guys, I hit the garage. My wife is back. I think we got to call it here. We did not get the 92. We did a little bit. We did quite a bit of stalling today, looking at different stuff. Tomorrow, less stalling, and we'll get both the initial ivory tower, the life-based setup. We'll do probably the initial life-based setup as well. Well, we got things to do tomorrow. We'll be getting most of the progression sets together. And we'll confirm whether or not the Believers or Doubters won. Surely the Believers are going to pull this one out, though. We got plenty of time to pull a 5D hit from Grav. If stalling was a syndicate, you would be Katarina. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, let's see who's online. Who is streaming? Vizniz is playing Slormancer. That's not Pee-wee. What the hell? Waggle's online. Jung's online. And Dezel's online. We've raided Dezel recently. I'm going to send you guys over to Waggle. I don't think I've raided Waggle recently. Or Jungroan, so we have to 50-50 it. We'll go Waggle today. Jungroan tomorrow. Enjoy Waggle's stream. It looks like he's doing a bleed bow run to Act 5. Which, who knows what that means. Maybe it's good. Alright, you guys take care. Enjoy Waggle's stream. I'll see you guys later.